Okay, we are live.
Good evening.
Good evening, good afternoon, good morning. Welcome to the pre-stream, that thing you watch before you watch that other thing. My name is Thermo, and we're here to talk about the newsy stuff from this week. So, from Lawtube to Lolcows, from 4chan to Forbes, we're going to have a look back at some of the news of the past week and then probably get banned.
We'll see how quick that. We'll speed run it.
Yes, we will speed run a ban, and then we'll switch to Tim's channel and get him banned.
Yep. Every time, shave off a couple of milliseconds.
That's right. So, what do we got to talk about this week? Well, let me pull it up. So, window. Where the shit is my window? There it is. This week, let's look at the fastest creep alive, Ezra Miller. He is, speaking of speedrunning a ban. Holy shit. Has anyone been cancelled as fast as this man? Though I guess not really, given how absolutely long it took and how many times this guy got in trouble.
Has he been officially fired
and avoided
yet?
getting yeeted? Yes, I
Finally.
believe so. Oh no, that was where was it? I did have a fucking. I must have grabbed it. There was a one last go around Flash nixed thereafter. I'm pretty sure I saw the other day that he was nixed. This might have been updated.
Yeah.
But the last thing I saw was he was out. He was done as the Flash. I'm pretty sure he's fucking done. But it might be after the Flash film, which will release someday.
I think it's scheduled for next year still. They should just scrap it.
Use all that tech and just replace his face.
True. Yeah. Just put a generic random person.
Call ILM and say, hey,
yep.
Let's replace him. Moved. Reportedly dropped. Yeah, so that was 6 days ago.
Yeah. So it still hasn't been
reportedly.
Confirmed.
I did see it in TMZ, but I think they updated their article.
Yeah.
So maybe he's dropped, maybe he's not. I don't know what the fucking problem is over at Warner Brothers, but I swear to Christ, they can't get rid of people. Like they have an aversion to firing people.
They refuse to just. But again, it's Warner Brothers.
People don't want this. People don't like. No. They don't want Amber Heard. They don't want Ezra Miller.
People don't want it. People don't want these abusive people. But again, these are also progressive actors. So that's.
And it's even worse with Ezra because he's non-binary.
Bullshit. Yeah, bullshit. Only saying that because he was arrested.
Like at this point, these identities are their cloaks that they can just wrap themselves in.
Oh, for sure.
To protect themselves from any kind of punishment.
Yeah.
And if you punish them in any way or go to or call for it, if you call for it, you're transphobic, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
But if you do it, oh my God, the left will come after you.
That's it. Well, the left eats their own, as is the common saying.
Eventually,
yeah.
But yes, apparently they don't like the taste. But yeah, apparently he's got a farm up in Vermont.
Yeah,
with a woman and her 3 young children. So I'm sure that couldn't possibly end badly.
Mm-hmm.
And apparently there's lots of guns.
Yeah, as you would find on a farm, probably just
on a farm in Vermont. Old, Vermont's got some
old.
My understanding, Vermont's got some pretty liberal, the opposite liberal, gun laws.
They do, according perhaps one of our good friends, 6X and Ammo, or someone that we probably both, at least I enjoy. He's from Vermont. Vermont carry is the other synonym for constitutional carry. Like you can carry whatever the fuck you want, wherever the fuck you want in Vermont.
And look, Bernie.
And I was going to
senior senator from Vermont.
That's right.
had a B rating from the NRA for decades. So
for all of Bernie's craziness, he still understands that
He's still
gun laws
pro-gun.
are an he understands that it's an urban versus rural.
he has to run for re-election. So
One of the only things he's ever gotten right in his life.
yeah, this was kind of creepy for me when I read. Ezra's Ranch has been a quote healing haven for us.
Oh God.
Oh, we have someone joining us. 10 man, how's it going?
Is it working? Hello.
Yes.
Hello.
Oh, that audio is clean.
Perfectly.
Nice.
Oh,
Nice.
Very clean.
Very good.
Nice.
We were just talking about Ezra Miller and the impossibility of getting rid of him. Apparently.
Oh, you like getting rid of him?
Getting
All right,
rid of him
I like
from
where
the
this
Flash.
is going. Let's get into that.
You can interpret that however you'd like, but
And of course, his
I know how I like
farm
it.
up in Vermont,
Oh, there it is. Okay.
where he has guns and children. Apparently,
now is this the same family that he drew a gun on, or he brandished a weapon?
no,
on?
that was. I think that was a family in like somewhere else. That was something else.
The 12-year-old.
I don't know if that was when he was in Hawaii.
Yeah.
Just seems
And
like
just
he really likes to be
Apparently,
close to
having
the
some
cowboy.
sort of mental breakdown.
Yeah, maybe I'm skipping ahead on that one, but I was wondering if that was the same family.
But yes, so from one, I don't know what they're going to do. They really should recast and read all his scenes, because at this point, by the time this movie releases, there's going to be a showdown. Cops are going to go there eventually.
Yeah,
and it's all going to turn into
for the cost of hiring somebody and reshooting
something to be reenacted in a Lifetime movie or day.
Yeah. I mean,
So it's not going to end well. I don't see it ending well. And the best thing they can do is cut their ties. I know there was a cover. They're doing a tie-in comic. So like, fuck, poor DC, man. Like, these guys can't catch a break. They're doing a tie-in comic with the Flash, and they're using Ezra's likeness, and he's on the cover naked.
Barry Allen is not like that. I'm sorry.
Is he naked? Is he naked as the Flash or naked as himself?
He's naked as the Flash. So they've drawn the Flash. I'll see if I can find the cover.
Yeah.
God, what a fucking weirdo.
Yeah.
Such a weirdo.
You could pick any other flamboyant androgynous character to do that with. Not Barry Allen.
I don't know.
Oh my God.
I don't know why they did it, but
yeah.
It seems thoroughly.
Well, DC's all about the wokeness.
They're openly thoroughly bad idea.
Yeah.
So, did you get into the bullet in the kid's mouth situation? Like, I kind of want to hear more about what that was about.
Yeah, apparently, like he's the cover.
Oh God.
I mean, that is technically accurate, because that's what Barry Allen does. He literally strips and changes into his uniform in a microsecond. But I mean,
talk about bad luck.
Yeah, exactly. Technically, he's doing what the Flash does, but I mean,
what the hell does he even need a suit for then? I mean, like, who cares then? He's already juicing around at 1,000 miles an hour. Why does he even need a suit?
Well, because you have to draw him.
Exactly.
But yeah, so what was the yes? So the source claims the living conditions of the Flash Star's farm are unsafe for children, alleging there are weapons lying around, and that a 1-year-old put a loose bullet in her mouth.
But that's such a weird comment. Like, I need to know more about that. Like, who
probably literally
reported that? Like, I want to know. Like, how did this weird?
And
weird.
Look, this is a source who requested anonymity for fear of retribution, which always makes me suspicious. Yeah, like very suspicious, because
what in the hell?
Anonymous sources are to be suspect. So, but yes, they've said that they recalled an instance where one of the children, a 1-year-old, allegedly picked up a loose bullet and put it in their mouth. So.
Delicious.
But the mother, who, like the father, Rolling Stone is not naming, claimed that Miller helped her escape from a violent and abusive ex. And Miller, quote, helped me finally have a safe environment for my 3 very young children. So,
some weird shit.
Yes, live rounds just sitting on the ground.
I'm sure this will end perfectly fine.
It's probably
No
some of
problem.
that, like, it's that, what do they call it, Mithrandism. A little bit of bullet now will save you from a full bullet later. So he's probably just getting the kid acclimated. I mean,
Getting him used to the taste of brass.
yeah. Later on, he'll just give him a full lead, like a cowboy load to chew on. Just get used to it.
I just love that quote. My kids are able to relax more into their healing because of the safety and nurturing Ezra has been providing for them.
Jesus.
Yeah, that's
Yeah, so Ezra saved you from an abusive ex, and then you went to live with a man who beats up women.
Yeah, look, predators. Like, I'm not saying Ezra Miller is a predator, though it seems to be.
I'll say that.
Yeah, but I think it seems
that's how predators work.
Yeah,
they see a vulnerable person.
Show of hands, who thinks Ezra Miller's a predator?
I don't think we have a raise hand function.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's why I said I. No.
But yeah, that's how these predators work. They find a vulnerable person in a vulnerable situation with something they want, and they provide them, safety and security, and how they get into these situations. People wonder how, how did the mother not know that their husband was molesting their child? Well, they didn't look. They didn't pay attention. Like, they turned the other cheek. They looked the other way because they didn't want to see it.
I wonder about these people, though, because this happens not just, obviously with Ezra Miller, but there's these type of people that let their kids get preyed upon all the time. It's like, what are these people? I'd so like to dive into what is wrong with these people's brains, to not think that this is a weird situation. You got basically Pee Wee Herman gay cowboy out here just wanting to hang out with your kids and putting guns and all over the place. It's just weird. It's just so weird. And nobody thinks that's odd. The parents are just like, oh, yeah, well, the mom is like, oh, well, no big deal. Just, whatever. He's real nice. Okay.
Yeah. I don't understand it. Yeah. All right. On to our second topic. So, World War III, Civil War II. Getting pretty tired of sequels.
Nuclear Boogaloo.
Yeah. So the UK's new army chief has asked his soldiers to prepare for potential World War III. Of course, the trigger, of course, is the conflict in Ukraine, because if anybody's ratcheting up the most, it's not actually the Americans, it's actually the Brits.
Oh,
the Americans are being very reserved in what they supply. They're not sending long range missiles or long range missile systems. The Brits are just, fuck it, let's go. The Brits are speed running their way to to World War III.
Yeah, it's British posturing. They want to be something again.
Yeah, look, I think there's a lot of that.
Oh yeah,
their whole army is less than what Russia currently has in Ukraine right now. I'm not, maybe that's not 100%, but I bet you it's pretty damn close.
Well, it's
probably close.
They're not. They just don't. They've been on the woke shit before we did, and it's okay. Go get them, England.
There's about 195,000 active British military personnel.
Yeah,
and which I would say are better equipped, better trained than the Russians, based on what we've seen, and would be better supplied.
That is something interesting.
UK has a smaller population than Russia, doesn't it? It's like 60 versus 100 million or something.
Yeah, Russia's like 200 million or something.
Yeah, Russia's got
a shitload of people.
Yeah, and Russia has just about 1 million active personnel.
Yeah. I don't know if you guys ever. You probably don't watch the Telegram channels for the war reports and stuff, but man, watching these two armies fight is just, the Russians obviously do Russian stuff. They don't give a damn. They're just wandering out there in the streets, shooting people. They don't, they're just doing Russian stuff. But it's like there's the difference between watching the military preparedness of the infantrymen is amazing to me. Like they just wandering down the open streets, not worried about cover. Oh, we're in a firefight now. It's like, oh my God, what are you guys doing? There's cover, hug the walls, but they don't. They just wander around doing whatever. No, it's weird. It's weird.
Just string through numbers. That's probably it. I don't know. I'm not very versed in military history or tactics, but it just seems like Russians are prefer strength of numbers.
Oh yeah.
You don't have to train everyone well if you've got a lot of people.
A lot of the conflicts they've fought have been against insurgencies and weaker enemies who aren't utilizing modern equipment. So really, this is the first time they've come up against a NATO, essentially, not an ally, but a NATO equivalent, really.
Yeah. Which World War did we fight the Russians in? One or two? One time they were allies.
None.
One time they were enemies. Or am I getting that wrong?
No, they were allies in World War One as well.
Yeah, never. I don't think.
They fought.
Okay.
They fought.
I'll look it up. I don't know.
Yeah, I thought we fought them once.
But then they lost. The Germans cleaned their clock.
Yeah.
Well, the Austro-Hungarian Empire and the Germans cleaned their clock.
Yeah, no, they were allied in World War One too.
Yeah.
No, you see this when you like. There's reports of like the people go out there and like mercenaries or Foreign Legion stuff. They're like, "Oh, this isn't anything like Iraq. This is no. I don't want to do this. I'm going home." Like it's not the same. Modern armies, it's terrifying. Like I could send you a couple of videos of the like just the artillery that they use now. It's just god, jeez.
Oh yeah, some of the Russians rocket artillery. Like Russians have been using rocket artillery since World War II.
Yep. Russian dies.
Like Stalin's organs. Like
the Russian doctrine hasn't changed at all. It's bomb the living hell out of them, go mop them up. Like that's it. Like nothing special. Just it's weird. So, I want to see if I can get that video. I'll send it to you. It might be on my other computer.
From a world war to one decidedly more local for the Americans. So America is apparently growing further and further apart. It should shock nobody.
Yep.
So yeah, it's time to stop talking about red and blue America, which is probably a good idea. Probably a good idea to stop talking about that shit. Yes. Well, what we as Australians should do is we should have a brigade of emus that just a rapid deployment force. We can just
let's just conscript them,
push them out of like a galaxy, like a C5 galaxy, over an area, and then they can just suppress the enemy. I mean, they move fast enough to they dodge bullets.
Shock and awe.
It requires a large number of high caliber rounds to actually get them. So,
and you may never have enough.
We had automatic weapons. We had mounted automatic weapons, and we still lost.
Yep.
So
that's. Do you guys have any extra like secret like Australia shit about that? Because I want to know what happened there.
I do too. I gotta be honest.
We don't like to talk.
I gotta be honest. I always thought it was a meme. I never learned about the Emu War in school. I didn't learn about it until I didn't realize it was actually a thing until maybe 2 months ago.
Why do you think Australian soldiers are so effective against humans?
I actually don't know.
Against birds.
We were never told as a kid. We were just told that our soldiers are badass, which I hear is true. But
yep. During Vietnam, one Australian was worth 10 Americans.
Yep.
It helps that most Americans didn't actually want to be there.
Yeah, exactly.
So
also doesn't help that they were given shitty weapons.
So yeah, predictions of civil war in the US continue unabated.
Beanie Man doing Beanie Man things.
It's not just apparently you're already there.
Yeah.
In the midst of a cold civil war, which I think Beanie Man has said a few times.
Yeah. If it's not a physical war, just call it a cold war. There's got to be a war somewhere.
That's right,
yeah.
It's a cold civil war.
Yeah.
So I can remember what the next one was. Oh, that's right. Brookings Institute was basically calling for it after today, after this week.
I sent you a link, Thermalite, about I don't know if you want to play it or not, or if you can. I don't know how it works anymore, but it's it's scary. It's a big note.
One sec, I'll have to I can play it. I just need to get it on my other machine. There we go.
Oh shit.
So yeah, they're apparently the spark that lights the flame is of course Roe v. Wade. It's repeal, which we will talk about. We will talk about.
Yes, don't want to get too far.
We will get to that.
Yeah.
So,
Civil War. I mean, if everything we're supposed to be told is true, good luck, blue states, because you're going to be outgunned.
oof, yeah, very much so. And what I think something like of new gun purchases in the US, something like 58% of them are by African Americans and women.
It's nice they're buying guns now. That's excellent.
Yeah,
Instead of stealing them.
no comment.
Acquiring.
Yeah, I was going to say no comment. YouTube, that was a joke. But yeah, COVID had a big effect on firearms purchasing, as far as I understand.
What the hell?
Yeah,
Because people were left alone. People were told
Yeah.
to stay home. People
when the rubber met the
look-
road,
Yep.
government wasn't there for them, which kind of
That's America in a nutshell. It's like,
gives some clarity.
Do you guys like how long is the police response time in Australia? Like, I'm being murdered. How long does it take for the police to get there?
good question.
Marty?
I don't like my chances because I'm maybe 5 kilometers from a cop station, I think. So for me, it's probably going to be 5 to 10 minutes. Don't take that as a
Yeah.
whole.
About the same.
Yeah.
Look, when seconds count, the police
Yeah.
are minutes away.
Exactly.
So
Well, you're all dead. that's how it
here's
works.
here's
I know
video
it took
temp-
like 15 minutes for an ambulance to arrive once for me, so
yeah.
I don't know how that
So-
works for.
I'll just play the video Tim sent.
Yep.
Mute that, by the way. It's really annoying.
Oh my god, mute.
Sorry, I forgot. I always watch it on silent.
No.
Oof.
Yeah, that's a single multiple launch rocket.
Yeah.
system. That's a TOS-1 from Russia. That just the concussive blast on that is just Jesus.
Oh, just ruin your day, your week,
Yeah.
your month, your year.
Yes, it's not good. It's not good. In fact, it's
So,
bad.
Yeah, I think it might be time to move to one of the feel good stories of the week. A week where not much happened. I think one that we all saw coming, and no, that's a different Robert Barnes.
You know, I'm kind of
Oh,
impressed. That
okay.
they went through with it.
Yeah, I
So,
didn't
yes,
think
this-
Barnes would be writing for.
Writing for Warpo, yeah. So that
Yeah.
would be funny.
I'm
But
not going
yes,
to put it past
so-
him. Maybe it is. We need to look into this. Where's the link to that? I want to know.
So the Supreme Court has changed every state in the US that is a may issue state into a shall issue state.
Well, it certainly did
So
it for New York.
Thanks, New York. So yeah, the SCOTUS has essentially said that the New York's method of essentially saying, yeah, sure, you can apply for a concealed carry permit.
Yeah,
Give us a
Good
reason.
luck.
Good
directly into the trash. Thank you.
Yes.
Into the bin. It's
As
done.
As it always should have been.
Exactly. It's the way it should have been. Like the idea that you needed to show this is an enumerated right. You have an enumerated right
Mhm.
in the US
Yes.
to own and bear
Arms.
a weapon.
Yeah, a weapon commonly
Arms.
owned for the purposes of self-defense. If we're
Yeah,
going by Scully's
and
definition.
that in addition to the idea that there would be no standing army
Mhm.
and that a militia would be called and you would show up with your gun that you own
Mhm.
in
Your
order
gun.
to fight the invader or
Yes.
the English.
Oh, the
Your
English.
gun that you were under local law
Yeah.
obligated to own.
I just want to be called up to retake Canada and just
And
we need our help.
Go
We
full
need help.
Fallout. Annex
everybody
Canada.
points to well-regulated militia. Well,
Do you
the
think?
law says
Doesn't really-
that
doesn't
the
really mean
militia,
what it is.
the unorganized militia, is every man between the ages of 18 and 46. So
And
there's your
through, I think it's
unorganized militia.
and through the 14th Amendment, I think, or one of the others, that means it
Oh,
actually
is that
extends
the
to
terrible one?
everybody,
That's the terrible
not just
one.
men.
Well, yeah, equal.
Yeah. Yeah, nowadays it's interpreted as everybody is the militia.
The worst amendment. What?
So yes,
Wait,
there
no.
have been
never mind.
some.
No, this is the thing about that.
This was astounding to me. So these lawyers who are prominent Second Amendment attorneys, they won their case and were promptly fired. Their firm announced that it would no longer represent Second Amendment cases, and Clement and Murphy would be leaving in order to continue their full range of existing representations.
Oh, wow. Interesting.
So
So
was this it?
Kirkland Ellis is the firm.
Were these New York
They're
lawyers?
leftist overlords.
I don't know
That's
where.
weird.
I think Kirkland Ellis is a national firm.
Okay.
So they've got they're a large law firm in the US. So and yeah, they've decided that they won't represent any Second Amendment clients anymore. And of course, their Second Amendment lawyers have gone, wait a minute, well, we want to do this stuff. So yeah, no good deed goes unpunished. Of course.
That's the game.
And typically, whenever SCOTUS does anything that the libs don't like, there has been an absolute meltdown. So
The usual suspects.
the usual suspects, as always, with some of the hottest of hot takes.
This is the best thing about this is like I've been, browsing. Well, when I got time, I've been browsing like their threads from the leftists. It's like,
Oh, it's so good.
you guys you have no clue. You don't even know you know nothing about what you're talking about. Like,
Yeah.
they're spewing like these talking points from MSNBC. It's like, well, that's incorrect.
Well, speaking
If
of
you
Keith
understood
Olbermann, I
that's
mean,
incorrect,
he used
you
to work with him.
Exactly.
Or maybe you wouldn't. They wouldn't.
Yeah.
But still, it's funny as hell. They're like, oh, this. It's like, no, that's not a thing. You're retarded. And they just continue on. That's what they do. I don't know.
So yes, calls to ignore the court, which ends well every time.
I mean, just your
Well,
terms
they were
are
gonna do that
acceptable,
anyway.
Keith.
Hey,
Up
it's
is
weird
more
how they can ignore the court for this, but like the gun laws are going to work perfectly. Those are going to really lock it down.
As for
Weird.
this,
Now, this guy was.
In the business, we call this foreshadowing.
so yes, which again we'll get to it, but it's enumerated right versus completely made up right.
Yeah.
That isn't that needed a very long bow.
This is the thing about abortion, though. It's like, well, your rights are theoretically trampling on someone else's, the unborn child. So, it's not like guns at all. It's not like anything, really. You're killing a creature because you dislike personal responsibility.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah, that tends to be.
That's a pretty fucking bold
I
thing
just
to
love how I love what PSS said there.
Yeah, and he's spot on.
It's
The Second Amendment is now being interpreted right to bear arms. The only word he's missing is correctly. The
yes.
Second Amendment is now correctly
Like,
interpreted
you want to
as a
walk
right to
up
bear
to the man.
arms as part of an unregulated civilian militia, which was the
Yes.
fucking point.
Yes, but Piers
Because
Morgan
these guys
is-
can't. It's so
Yeah, no.
frustrating.
Yeah, Piers in
The
particular.
founders
every
didn't mean
time.
regulation. What
No.
you think of as
No.
regulation means rules.
I wish they would have
No,
left that shit right out of it. Like why do you need that preface statement?
that's
Just-
exactly right. Well,
It sounds like a compromise statement. I bet back in
It was a
1776,
compromise statement.
It was like,
The-
we got to put this on here.
Yeah.
Madison's initial idea for the Second Amendment was much longer and was much more specific, and left no room for modern misinterpretation. But the problem is they didn't think about that. They didn't think that
I could have made
Words
just as short
like
though.
regulated is going to mean a federal regulation. I mean, if they knew the level of federal regulation that happens, they'd be aghast.
Yeah.
They'd probably all pack their shit up and forget this whole.
You
This
could have
whole
made it
federal
just as
government
short.
thing.
You didn't need to make it longer. All you had to say is like, to prevent against government tyranny, all or threats foreign and domestic, the right of the people to bear arms shall not be infringed.
Yeah.
That's it. That's
Yeah.
good enough for anything. That's very, very clear. Okay. Okay. Well, the government's getting out of hand, or someone's invading us. The end.
Yeah, but where yes.
Fantastic.
But where Piers Morgan is wrong is where he's saying an unregulated militia, because you were obligated under state and local laws back in the day to own a weapon. There
Yeah,
were regulations, just not federal.
I can't remember who said it, but if you they said if you showed up to a militia muster without a gun, and it wasn't a matter of that you can't afford one, you better get beat down.
Yeah, you are.
Like, it's
you
not
were
gonna end well
violating
for
the
you.
law. You were required to, when you became a man of age, you were required in some places to own a musket, X amount of ball ammunition, a cleaning kit, X amount of days rations and water. You were required to supply your own. You were required to supply your own equipment because you were the militia. You were the part of the defenses.
Bring back civil defense. Oh, I love that.
Essentially, what it was. Yeah. Yep.
And of course,
Shame
Marianne
with
Williamson
China.
with
Shame.
I don't know.
People
why
will
she
die
weighs
because
in
of
on that
this.
stuff.
Well, hopefully it's because they're being shot in self-defense. But YouTube, that's a joke.
Also, YouTube.
The theory that Second Amendment guarantees the rights of anyone without any training, license, or cause should be able to carry a concealed firearm into a crowded bar in New York City is absurd.
Well, crowded
That's
bar.
what it says.
They do it anyway, though. That's like
they do it anyway. But that's not what the Supreme Court said. New York State can still tell people you can't carry in a bar.
Yeah,
they can still do that. They can still have.
New York State could declare that bars are sensitive areas, places where alcohol is sold.
I think
the Supreme Court allowed sensitive areas. Yeah. You can define areas that are gun-free zones. The federal government defines areas that are gun-free zones.
Exactly.
Like schools.
Yes.
How well is that working out for you?
Yeah, not well.
Guns used to be everywhere in school.
I remember all the metal detectors American schools in school.
They should probably just put up more signs so that school shooters realize that it's illegal to carry a gun.
That'll help. That'll really help. Yeah.
No, that's going to work totally. That's absolutely going to work. Just some more signs so they see them. Then they're going to be like, oh, well, I guess I can't go shoot the kids up because there's a sign and there's a law. I guess I can't do that now. What was the one in Norway? Did you see the Norway shooting from today?
I was going to bring that up. Yeah.
From today?
Yeah, it's today.
Yeah, from yesterday. Yeah,
yesterday.
2 people killed, 14 others killed in Norway in a nightclub shooting. It is being investigated as a terror attack.
Wow.
But it's Norway. And Norway is not particularly pro-gun.
Can we talk about for half a second how Kathy Hochul intentionally makes her face look evil? Like, why would you do your makeup like that? You look like oh well, I'm gonna do this to make me look like a villain. Like this bitch. Ah, Jesus. She's
I'll put some private chat for that. But yeah, in Norway, and Norway has had a couple of mass shootings before.
Oh, they killed the gays. Oh no.
I don't know if it was a gay nightclub, but the Pride Parade has been cancelled.
It says terrified revelers.
Pride Parade cancelled after 2 people killed,
was it gay?
More than 20 wounded in gay. It was a gay nightclub.
Okay, I missed that part. But yes. So
was it like the Pulse nightclub shooting?
I was going to say Pulse,
where while it was a terrorist attack, the guy didn't target gay people. Yep. He just went into a bar. It was Homer Simpson in the episode where he goes to the lesbian bar.
Everybody dance now. Bart, close your eyes.
So he's on record as stating, I didn't realize it was a gay bar.
Yeah, I just
went into a place that had a lot of people.
It was just a bunch of dudes making out. I guess I just started shooting.
So, I mean, given that it was Pride Month, maybe it wasn't it's probably more likely.
No,
I don't know how many nightclubs are in Oslo.
This
I've never been to Oslo.
Follows the rule though, of reporting on the mass shooters is I had to scroll 3 paragraphs to find out who it was, and it was 42-year-old Norwegian citizen of Iranian origin.
Yes.
If it wasn't, it'd be right there, right in the front.
No.
Hans Gruber murdered right fucking there. First sentence to be.
The thing is, it's also not the first massacre that's happened in Norway. Now, they're only a population of 5 million people.
Yeah.
Which is 70 times less that of the US.
Anders Breivik.
Yeah, Anders Breivik. Yeah,
He's probably a
that
name
was
that'll
far away.
need
That
to
was
this
Yeah.
stream
awful.
nuked. But yeah,
I
Anders
wasn't
Breivik.
even-
His
Yeah, I wasn't even going to. I think they've had others other than Anders Breivik.
yeah. And look, if you're
But-
going to commit a crime, which you shouldn't do, this is not legal advice. But if you're going to commit a crime, you absolutely must commit a crime. Do it in Norway because
It's
their
not
prisons are
legal advice.
great.
If you're going to crime,
Yeah.
go to Norway.
Well, their prisons are great.
Well, it's like that everywhere though. Like most of Europe seems to be like this, where it's like, oh well, if you dare get a gun into this place, well, you're going to kill a lot of people because no one else. The police don't have guns. The citizens don't have guns. Like everybody's going to get shot. So
yeah, I think
See,
that's
that's a conception because most police in Europe carry firearms.
now maybe
you
I'm
go
thinking
you go anywhere in France, you will see
the
armed
British don't.
gendarme with
it's the British.
automatic weapons.
British, I think that's where people get the misconception is
The British really are the only ones. The Met police don't carry firearms.
The Norwegian police. I'm only going by Wikipedia, but Norwegian police officers do not carry firearms
Yeah, I thought
on
so.
their person, but they have MP5s and P30s in the patrol cars, which is not the same as the Brits. The Brits have to call a specialist unit if they want arms. But
the firearm squad.
Yeah, but Norwegian police at least have guns in their cars if they need them, but they don't wear them on their hip.
Yeah. And like honestly, I think if you're a disarmed populace, you shouldn't be police shouldn't be armed. Full stop. If the people you're policing are fundamentally unarmed, then there's no reason for you to have a gun on you.
Yeah, I think Norway
have
is
one in the car.
Of those, have one in the car if you need it, but you don't need to be wearing one.
But yeah,
I think Norway has similar ownership rate to Finland, so 30 in 100.
Yeah.
Which is it's high for Europe, and it's some of the higher ones outside of the US, but it's definitely not majority. It's like what New Zealand used to be, roughly. So they've never had a problem with it, but it's a very small population, and they've had a couple of big massacres. So how's that gun control working for you?
It's the problem with the quote unquote fundamentally unarmed is because anybody can get a gun. There are guns in the country. It's not like this is the problem with the left and we just need to get rid of all. That's never gonna gonna happen. It's just not gonna happen.
Short of some magical finger snapping.
Yeah, exactly. Sure, if you're gonna do that, then maybe I'll even entertain the conversation. But that's just not how it's gonna. And then still, you have the case of women or people who are not able to defend themselves, and I don't particularly want to fight a man if he's coming into my house in the middle of the night. I guess I better fisticuff him. I better just.
Good luck with that.
You get one punch in the right way and you're a dead man. I should absolutely have the right to kill this dude dead because he's broken into my house and I don't know what he's doing here. It's just that is such a ridiculous concept from the left. I should just let him. We'll just have to fight about it.
It's just stuff. You've got insurance.
You ever been in a fight? You ever been in an actual fight? Geez.
It's just buildings.
Oh yeah, just your stuff. Run out the window, flee. Oh yeah, you have children and a wife and pets. Oh wow, don't worry about those. I guess they should have got out on their own.
That shouldn't count. I'm sorry. I mean, yes, but maybe I'm just being a bit bitter about cat mothers and all that. But if it's your life versus your pets, I think you can sacrifice the pet.
This is great. I have a clip for this.
I'll kill any man who tries to kill my animal.
Come. Do not come.
Oh, you missed the last part.
No, I didn't.
I'm gonna come.
Wonderful. Wonderful.
God, she's so dumb. She's so dumb.
Yes, Anna Navarro is always with the terrible takes.
Isn't she the token conservative on whatever network she's on?
CNN, I think.
Yeah.
She had one of the most horrible takes I saw about the Rose stuff as well.
Yeah.
Which was really bad.
How tone deaf can the Supreme Court be? Well, it's not. They don't determine rights. Says we'll get to that.
Pot kettle.
Yes.
Try to find that tweet. It was great.
Famous conservative Jennifer Rubin, as always.
Jennifer, I stand with Ukraine, Rubin. That's all you need to know.
Oh, God, it's so fucking cringe.
The 2nd and 14th Amendments protect an individual's right to carry a handgun for self-defense outside the home. There's zero textual support for that.
It's
Example
100% textual.
99999. Why
Jesus.
originalism is a
Not at
scam.
all.
What part of
None.
bear don't you understand?
Absolutely none.
What is bear? What does the word bear mean, Jennifer?
No, you're just allowed to own them and keep them at home.
No, there's not. There's nothing.
That's
written
where the
in
keep is. You've got to
Constitution
keep them at home.
It definitely
So
says you can only bear them on your own property.
My vehicle is legally considered my domicile in some districts. So
It is actually, yeah.
exactly. I'm not joking. Yeah, that's right. You legit and some people live in their car. So
Of course, look, I'm never sure. I'm never sure. It's probably a bit too absolute. But how fucking dumb do you have to be? Seriously, I would like to point out that to the Supreme Court justices that the only weapons at the time were muskets. I'm prepared to go back to muskets.
again, Kathy, your terms are acceptable because back in those days, mortars existed.
Yes, and pistols. I appreciate that she might not know much about guns, but has she not seen a fucking film? Has she not seen
Black powder pistols it is.
a flintlock pistol?
Hell
This
yeah.
is an interesting thing, though.
That means I get sabers. I get gun swords. I get the sabers with the pistol in the handguard. Oh, fun times.
Yes.
So this is an
Pepperbox
interesting
pistols.
thing. Nick brought this up a while ago, and maybe it was a couple days ago, but he was like, whatever arms you can bear. And I was like, well, actually, I don't think I've ever heard anybody make that argument. Like, actually, like, you can't really bear a tank. You can drive it, but it's not like a weapon.
I think that's kind of actually in
Can
Hella.
a bear drive a tank?
Well,
Probably
maybe in Russia. In Russia, yeah.
Yeah.
Actually, I think
I'm
that
sure
concept.
there's a video.
It's actually a fight I'd like to see, like, because that's actually one that's like, well, that almost you could make that argument, not like, because that's the thing. This girl's like, oh, they didn't have muskets back in. Muskets were like the
Muskets were
damn near
military grade.
pinnacle of military excellence back then. It's like, so we should have everything. Like, where's my M249? Like, I don't like.
Yeah. Where's my Mardus? But I think that argument about what you can actually bear and hold physically is actually made in Hella. Because I think that's how Scalia defines arms. Is it's anything that's commonly owned for self-defense that can be held in one or two hands. That's why grenades aren't considered
I can hold a
arms.
grenade. I can
But
absolutely.
they're not used for self-defense. They're an offensive
Well,
force.
I don't know that that's I don't know that that's.
I don't know if that really should be the way it is, but that's why grenades are not considered arms, but semi-automatic rifles are.
A lot can be said about Hella.
Yes.
It should have gone. It should have gone a lot farther than it should have. Same with this. Same with this decision. It probably should have gone a bit further to the point of allowing concealed carry, like constitutional carry.
Yeah.
So, because essentially states can still say, "Oh no, we don't allow concealed carry at all." You can open
they can
carry.
totally ban concealed carry if they want.
Yeah.
Yeah.
New York State can totally do that. The problem is, for years, New York State has used it to reward their betters, their upper echelons. If you were a rich person or if you were a connected person, you could get a license, no problem.
That's right.
Like it's literally in TV shows.
Yes.
It's in Billions. It's in Ray Donovan. Like this shit happens. It's in those shows because it happens.
Yeah, it's the classic trope of New York City is that you can only get a permit if you're super rich.
Yeah.
But with the new ruling, though, they clarified that does give you the right to carry a concealed weapon in public. So could New York State actually ban concealed carry now? Because that would be a complete.
That'll be the next one.
That'll be that would be a blatant infringement by trying.
They're going to, but I don't know that. I don't know. Like they're going to do it anyway.
They're going to try it, but I'm just saying, with the new ruling, I think they'd actually lose that case even harder.
Oh yeah, they definitely would.
Chris Hayes,
famous law school graduate, Chris Hayes, who clearly didn't understand the ruling. Like it doesn't require universal concealed carry. You dead shit.
It should, but
it'd probably fix a lot of things.
I'm not sure I agree. It'd be terrible, but it'd be fun for a minute. It'd be interesting. Like I'd like that.
I think Nick said the read the room standard is the new federal interpretative standard. So
let's just go along with the majority. just because.
David Hogg, of course.
Yeah, but it isn't the majority. That's the thing. They think it is. It's just not, though.
No.
It's the loud people. It's people.
Yeah, there's 400 million plus guns in the US. Do they really think that that's the minority?
Yeah.
Do they really think that there's 10% of Americans owning 400 guns each?
Yep. That's what they think.
Well,
Like, I know there's some people, like,
it's close
we
to
all know some
30%.
people.
Yeah.
On the high end of people who are really into guns, they're probably going to have somewhere between 8 and 20, like at the high end. I mean, there's obviously going to be people who have like 100 or whatever. They're, whatever. But most people have probably between gun owners 1 and 6 tops.
Yep.
And still,
Phil Murphy.
numbers just don't work.
Who's he the governor of again? Jersey? No, was
Phil
that
Murphy.
Christie?
Somewhere that doesn't matter, probably.
Yeah, it sounds like a Democratic state.
Oh, for sure.
A right-wing majority on the U.S. Supreme Court has just said that states can no longer decide
you're right,
for ourselves.
You're right, Tim. He's the governor of New Jersey.
Oh, what a guess.
I didn't see that.
Jersey. He's a fucking Jersey governor.
We have too many names and T's in here.
Yeah. But that's right, governor. Like, you actually don't get to decide that. You've never been allowed to decide that. You're not supposed to be able to decide that.
Mass shooters wear robe and don't have a gun.
This is stochastic terrorism.
Jesus Christ.
Oh my.
Oh my. I guarantee you, if we went to his timeline, we'd be able to find him like talking about repealing decisions that would have got his people out of like, he's probably for repealing Korematsu.
He would willingly be thrown
point,
into a camp if he wanted. This is the same guy who gives hand jobs to people while he's on air. For Christ's sake,
what?
He's been old clips of him being on air, and then he's giving a hand job to some dude. There was a camera in the studio. Obviously, we can't play that. You can't play that on YouTube, obviously.
No. Lawrence O'Donnell, of course, and of course, everybody's favorite, Ron Perlman.
God, I can't believe how crazy he is. Like I learned it a while ago, but I cannot believe how insane this man is.
I like Ron
neglects to
Perlman
say that it's
as an
for
actor.
whites only. I don't anymore. I can't stand. I can't, there's a point where I can no longer separate. The art
you can't separate
actor.
the actor from the role. Yeah.
Like I can still watch Bill Cosby. I can watch the Cosby Show.
I
can't do anything. I can't do anything with Ron Perlman.
How do you see this ruling? See the actual text of the ruling, where it makes numerous references to Dred Scott and the racism of gun laws. Written by a black man.
This man probably doesn't know that Clarence Thomas is black.
Yeah. Oh, Republican must be black.
Literally,
must be
probably
white.
doesn't know that. Literally,
and then
doesn't
say
know.
For whites only. Nothing in this decision has anything to do with race, short of the majority opinion that, hey, gun laws traditionally have been racist, have had racist roots.
Implemented to precisely disarm the racial minorities.
Disarm the population that they're scared of.
Yep. Gun rights are minority rights. Fucking deal with it.
Moving on to some other thing that happened this week. In a 1-2 punch, the very next day, the Supreme Court decides to drop this on everybody and then fuck off for the weekend. I don't think they've ever done a Friday. Like, have they ever done a Friday opinion release before? If they have, it was nothing like this.
Was the actual vote on this 6-3?
Yeah, it ended up being 6-3. So Roberts joined.
Roberts joined after the leak.
The Liberal Justice Roberts joined.
Yep.
I hate that man so much.
I've heard he had some interesting things to say in his support, in his affirmation of the decision, but at least he still joined.
So yes, of course, because with Roe being Roe and Casey, not just Roe, but Roe and Casey have been overturned. Of course, that immediately bans abortion all over the US.
Everywhere.
No, it
Can't have
doesn't.
it anymore.
No, it actually does is leave it to the states.
Yep. But
That's
because
what
of
federalism
the
is all
laws,
about. Well,
because of
actually,
the
no,
trigger
that's
laws
what
in a second, I guess. But
republicanism is all about.
Fucking get it. They have no idea. They don't understand any of this because they're just fucking automatons. They just wander around through
Yes.
life, babe
I
in
think
the woods.
I think it goes a little bit further than that. I think that they have been so programmed to put the federal government before the state governments. And we have that problem here in Australia. They forget that there is that America is supposed to focus, is to work and operate mostly from a state level.
Yep.
But it's the same problem we have in Australia because we're also a federalized nation.
And
we
ironically,
forget that the states have their own. The states have power as well.
Ironically, our federal government has fewer powers than the US federal government.
Correct.
Well,
we have much more devolved powers here.
Yes, like we don't have like the prime minister is not the commander in chief of our armed forces as a
that's the governor
big
general
example. Yes.
Who's the What is? How does he get his? How does the governor general?
The governor general is appointed by the Queen.
Oh,
yes.
That's interesting.
Yes.
Yes. No. Yeah. No.
Same as Canada. The governor general there is appointed by the Queen.
Yes. Now we are not part of the British Empire anymore.
Sounds like it.
That's a common misconception.
I mean, when they control your armed forces, kind of seems like it.
The Queen cannot just rock up and say, "Hey, Australia, go to war."
She should just lay her dick on the table. She should just waddle up there and be like,
"She can't." That's the distinction that people kind of
fun,
miss.
though.
Where she used to be able to do that before we became an independent nation.
1986 was the passage of the Australia Act in both the Australian Parliament and the British Parliament.
Yeah, we used to be British citizens until we declared our own citizenship.
And that was even earlier. That was before 86.
That was 40s.
Otherwise, I'd be a British citizen as well.
Yeah.
We do need to just go ahead and take over Canada. This is getting out of hand up there.
Well, you should own your hat. You don't wear someone else's hat.
There's 3 damn provinces up there.
Take Greenland.
The entire country has less people than my state. Let's just, sorry, we're just going to have an executive decision here. Time to take Canada.
What are they going to do? I mean,
just take everything except Quebec because you don't want that hassle.
Do anything.
We saw how it all worked out and all out. I mean,
literally send them a letter like, respectfully, the United States, we own Canada now. And they're like, oh well, we should send them an apology letter. Like that'll be it. It'll be over. Guess where you at now?
With regards to this decision, something I found out last night is they got hoisted by their own petard. Back in the 90s, they tried to do an end run around state laws with assisted dying. So they filed a case and it went to the Supreme Court. And the Supreme Court ruled 9-0 that there is no right to be found in the Constitution for assisted suicide.
Damn, 9-0, holy shit!
Yep, 9-0. The liberal court, the liberal court at the time, found 9-0 that there is no right to in the Constitution, enumerated or otherwise, to assisted suicide.
God damn.
And let me just read this port. So that was Washington v. Glucksberg. So in the Roe ruling, in deciding whether a right falls into either of these categories, the court has long asked whether the right is, quote, deeply rooted in our history and tradition, and whether it is essential to our nation's, quote, scheme of ordered liberty. Glucksberg, and in concluding this inquiry, we have engaged in a careful analysis of the history of the right at issue. Thus, in Glucksberg, which held that the Due Process Clause does not confer a right to assisted suicide, the court surveyed more than 700 years of Anglo-American common law tradition, 521U, and made clear that a fundamental right must be, quote, objectively deeply rooted in this nation's history and tradition.
Yeah.
So yes, they used...
Yep. America has historically not had assisted suicide, nor have they had abortion.
They justified this using a 9-0 decision from the court.
What's the rule for 97? Like, if you just hand them the gun, is that assisting? Like, you have to pull the trigger. I don't know.
Yeah. So the inescapable conclusion is that a right to abortion is not deeply rooted in the nation's history and traditions. On the contrary, an unbroken tradition of prohibition of abortions on pain of criminal punishment persisted from the earliest days of the common law until 1973. What in Roe could have said abortion exactly exactly what Glucksberg said of assisted suicide. Attitudes toward abortion have changed since Bracton, but our laws have consistently condemned and continue to prohibit the practice.
Yeah.
So yes, their own hubris of trying to force through assisted suicide has aided in getting rid of Roe. So they did it to themselves. The killer was inside the house the whole time. They just waited for a conservative majority to use this liberal majority, not just the liberal majority. This was a 9-0 decision.
Yeah.
That was used to justify this, which is that's hilarious.
Yep. Everybody realized and agreed with the notion that, hey, if it's not in the Constitution, it's not an enumerated right.
Yeah.
Yep.
Of course, but it's okay. Well, Americans don't even know what the hell abortion is.
You want it to
how
be
safe they are, or how safe it is.
Amendment. They just don't do the amendments like they should.
We'll get to that. Yeah.
So yes, this of course goes back to the bugbear that I have is that we're constantly told that the majority of Americans support abortion without limits. Like they just say, they broadly state that the majority of Americans support abortion. Support abortion. Yes, that is correct. The majority of Americans support a woman's right to an abortion in some circumstances, but the vast only 24% are happy with what appears to be the Democratic stance, but they can't seem to make up their fucking mind. It used to be safe, legal, and rare. I'm pretty sure they still believe that, but when it comes to this stuff, they still push unlimited abortion. And if you push them on the whole, abortion up to birth, they equivocate. They can't say no because they fear their base will turn on them.
What was it like? 80% of abortions are convenience, essentially, or 85 or something.
Even higher than that, I think.
Yeah,
it was data on it.
I think it's in here. I think I saw it.
It's like, oh yeah, I just
65%
personal responsibility. It's just I just can't even.
I had figures for the reasons, but it does say that it's something like 1% was for like the mother's life, or for rape or for incest, etc.
Chat, I see what you're doing. You're gonna need to bring more people in.
But the the hot 80-90% roughly of abortions are purely for birth control.
Yeah, and look, this has got numbers on the British experience where, dude, the abortion laws there are insane. Like 24 weeks is the line. 24 weeks.
That's a long.
That's crazy to me.
That's a viable
huge,
child.
Yeah.
That could be you could C-section that child and they can be raised.
Absolutely. And there 60% of abortions are carried out with a pill.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, my line's about a month, give or take a couple weeks. I'm not really sure. I don't really look.
Yeah,
at
my line's like
mine's
9 to 12 weeks.
Yeah, and that's common with Europe.
Commonly, you don't reveal it. Like you don't start celebrating it until you've hit that 12-week mark. When you know it's kind of safe. It's locked in essentially. But yeah, my line's about 12 weeks. So.
Yeah, which is actually I think stricter than some of the
most
current
countries
rules.
are.
It is, but there are some states in the US I think that give it like up to 15 weeks.
The Mississippi law that triggered
one,
this whole fucking thing was 15 weeks.
Yep. Which is
like California like literally doing like post birth, or like they were trying to
Virginia has a law like that. Because there's what's his name, the previous governor,
Northam.
Yeah, Northam's on a radio show, basically saying you deliver the baby and then you make it comfortable and you speak to the mother and see what she decides, and that's horrifying. Like just the concept that
past like 3 months you should be automatically hung or something. Like that's fucking Jesus.
Oh yeah, I can't countenance it. It just seems horrible.
Yeah, I've always been online with those safe, legal, and rare. But I mean,
yeah,
you're getting up to 20, 21 weeks. Children can survive. Children are now viable at 21 weeks.
That's the problem every time with all of this. Every piece of like, it's always the slope. It's always a slippery slope every time. Every damn time. They're like, oh, this is all we want. Nope, they want more. They want more. They want more. They want fucking more every time. Now we have pedos in schools, like rainbow dildo butt monkeys in Britain, just like at kids' libraries. It's like, oh, Jesus. People still don't think that's a real thing. Y'all know what I'm talking about?
Not really.
Okay, I'll get the link. I'll find it. People still don't realize this actually fucking happened. All right, I'll find it.
Yeah.
I remember the name of the city too, so I'll find it.
But it's all going to be all right because Emmanuel Macron is saying that it's a fundamental right for all women. It must be protected. He wishes to express his solidarity with the women whose liberties are being undermined by the Supreme Court.
Yes, the man who married his kindergarten teacher.
I want to find one that's not to be kids.
And of course, as Cernovich points out, France has stricter abortion laws than the US.
I saw that tweet. Yes, I think
France is 14 weeks.
Yes.
After 14 weeks,
how the hell do I do it?
You need 2 doctors.
I'll just no. There it is. Okay.
To medically certify that it is required, or that it is medically necessary, is the term they use.
Open that one up.
Yeah, let me one sec.
Yes, and Sono goes on to point
this
out
URL alone. This is hilarious.
Yes. Yes.
British Library apologizes for hiring rainbow dildo butt monkey.
Oh, yeah, I remember that last
year.
year. Yeah, we can't show the full thumbnail, I think, because no.
Oh, yes. Okay. Yep. Cool.
Never mind. We see in the full picture. You see the big in the picture. You see the dildo hanging in the full picture, but it's cropped there.
Great.
Walking around in a rainbow monkey suit with a dildo.
This feels like a furry. And at this point, I mustn't suffer a furry to live. What the hell? Rainbow dildo butt monkey for children.
Yeah, that was like 2 years ago or something almost now.
Yeah,
it's last year in the height of COVID. In the height of COVID.
No, people don't understand. Like, this actually happened. Like a kids' reading event. Like they called in this. I don't know. Whatever.
Of course, this is probably going to get us. This is probably going to get us banned.
And people are like, "Oh, who was that?" I can't remember if it was somebody from Discord or whatever. But they were like, well, "I think
you guys have got to finish that tower." Now that I've
got
this on screen, I'm like, come on, man.
They were like, well, I can't. I've never seen radical leftism in the real world. It's like these things just don't exist in like it's the right wing and left wing.
They don't think the left can actually be radical. World. They've never seen. They don't understand what radical leftism is. These people think the Black Panthers are centrist. They don't actually understand what leftism is, or what radical leftism looks like.
It's the rainbow dildo butt monkey.
Yeah. These people think communists are centrists. I used to be like that. I never understood. I was always taught, oh, the right wing are evil, but I didn't actually know what being left wing meant and the bad things that they have done. So yeah, it's to me, it's just an educational problem.
No, it's the same thing. It's the fundamental problem with most people on the left is they literally don't know what the hell they're talking about.
Yeah,
they have no idea. I
shouldn't need to say this, but Hitler is bad.
Yeah.
Mao and Stalin are also bad. And when it comes to body count, worse.
I didn't even learn that in school. That's the thing.
Because why would you?
Yeah. Left wingers like Stalin and Mao killed hundreds of millions of people.
They were our allies.
I don't
Stalin was our ally.
Stalin was our ally, indeed.
Uncle Joe. So Uncle Joe fought the Nazis and helped us beat them.
Mm-hmm. So did Chiang Kai-shek.
That's one of the big ways that I kind of like woke up out of it. I was always kind of like, pissed on authority. I don't really care. But like with the Trump stuff and like the Jordan Peterson stuff, I'm like, what? I hear all this stuff, like how awful these guys are. And when things are saying, I'm like, well, I got to check this out. Like, how do these guys get away with this stuff? And I'm like, well, that's not what he said. Like, well, that's out of context. I'm like, well, what the hell are you guys talking about? And I keep looking. I'm like, this is all made up bullshit.
Yeah.
And I think that's basically the world that most hardcore leftists live in, just a completely made up world that they are afraid to look into because it will shatter their world.
And of course, the tolerant left
Mhm.
went full mask off, as always.
This
With,
was
with
beautiful.
this wonderful lady.
I saw this happening when I round white before it was deleted. Yeah,
I saw it before it was deleted too.
I fucking love that man.
So
Yep.
yes. So.
But this is
Cake.
and this is how pissed off it's making me. I'm not racist. Well, you're
And of
using
course,
the hard
of
as
course,
yeah.
I'm not racist.
Lots of calls for violence. Now, YouTube, I am not calling for violence. I am pointing out liberals calling for violence and criticizing it because violence doesn't work.
He also does
If
not
anything,
condone
it
any
does the
tolerance
opposite.
that may or may not be made.
For examples, please see January 6th and the Summer of Love. We can literally see support for BLM plummet as buildings burn.
Mm-hmm.
God, though, if the
Buildings-
eye of YouTube fell upon this stream, I mean,
Buildings,
that'd be
yeah.
I'd be impressed.
Buildings owned by black people burned down.
Jokes on this
destroyed.
guy. I'm pretty sure it's made of. I'm pretty sure it's made of marble, which doesn't burn.
Well, props for trying. You know,
And that
I mean,
one
the
got
FBI
deleted.
has to be having a busy week.
maybe start with Congress first.
The FBI's not going to look into any of
Just
this.
prove a concept.
No, of
See,
course not. Of
sure
course
not.
not. They're far too busy surveilling people who went to their what's it called, school. What's it called, school board meetings.
Yeah,
and expressed their distaste for some school board meeting decisions. Literal call to assassinate
that boy glows harder than Chernobyl.
Absolutely.
Shades. He's buff. He's got a tactical-looking watch. He's got the tattoo on his
Tactical-looking
forearm.
watch.
He's got the beard. Oh my god! Is he wearing?
He's taking
short
public
shorts
transport.
Public transport. He's got to be wearing short shorts and he's concealed weapons. Got to be printing. Oh my god!
Of course, Carlos Maza.
He's out. He's openly, legit calling for violence there.
Oh, absolutely.
He's not hiding it. And thank you for being honest, Carlos. Thank you for being honest and not backing down on it.
Dude, that's the best way. These guys are mask off. Yep. I wish they would just stay mask off.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah. Do that though. Like, come to where I live and do that a lot. And then,
as always, Carlos Maza is a champagne communist. His family,
absolutely.
His family is rich.
Absolutely.
He has been given
it's
everything.
Like Taylor Lorenz and her. Well, I went to public school, except for that one term that I went to that one semester that I went to a Swiss parochial school.
I thought it came up that she was actually retarded.
Well,
probably
both things can be true, possibly. The whole point of democratic governance is to create an alternative to violence. When you go back to A, well, Carlos, you're welcome to give it a try and see how that works out for you.
Yes.
YouTube, I'm not actually trying to tell him to do anything. I'm giving him his options.
Indeed. Of course, we're all fascists because we want. Because
there it is.
We're fine
there it
with
is.
Stuff being left to the states.
Number 8. There it is. Violence is a legit quote. Violence is a legitimate and appropriate response to oppression.
Apparently legitimate now.
Why am I still stuck? Oh shit! Sorry. No, never mind.
So
give it a try, Carlos. See how that works out.
Yeah.
Just do boomer stuff.
I don't know who Kaush is, but blue check.
Vouch's
cousin.
Riot civility is pointless. I mean, we saw how that worked in Summer of Love.
God, please.
Civility is pointless. I don't know whose house this is, but I'm sorry.
If abortions aren't safe, neither are you.
That's probably
which is what Antifa has been tweeting all week.
Yeah.
Almost guarantee it's a church.
But it's okay. We don't have to worry because Antifa is just an idea. Isn't that right, Joe?
It doesn't exist. It's not a real thing.
Yeah, Jerry Nadler
doesn't exist. There's another burn down the Supreme Court. People that don't understand what marble is. Supreme Court Justice's burn. I'm sure the Chief Justice is very happy about that now that he's included in that 6.
So we've gone from a high-tech lynching back to an actual lynching attempt.
Yeah.
Cool.
As someone pointed out earlier, there's plenty of flagpoles in Washington, D.C.
It's time to abort the Supreme... I mean...
Abort the Supreme Court.
Your terms are acceptable. To dissolve the court. I curses the judges.
I could never wish death on my worst enemy, but the Supreme Court looks worthy. Like, God, these people.
Who's the next one to die in the Supreme Court? We got to figure this out.
Like, think about how angry some stuff makes you.
Open fire on the Supreme Court. Like, it's literally there.
Yeah, and then think about how you would publicly say this shit in a medium that is forever.
Oh yeah.
It would be nice to feel part of the majority, where there won't be anything bad happen to you because companies share your beliefs that this is horrible. I mean, there were companies giving people days off. Like, oh, you need to take the rest of the day because of this.
Yes, they'll pay you leave to go
affected
get
you. So
if you need to travel to another state,
this is. I was looking for this morning, but I couldn't find it.
Yep.
So these are the companies that are legitimately providing money.
Holy shit! I'm pregnant. I need to go get an abortion. Give me 4 months.
Literally, because I have to go out of state because safety.
If you're in Texas, I have a baby. I'm very pregnant right now.
It's terribly formatted.
Take me. I need to be aborted.
Yep. I need to go to New Mexico next door and have an abortion because they'll pay you to go do it.
So what have we got? JP Morgan Chase, Citigroup, Goldman's, Meta, which is of course Facebook, Yelp, Amazon, Levi Strauss, United Talent Agency, Tesla,
Elon,
famous current conservative, Elon Musk, Microsoft, Starbucks, Netflix, MasterCard, Kroger, Uber, DoorDash, Lyft, Bank of America, Deutsche Bank, American Express, Block, whatever the hell that is, Macy's, Walt Disney, of course, and Gucci. This is hilarious to me because it clicked me last night why they're doing this. I thought, why would they fucking spend $4,000? Because these places are, the general number seems to be $4,000 refunded, so you're still going to pay for it yourself.
Yeah,
in most cases.
They'll just cover
I know Google. Yeah. Google's thing isn't we'll pay for your abortion. Google is we'll pay to relocate you to a state
and forge documents.
Because Google's not actually on this list, but it clicked for me last night. It's cheaper because it's cheaper than maternity leave.
Oh,
yeah, because you've got to pay people at their full, potentially at their full salary.
Bastards,
$4,000 to send someone to get an abortion or pay maternity leave.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Like this shit. Yeah. People are thinking, stunning and brave companies. These guys don't give a shit about you.
No, this isn't progressive.
This is about their bottom line.
All day.
They will happily spend $1,000 if it means they don't have to hire someone to cover you when you take maternity leave.
Right, it's up to $4,000. Like you've just got to take
look, Kroger. I'm pretty sure Kroger can't afford $4,000. But
I was annoyed. Now I admire them.
Tesla's safety net program and health insurance includes travel and lodging support for its employees who may need to seek healthcare services that are unavailable in their home state, according to the company's 2021 impact report. So they haven't made an announcement. So a lot of these companies here haven't actually made announcements, but it's covered by their insurance. Which you want to know why your health insurance costs so goddamn much? That's why.
Yeah, there's
your health insurance apparently covers flights.
I wish people understood the amount of fucked we are getting in America specifically about like insurance and hospitals and like you look at Europe, it's like, their costs are generally like 30% of American costs. Well, there's lots of reasons for that. One of the big ones is that the American the pharmaceutical companies make us front all the costs for all the testing and figuring shit out.
Yeah.
It's fun, and then they just go sell it for free and cheap ass.
One of
Socialism.
the shittest takes I saw. The court is clearly not representative of the US public. It's supposed to be the People's Court.
Ain't it though?
So I think he's confused.
Yeah.
I mean, there's 9 people. 1 is black. That's roughly on par. You've got
Yeah, but it's
Sotomayor, who's Hispanic, which is roughly
It doesn't
on par.
exist to represent anybody.
No, that's
If
right.
anything, it exists to represent the Constitution.
Correct.
You know what I want to
And
do?
even that's interpreted.
I want to go to city states. That's what I want. I want
The liberals should go. The liberals should be for.
No, I want to give them I want to give them their cities. You can have all that shit. You have all them city limits. That's you. Let the fucking countryside be its own state, country, whatever. Like you guys are instead of like in my state, instead of Michigan, you have a tiny little place that's Detroit, and that's whatever Michigan plus, and then the rest of it is free from your retarded nonsense. And, I mean, that's just what it should be.
Yeah.
I don't know. I honestly, I know I'm not doing a great job of representing it, but I think it's probably the best solution to the problems we have for everything. Because they can have all their gun laws. Fuck that. Constitution doesn't apply in the cities. Whatever. Don't care. Do whatever you want there. Not interested. Have your utopia.
Yeah. So apparently Paul Walker's daughter has come out and said she had abortion. Like there's going to be a lot of this.
Stunning
a lot
and
of
brave.
people revealing their abortions. Stunning brave, yeah. Look, yeah. I feel sorry for the gays. The rest, they still had a week of Pride Month to go.
Oh, I thought because
it's all been co-opted. So, what you thought I was going to say? I feel sorry for the gays because they can't have an abortion.
Yeah, like they're like, well, I washed my asshole out.
I too battled with the choice when the world was collapsing during the pandemic. I sought an abortion.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah.
So
and of course, props for
it wasn't because you were in danger or anything like that. You weren't raped, otherwise you would have said so. It clearly wasn't incest because rest in peace, Paul. Not that I would ever accuse him of such a thing. Bless that man. But
his line must continue. Wait, no,
damn right. Damn
sorry.
His line must continue. But obviously, she's not in the 1% of cases.
The true male line must continue.
Speaking, the big.
Oh
point.
wait, no, that's the wrong one. Oh my god, it's a stupid search. This is why you read stuff before you post the link. God damn, that was a win for. I'm trying to find Obama's tweet.
I thought that was it.
No, that was a tweet from 2016 about the Supreme Court striking down the.
They're all the same, though.
It's the Texas law.
Pick them out at any time, at any point, and change some words. It's the same fucking
because
shit.
I've got a very important point to make about Obama.
Who do we have on Flash?
About Barack Hussein Obama. No, I'm not saying he's born overseas. God.
Even if he was, he would still be president because his mother was American.
That's exactly right.
There's no.
So yes, today the Supreme Court not only reversed nearly 50 years of precedent, it relegated the most which precedent doesn't matter. Stare decisis is irrelevant. If the decision's bad, it stays bad. Board v. What was it? Brown v. Board
versus Brown. Yeah,
Brown v. Board was the law of the land for more than 50 years. Does that mean that was terrible to? I mean, I'm sure there were plenty of Democrats who would say that was terrible to reverse that, but yes, stare decisis doesn't matter. If you have a shit decision, you're allowed to reverse a shit decision. And it's not a stare decisis is not a suicide pact. So yes, Obama is very upset that now that abortion, that Roe v. Wade has been overturned. But what he seems to not say is that he seems to forget that he had a filibuster-proof majority for 2 years, and what did he do? Nothing. He campaigned on codifying Roe, and then turned around and didn't.
Yep. And there's a certain former Democrat who's called the party out on that.
Yes. Oh, well, who was that? That was here. Here's one I prepared earlier. Yes, Andrew Yang.
Mm-hmm. Mr. Mathman himself.
Yes, Andrew Yang has called them out. So, and again, this is time and again they have the opportunity. I tried to find details of how many times there's been a filibuster-proof majority, and there was one in '67. The Democrats had was the biggest one, where they could have done it. They passed civil rights. They passed a whole bunch of other stuff. Just one, guess they couldn't.
That's
I mean, they were the pro-choice party back then.
It's
So
one of my
there's been plenty of times.
My big problems with the filibuster, and like, well, it's like they should have made the founding fathers or whoever should have made it not a 51-50. It should have been essentially 60-40, 65-35. That way, you're really getting the will of the people, not a majority and whoever you can snow into something. Because how much?
But that's the thing, though.
Think about how much stuff would have ever passed if that was the rule. We basically
that is the rule.
A constitutionalist society here in America, anyway.
But that is the rule of how you actually bypass a filibuster, isn't it? If you get 60 the first time, or whatever it is.
So the founders left the rules of the Senate and the House up to themselves. And a simple majority is how you elect people. Well, not even simple majority; it's just plurality.
Yeah.
So you can't expect more from the actual Congress, but they can change the rules whenever they like.
Yeah, they could just get rid of the filibuster.
Exactly.
Entirely.
Personally, I think the filibuster is important because it allows a minority voice to be able to frustrate.
Removing the
problem
filibuster will make it direct democracy.
The problem is the Senate changed the rules, so essentially all you have to say is, "Oh, I'm going to filibuster."
Yeah. And
essentially you don't have to do anything. Back to the days of Strom Thurmond, where you have to stand up and talk and talk and talk for 24 hours to be able to filibuster.
And that's what a filibuster is.
That's a filibuster.
Yeah.
See, I still think it would work though if you change it to my plan, because as long as you're keeping the rules of a constitutional republic versus who's electing the people, like the electing Congress and electing senators and House members, like you still have a very difficult bar to first you have to get to the point where like you have a very fair representation arguing this point. It's like this is it. I just think they should have done 60-40 at minimum, and then you have so much less strife because it's like you have to have support from the fucking hinterlands and the cities. Otherwise, everything stays the same.
See, the founders didn't expect or didn't want parties. They wanted individuals representing their electorates to be how these laws pass.
There were no parties originally, but
to
your point, Tim, that would bring it closer in line to the thresholds for amendments as well.
Yeah, well, that's the whole point. Like that's what was supposed to, like, even just basic laws, like all the dumb shit the feds do now. That's like they had this 78-page pork bill where gay gender studies in Afghanistan get $20 million, which actually just goes to one place and they just take it and come back to America. Like that stuff wouldn't pass because you have to have majority. Like we would be sitting at essentially a constitutionalist society right now. It would not be this bloated, horrible, rotting corpse that we have. It would be much more difficult to do anything on the federal level. Like let the states do what they want. Let the states go 50, 51, 50. Like I don't care.
Yep.
But federalized, you need to have the great majority, not just like a simple majority.
Agreed.
Well, interestingly enough, there is a requirement for a 2/3 majority to ratify
amendments.
Not amendments, but well, there is amendments as well, but treaties. So if the United States, if the federal government wants to enter into a treaty with another country, that requires a 2/3 majority in order to pass.
That's fair. That's probably why we didn't help you out with your bird war.
Yeah, thanks for that.
Sorry. I would help you. I would have got down on that. Like Foreign Legion for the bird war. Fuck yeah, send me up. I'm coming.
So thanks for this one, Tim. GOP lawmaker says she trusts Utah women to control their, quote, intake of semen as abortion trigger law goes into effect.
Thanks, Discord.
Utah is one of those states that has a trigger law. When Roe was repealed, it immediately banned abortion, elective abortion.
Of which 98% roughly are elective.
Yeah.
just don't intake too much semen and everything's fine.
You know what I don't
I'm just getting over that title.
Yeah, that's fantastic.
Oh my god!
If you're the sub editor, you've got to be like, this is great.
Give that person a bonus.
Props to the salt. Like that's a great title. You know what I'm surprised though? I'm surprised.
A little bit more.
I haven't seen. I don't know if have you guys seen any calls for a sex strike?
Yeah, there was one. There was one. I don't know. It was posted in the Discord. I didn't say.
I can't remember. I've heard of it previously though. Yeah, in response to some abortion limitations previously, women have said, "Fine, we're going on a strike. Close your legs, ladies."
Because fundamentally, that would fix it.
Yeah,
and look, I mean, if all women did it, if every woman did that, you'd get a. Well, actually, nowadays you'd probably just need to have every woman on OnlyFans just not show anything, and you immediately change the law.
Sounds great. Actually, this sounds like the best possible outcome.
So there was one other thing with this. I just need to find it. It was something that made me smile, and it was because it was someone getting their just desserts.
Yeah, I guess I found it, but it's not. It's just a random weirdo on Reddit posted from the Discord. I'll try to get it to you.
I think this was.
But I wouldn't be surprised if there's much more like this.
This was it. This made me smile. Liz Cheney reaffirming her strong pro-life stance, which basically will end her career, considering she and her campaign have spent the last 2 months trying to convince Democrats in Wyoming to switch party affiliations so that they can vote for her in the primary. So that ain't happening now.
Even Crenshaw was also supporting the Roe overturning. Another of the Rhino Brigade.
All the rhinos have realized that, oh shit, I need the pro-lifers if I want to ever be re-elected, or at least win a primary.
Yeah.
And Liz Cheney's done now, so
there's been whispers that she's going to go and run in like New Hampshire or some other state, which would be a mistake.
Good luck in New Hampshire.
That's what I was going to say. Like, I forget it might have been New Jersey. I don't know, but either way, she's toast. Unless it's maybe New York.
Cheney's gone.
She's toast. Yeah, she's
especially after
her polling was. She was polling at 14% in the primary.
Yeah, especially after her Jan 6 nonsense.
Oh fuck! Oh.
I'm sure there was something about Jan 6 this week, but I don't care. Nobody else should.
No one watches it. No one gives a shit.
Bleed for me, rhinos. Bleed. I can't wait till Kinzinger gets fucking toasted. This dude.
Well, he doesn't. It sucks. He doesn't get to. He's retiring.
Oh, he's retiring. Well,
yeah, he's leaving. He's like, oh, yeah, it's time to hang up the Spurs.
Because he's not going to be reelected. He knows it. He must have got a fat check because his weepy ass face. I see a man who looks like he's going to cry all the time. Every time I see Kinzinger, he's on the verge of tears. He's so fucking sore.
And he loves to point out his service. And I love to point out that
Did he cry while doing it? I bet he cried.
He loves to point out his military service in an active combat zone, and I like to point out that he flew VIPs in. He flew VIPs. He flew an air tank, like a fuel tanker. Like the man saw no combat. Like, thank you for your service, but you didn't see any combat, man. Don't pretend you're a combat veteran.
Mm-hmm. That is that's the worst part about it.
This was hilarious this week. I think this is the one. So Biden advisors control every move. Even remind him to say hello. I don't know if you guys saw this.
Is this where he had the little cheat sheet? Oh, it's right there in the article. Yes.
He has the little cheat sheet.
You take your seat.
Yes, and in case anybody can't see it, I've got a
blew that shit up.
Which, it's just gold.
There it is.
Offshore wind drop by. Someone pointed. I can't remember who pointed out. I think it was Steve Cohn. I pointed out that he can go to an offshore wind drop by event, but he won't meet with the fossil fuel industry. So yes, you enter the Roosevelt room and say hello to participants. You take your seat.
Oh God!
Jesus.
And the press comes in, and then you have 2 minutes for comments.
give
and
2
you
minutes of
ask
brief
Liz
comments.
Schuller.
Oh
And you
my
ask
God.
Liz Schuller specifically a question. Note she's joining virtually. He
Thank
doesn't
God
know
you
what
depart.
virtually
So
means.
fucked.
You thank the participants.
Holy
You
shit.
depart.
Like, that is. If you're not worried, you're not paying attention.
So many people I know are not worried because Biden isn't sending
feel
mean
physically ill.
tweets.
That blows my mind. Like, yeah,
They don't. They only see what the news clip is on the 7 o'clock news.
Yeah.
They don't actually watch a full conference or even extended footage. They don't even entertain the thought that this man is fucking senile.
He's
see.
also a dirty fucking pedo, but you know.
Yeah, they don't buy into any of that either.
No, they can't be bothered to actually look because it scares them to know. There's a possibility that their ideas are wrong. Therefore,
They just write it off as a smear campaign.
Never shake them up. No, it's not. Yeah, I know.
It's not a smear campaign. It's fucking all there in plain sight. But people, he flies the blue flag. So, you know.
I'm sorry, Americans. Like, Jesus.
Oh, but the president.
Unless you're in Wyoming or Colorado.
Yeah, hell yeah.
Or Wisconsin.
Not even hell yeah. Even that's all still crazy. But the president doesn't control gas prices.
That is still pretty goddamn high. But
yeah.
Ours went down, actually. We had like $5.29, now it's down to $4.99. So,
California.
God, I can't believe the West Coast is that high. Like even Nevada and like Idaho and stuff. Like I can't.
There are oil derricks in like McDonald's parking lots in California. How does it cost so much there?
What's it at in Nevada?
In Nevada, yeah,
5.8.
Yeah, $5.89. $5.89.
They're paying Australian prices, which I guess is.
That's right. Yeah, our petrol is almost cheaper. So
almost. Yeah.
Rip.
Buying it from you at this point.
Speaking of Australia, just a quick one. One of our Green senators has said that she's not Australian.
Of course, it's Lydia Thorpe. Of course, it's Lydia Thorpe.
Rejects the
It's
flag.
The same stupid fucking bitch who said that men are the source of violence or whatever it was.
Wants to abolish the parliament. Which, look, I agree with her.
Don't threaten me with a good time, Lydia.
Don't threaten me with a good time.
Very common theme.
And of course, sorry, I'm skipping through the article.
And of course, she is an Aboriginal. She's Aboriginal descent.
She looks
yes,
white.
she is. She's a very white person. Right, so I'm given to understand that is of a lower status.
Shame about it.
In the hierarchy if you are white passing. So I don't know.
And to
maybe
be clear,
she should surrender her position to someone who has suffered the indignities of racism.
She should do that. That's the right thing to do. She should relinquish.
And to be clear, most
unlike Waleed Ali, who is not
No.
What is this man wearing? Are you kidding me?
That's our. So we have an awards show called the Logies, which are essentially like the Emmys.
So
they're like the regular Emmys and the daytime Emmys, but smushed together.
Yeah,
so that is him going to that particular event. So.
Yeah, this man is the equivalent of not Colbert, maybe not.
What's his name? On MSNBC, he used to be a terrorist, allegedly.
Trevor Noah?
Probably.
He's British.
He might be close. He's not a comedian, but he hosts a left-wing progressive primetime talk panel show. I'm trying.
Hey, is there any chance we can bring up Nick's picture about his fucking Joker suit and just like give him some hell about that? Can we do that?
Yeah,
with Nick and Lady Rackets. Yeah.
I'm not
Mehdi Hassan. That is who I would say.
I'm probably close to the Mehdi
Waleed
Hassan.
Ali. Waleed Ali is Australia's Mehdi Hassan.
Yeah. Who's Mehdi Hassan?
This man is a professor at Monash University as well, and he hosts.
Waleed Ali is a professor at Monash.
Or is or was.
Oh God.
Lecturer, professor.
Just for the non-Australians, Monash is actually a pretty decent university.
Wow.
Pretty prestigious.
Yeah.
Matt Harris.
I would say it's our Yale.
Yeah, he works. He teaches or lectures at Monash, I believe. I think he might be a professor. I think Waleed is a lawyer by trade, if I remember correctly.
Oh yeah, that sounds about right.
Just trying to think of. I'm just trying to think of an American analog that we could give them, give the audience.
I think Mehdi Hassan,
Yeah, Mehdi
Foreigner.
Hassan, the Brits, John Oliver would probably be the closest.
Yeah, John.
Oh no! Oh,
but less
no.
funny.
Yeah, he's not.
That's funny.
Waleed is not a comedian. They have quote comedians on the show, but as far as in terms of a talk show host or a panel host,
So just send old fucking pencil arms over here. We'll trade you for John Oliver. You can have him.
So yes,
Hey, who's this here? Who's that?
this
this
Yeah.
is the senator.
this is the senator who
Aboriginal.
hates
She's the
Australia.
Aboriginal?
Yeah,
Yes, she's one of the Green senators.
Oh wait, no, I got the enhanced picture. Never mind. Let's move on.
and when we say Greens, we mean Greens, just
We
like
mean
you have the Green
Greens,
Party in
yeah.
the US. Yes.
Greens, like things that
Like super greens, like not
Yeah.
Green New Deal greens, like way greens.
What's a super green then? That's interesting.
All the
These are
worst
the-
green ideas.
These are the
Well,
avowed
Green New
socialists.
Deal people are insane,
Yep.
so that's
Pronouns, pride flags, socialism,
Yeah,
right.
and I mean
Basically,
capital S, redistribution, collectivist,
end
socialism.
capitalism greens. Those
Yes.
kind of greens.
Sure.
Yes.
Why do they exist?
Think California. Just think
Oh,
California.
sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
People who would be too green for California.
Oh.
Yes. Yeah.
In other good news this week, though maybe bad news,
Seems
transgender
like
women have been barred from female competitions by FINA, which is the it's French because FIFA.
God. Don't make me support the French.
Let me dig out the actual name
I'm gonna
so
have
that
to
I can
support the
practice
French.
my French. It is the Fédération Internationale de Natation,
That sounds French.
which
yeah.
is the
I think
International Swimming Federation. So it's the ISF, but
Yeah.
It's
It's actually
FINA in French
it's
because-
actually Swiss, but it's the
oh,
Swiss
yes,
speak
no,
French.
yeah,
It's
but
the
the Swiss
speak
speak
French.
French
Yes, they speak
and-
French. Yeah.
Is it Swiss with a French accent?
Essentially. Yeah, the Swiss speak French.
They speak
that's one of
French. They speak German. They speak Italian too. Some of
Yeah,
them.
they have a few different
Speak-
national
Yes,
languages.
most
Totally.
Swedes are polyglot. Swiss are polyglots.
Yeah.
So yes, FINA has decided that to embrace some common sense, and have said that if you are a male, or if you are a trans female, I'm never really fucking sure which it is. If you're a trans female, if you are Lee Thomas, and you went through male puberty, tough titties, no more, no participating in FINA events as a male,
Yep.
as a female rather.
Yep.
So, look, this is a victory for sanity. However,
It was French.
Matt Walsh was pointing out that this can be used because essentially they've said you aren't allowed to compete unless you aren't allowed to compete if you've experienced male puberty beyond tenor stage 2, which is the physical stage of development. So as Matt Walsh pointed out, this can be used to basically support earlier intervention
Yes.
and
I remember
puberty
I saw that
blockers
episode as well.
for people under the age of 12. Yeah, which
So they're
I-
just going
I'm
to
not
transition
at all
kids
comfortable
earlier
with.
to make them.
Like
Yeah.
I've said before on my election stream where I was very, very drunk, that trans women aren't women. Like
They're not.
I don't. I'm
Sorry.
sorry about that. If that
No need to be
that
sorry.
hurts you, I apologize. But this is a reality. You can wish it as much as you want, but it doesn't make it true.
You can live as a woman, but you are
And
not
that sucks.
biologically a
If
woman.
if I could help you, if I could snap my fingers and magically turn you into a biological woman, I would do it.
Yep.
Every person who asked me to do it, I would snap my fingers and fix you. I would make you a biological woman with the snap of my fingers. If you want
Can
to
we
be,
make like a slight? Well, my version would be a slight adjustment. First
What was your
snap
version?
send you to a fucking therapist. And then the second snap, if that didn't work, would be to turn you into a biological woman.
Well, I assume they can ask me and I could snap and it could go the other way.
Do you know how, like, here's the thing about this for me, like, when I was a kid, there was all sorts of weirdness. Like, I don't know what the hell, like, I didn't know what the hell was going on. Like, you know how many times I was wondering if I was gay? Like, it happened all the time. Because it's like, when I was 10, 11, 12, like, you didn't know. But the actual fact of it is I was out there as a child looking through my mom's lingerie magazines and staring at the boobs. But, like, as a kid, you don't know. Like, you're like, well, maybe I'm a gay person. I don't know. It's like,
I went through that too.
Jake, he looks good. Do I want to bang him?
Confirmed.
No.
Well,
no.
I back when I was growing up, I got gay bashed even though I was not gay. People just used to accuse you of being gay, and then they would bash
you were on the internet as well.
Yeah, you're not. I'm not. You're not masculine enough. Okay, well you go.
That's right.
But that's the point. Is like kids don't know. Kids have no fucking clue. They don't know what the hell's going on. Like you need, like you just have to, like, you have to get past the weirdness of being a child, and you need some stability in that. You can't just have every teacher and every weirdo being like, you know what? Actually, your feelings are validated. Children's feelings should not be validated because they're retarded. You can't. Like, no, stop. That's right. They don't know what the hell they're doing. They don't have the wisdom of 20, 30 years. They should not be validated because they think stuff like, well, this frog is now my best friend and I want him to live with me forever. No, sorry, can't do that. It's not a thing. It's not how the world works.
This comes down to the people who go through college and say, oh, well, everyone's a bit bisexual. I kissed boys when I was in college. That's a quote. I actually did not
someone
do that.
clip that.
But I've heard people try to make that argument that everybody's a bit bisexual. Everybody's a bit gender.
I can honestly say that I've never lovingly kissed a man. I mean, I've kissed family members.
Family members, like, that's about it.
I love the couch on that.
I probably kissed my dad on the cheek when I was a little baby.
I've never lovingly kissed a man.
No, I've never kissed a man on the lips.
Yeah,
I'll say
that I can 100% say.
Yeah.
Oh, that was good. Thank you for that. That's so good.
Anytime.
But this is what I'm saying. Like, when you're a fucking high schooler, you're so weird. Like, there's so much, like, you don't know what the hell's going on. And what you need more than, like, people telling you, like, oh, all those weird ideas, definitely, that's what's happening. You need somebody like, hey, man, write it out and figure it out afterwards, because that's what's going to be real.
Where was I can't find the tweet anymore. I think it was on Libs of TikTok. There was some cat woman rainbow head. Teacher had put on a sign up on their classroom door saying, if your parents don't affirm your identity, that's okay. I'm your mother now. I'm your mother now. Oh, free hugs. I'm your mother now. These people think that they are parental figures when they're not. They're supposed to be educational figures.
They're fucking groomers is what they are. Because I can guarantee, I think back in school, and I did not know the first name of any teacher I had up until high school. They didn't tell me where they lived. They didn't tell me what they do. They didn't tell me who they were banging. They didn't they wanted the children as far away from their real life as possible.
Yeah, exactly. Now, I grew up in a small town, so I saw my teachers outside of school. I only learned my teachers' first names when we had our school photo, and I got my copy of it. So I didn't know anything about my teachers for the most part, which was good.
Well, Tim, I still love you, and it's all right because
I am not gay. I have relationships with women, sex with men.
And I got news for you. He's gay.
that will never not be funny.
It will never not be funny. I've got it saved on my StreamYard. Everyone needs one per stream.
Absolutely.
One per stream.
And of course, this was followed up by rugby league banning trans athletes. I don't know there were any trans athletes.
I don't recall the last time
wanting to play rugby league. I mean, AFL. There's Hannah Mousey who
turned into a handball athlete.
He's actually was a male AFL player, not very good.
I'm glad I didn't say anything earlier.
And then switched to
handball.
switched to AFL.
Oh, was it the reverse? Male handball.
No, she switched to AFL. That's right. Yes, she was. She was
European
handball and switched to AFL.
Yeah, that's right.
What the fuck is handball?
You've never seen European handball?
This is
No.
This is Hannah Mousey, along with her teammates.
That's a man, baby.
Yeah.
That's a man.
Oh no! Go on the right. The one. Yeah, that one.
Jesus.
That's a huge bitch.
I'm not trying to mock her sexuality, but
it's bigger than me, man. Holy
if
shit.
I remember, I don't remember how tall or big she is, but I think she is about my size, more buff than me. You look at the photos. She's standing.
That trans woman has had the full benefit.
Yes.
Of male puberty.
God.
And she stands a head height above the women in the other photos.
Look at this shit.
She can hold any of those other girls under her arm and just carry her for miles.
I have a real question though. And I don't mean this in a terrible way because, hey, if you want to go up and grow up to be an adult and be a tranny, whatever, I don't care. Fun, sure. What happens when all these women go bald? What happens then? Are they just wearing wigs?
Well,
do they have an existential crisis and kill themselves?
I think male pattern baldness comes from an excess of testosterone. I believe that was the line. I mean, maybe there's new studies, but I haven't really cared enough to look. I've got brilliant hair. But yeah, so I'm pretty sure it used to be a testosterone thing. So.
I don't know what happens to them. What do they do? What do their brains do? How do they? I don't know, man. That would be
stunning and brave.
Jeez. I guess that's why we never see.
Make no mistake, I have seen uglier women.
Oh, for sure. I've known. I know about 3 or 4 people that I've known personally over the years that have ended up transitioning.
If you didn't know, you would go, "That's a lesbian. Yeah. That's just a butch. That's just a butch woman."
Or you just maybe.
If you didn't think that existed, if you didn't know that plastic surgery existed, you would take a look at Hannah Mousey and go, "Oh, it's just a butch woman."
I have seen women with biological women with that sort of kind of mannish face. They do exist.
Yeah, but they don't have the full complement of mannish features as well.
The rest of the body, that's a giveaway.
Well, the dick's a big giveaway as well, too.
Maybe they're post-op, who knows? But, where was the picture of Rachel Levine?
That's fucking stacked. These
that's a man. That looks like a man with a man bun.
Yeah.
And bitch tits.
Oh, God.
I
knew this girl in college, and she was a female rugby player. She was bad to the bone. She was bad. This chick was mean and nasty, and oh man, she was bad. This dude makes her look like a small child. She had weird muscles in places I've never seen him before or since. Girls had more scars than I do, and that's pretty much saying something. This girl was bad, and these, oh God, I feel bad for that because she put in a lot of work. She did a lot of she probably did a lot of misery stuff and rug munching and getting smashed and and then for what? To have Steve come in and just ruin your day? It's just not right, man. It just isn't.
And yes, in one of the most confusing takes I saw this week about this particular story, apparently Michael Phelps and Kate Ledecky have unusual advantages, biological advantages, so we should ban them too.
What is that?
I mean, Kate Ledecky looks like a Chinese swimmer from the 1990s.
Yes, no, sorry, well, I'm probably dating myself here, but Eastern European, who's East German swim team.
I'm a bit young for that, I think.
Yeah,
I do remember the
East German
Barcelona
swim
Olympics.
team used to look like this.
Yeah.
The women's East German swim team used to look like this.
What was that? That would have been 88 Olympics or something.
Look at that lats, though.
I mean, I'm older than 88, but I was a wee boy back then. So.
Yes, well.
Is this one woman a trans too?
No, this is a biological woman, Kate Ledecky, and then Michael Phelps are biological males and females.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
But the argument, of course, here is that
maybe she's just really fat.
the biological advantages that Michael Phelps has by being a genetic freak, as Borbert has just said. So, and look, those people exist. Like some people,
they absolutely exist. And to be an elite athlete, you essentially have to be a genetic freak.
And Michael Phelps is peak genetic swimmer. He's got an abnormally long upper body, a short lower body, size 14 feet. His body produces half the amount of lactic acid of any other swimmer, which means he has incredible resistance to fatigue, and he recovers way faster. But congrats, he just won the genetic lottery. That's just happens.
But
there will come a point where he will no longer be able to compete.
Yeah.
But then the article,
and then of course the racism comes. Neither has anyone advocated that runners with African heritage should not be allowed to run, or should start a few meters behind their non-black co-competitors. Well, by saying this, you're actually saying that you're actually advocating for it.
We need more black swimmers.
Yeah, absolutely.
That was the trope that I've always been told as a kid. Black people are inherently more athletic.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if that's true, but that's what that's the racist trope that I was always brought up around.
See, here's the reality of it, which, well, my reality anyway. But like what you're saying about Michael Phelps and his long torso, generally white people have a longer torso and shorter legs than compared to black people. That's why black people are better running. It's not like, I don't know. It's, how do you put it? It's just a difference. It's like, that's why, quote unquote, black people can't swim. It's just because it's more difficult, literally more difficult, because their proportions aren't the same, and it's actually more difficult. Same reason that most of the time black dudes blow white guys out of the water quote quote, on the fucking track. They just blow them away because it's different. They have long ass legs and small torsos, whereas white guys have big torsos and little legs. Different.
Honestly, the more I read this article, the more it feels like a guest spot from Stefan Molyneux.
Have you read the bell curve? If not, then you're not allowed to fucking talk.
The percentage of contracted players in the professional National Rugby League men's competition with Pacifica origin or heritage was reported as 48% in 2018 and rising. So Pacifica, I believe, is Pacific Islander.
Yeah, Islander.
So
I've never heard that term before.
Pacific, I hadn't heard that term before, but I'm pretty sure that's what it is. It's like Fiji, the Pacific Island.
Yeah, Pacific.
Fiji, Tonga,
Pacific Islander.
Yeah, that Maori descent.
Yeah,
the guys who throw you out of the club.
Basically,
why? Yeah, and it's true. They're built for it.
Yeah,
because their genetics lean them to being bulkier.
That's why you have 13-year-olds who are built like
Welcome
adults.
to biological realities.
Mm-hmm.
Like genetics is a lot of genetics is destiny.
Yeah.
So just like geography and demographics.
Yeah. Yep. It's your genetic destiny to be what you are based on your parents.
Yeah. So sport is built on an assumption that we are each a man and a woman from birth.
We are.
Which is a very good assumption. So it's a conversation we just don't want to have. It's uncomfortable, awkward, and challenges extremely basic assumptions. Well, look, plenty of people have wanted to have these kind of conversations, but the same people who want to have these conversations now were the ones shutting them down previously. So
it's like, we can have that discussion, Brian, or whatever the fuck your name is who wrote the article. But you want
Michael Bradley.
Michael. Why did I say Brian?
Because it's Bradley and you went Brian.
Yeah, probably. I made an assumption, but we can have that discussion, Michael Bradley.
It's probably.
But what's going to happen if you break down the barriers? Is you're going to put biological men competing against women, and guess what's going to happen? You will eliminate women's sports over time.
Yeah, and look, as our good friend Drex says, let it happen. Bring it on.
Demonstrate.
Accelerate.
Bring it on.
I want to see that. That's the biggest thing that'll change people's minds. That's why they don't do it very much. Is like the MMA or boxing. Like, oh yeah, sure. All right, give me the trainee fighting
Alan Fox.
Yeah.
Or do you mean trans man fighting the other man? Yeah. Generally, it only works one way.
Yeah.
You remember that? Well, I don't know if you saw it. Drex did a stream on it, I think, quite a while ago. But that one dude that girl couldn't fight at all, beat the shit out of a much superior fighter, and just because she couldn't hurt this person, couldn't do it, whacking him, quality strikes, just didn't matter. This dude just kept coming, and eventually that was it.
This is the great lie about striking, and I say this as a man who's a martial arts teacher. Like, you're relying on physical force. Bigger people can absorb more power, and it doesn't just apply to women. It's just trying to hit bigger people is a bad idea in general. That's why we have weight classes, and that's why you see the old school MMA stuff, and it was the grapplers that dominated against the bigger people, because if you got more mass, you can absorb more force. So it is what it is.
And that's it. That's all I had. Yeah. That's all I had for the structured portion. So I figure we'll jump across and have a look at what they're talking about on Flashcast.
Tug's tits. I did join in on Tug's tits.
I joined in on Tug's tits. How could anybody resist Tug's tits?
I did retweet it. It has
got
to
to
be
number
individual
one.
tweets.
They were just so tasty.
Tug's tits.
I did, but it's only because I'm a salty bitch.
It'd just be funny to see if we can.
I don't dislike Tug. I just think he's really boring.
It pisses off people.
Oh, he does. He does tend to.
That fucking bot sentinel guy.
I guess personally, I think he's fine, but I
sell his whatever that fucking program is. I don't even know what it does.
You know what's funny is
all four of us. Yes.
When he was hired, he was actually hired.
Here's
supposedly.
Here's the thing. Restream
says 9 people,
right?
so
I mean, that was supposed to be his purview. Well, if you look at bot
YouTube
says that my account's
honestly, the fact that anybody watches me or anybody else does anything is shocking to me.
It doesn't even call me a harmful account.
Yeah, that's what mine is. Like at 21%, which is, totally.
Anyway, I'm gonna quick
say, totally legit account.
It kind of made sense, and the reason I really dislike Tug on Flashcast is he was like, one day he's like, well, I'm just playing video games on Flashcast, like I'm not even paying attention. It's like, okay, that's why you sound like a fucking disconnected weirdo. Like I just don't care. Like, that makes sense at least.
And
I don't mind him very much when he's on with Nick. It's like more engaging. Apparently, he's not playing Elden Ring.
Every time I get bored, these assholes remind me and make it fun again, because I
decided to help to do my part to help Awu get to Matsuri. I bought some tea.
And I mean, I get
Frima being Awu.
Now I'm promoting it.
Let me pull up a
I
couple.
bought a sticker. He's probably going to dox me.
I might go to Matsuri one day, but I got other things to put my money towards right now.
I love Awu very much, but I don't really want to see him as a person. In my mind, anime fucking wolf creature. I don't need that to be a real
Look, if
thing.
he dresses up as the White Wolf with a MAGA hat, I'll help him fucking do it. If he does that, sorry, I don't remember the Toho character's name, but if he does, if he goes full MAGA Wolf.
All right, so this is the
Boozy
guy. Christopher Boozy.
The Boozy story is fucking hilarious.
That is interesting.
His meltdown is fucking.
Accused of benefiting from money.
Yeah, his
umbrella guy doubled down saying.
That guy's. I tweeted last night.
These morons are going to pay for my.
I retweeted him and just said, "Hey, Twitter support. I think this guy needs help. He seems to be having some sort of mental health crisis."
Yeah, I saw that.
Legal team.
I should have tagged Tug.
Quote unquote.
Tug could have provided some advice.
Did with those sick and dying kids with cancer.
But yeah, I found a study
that's in Newsweek
that looked at Bot Sentinel, as well as what's the other one? Bot something. There was some other bot service, and it compared Bot Sentinel, this other bot service, and the model that these guys built against a set of data that they knew was inauthentic. And their model was about 70. Oh, sorry, their model was 85% effective at finding inauthentic interactions.
That's awesome.
Bot Sentinel, no better than Chance.
Here was another
so like the guy's full on a grifter.
In response, that umbrella guy.
Oh, for sure. And this is the same guy who engages in the same algorithm
Yeah,
platform
and
manipulation
like
that
you
he
said,
accuses Rackets of.
He manipulates the algorithm.
Hey, let's get X hashtag trending, says Christopher
Fundamentally,
I like
Yeah.
it.
Who,
Same
like,
shit.
if you've ever watched any reality TV
Did you see? Did you
that
see
has a
this?
host,
This,
they'll fucking
what's
say
her
that
name
2 or
is,
3 times a
Forbes
show, or there'll be
Hashtag,
something
yeah.
on the bottom of
Yeah.
the show. You telling me
The
that's
website?
inauthentic behavior?
Let me see.
Oh, Eve Barlow's terrible. Like, seriously.
No, I didn't.
He's
I didn't
ridiculous.
see that one.
Yeah,
You know
It's
what's
the game,
funny is
though.
these people.
How
bitch
How
and
long till
moan
then? Like,
about
I avoided
about
I
money,
avoided
by the
any
way, but
mention
all
of
these people, if you notice, like,
Amber
down in the
Heard, except
corner,
in the
they
Ezra
got
Miller
that-
stuff,
what
and
is
it was
that
just in
little
passing
Venmo
because
or whatever the
people are
fucking,
fucking sick of it.
where they take
It's
donations.
done.
It's
I'm
right there,
sick of it.
active in the
Yeah.
corner. So
Is
they're monetized.
anybody here not sick
Oh,
of
yeah.
it?
Yeah.
Tug fans.
I'm sick of it. At least for now.
Like,
you know,
I
the-
understand why
Crazy.
Tug
Yeah.
keeps banging on about it.
He's
Sure.
Cool, and
Tug
Flash
is being
is
brought up
Flash
in the
is drifting
news.
off it.
That's
Because it's a
understandable.
grift.
It is relevant to him. The news is still
There's
talking
relevant
about
to Tug,
Tug.
yeah,
She's got
absolutely.
Yeah.
I only picked
But just
one of
covering
them.
the Amber story
So
itself
somebody-
now is done.
I don't know.
Although, to be fair,
Let me
the judge did finalize the
look this up.
decision.
So
There
it's
is still that
actually-
last little bit of
she's
Yes.
gone on
of
record
news to talk about.
multiple times
But
Yeah.
covering the case
about
itself now
doxing
is
him.
just it's
Horrible.
done.
Well, she's
Move on.
fucked because the judge
That's
requires
going
an
after me.
$8.3 million bond.
Yep.
Like, she's got a-
Yeah, so she actually did that. She actually required her to put up the money.
They're so
Yeah.
back
Barlow.
and forth, man.
Which
Like,
a lot of lawyers
rules for,
said, "Oh no,
rules for
that's
V,
not going to
for
be
me.
required. That's not going to be required."
Oh yeah. Yeah, it's fine if they do it. They're
Like,
real
law Twitter
journalists.
is terrible.
Integrity.
Yeah, that's that was a
What's
law
like
and
that
lumber
they
take right
dox
there.
her. Well,
Yeah.
they did too. So every time they do this, they pull up that mental health
So-
clinic I worked at. A
God, I
lot.
fucking hate Lawtube.
And
I like a few of them.
They
Like
did,
even as
just like-
much shit as I give
People
Joe,
are
I
like,
like.
I
well, how do
tolerate
they
a
not
few of them.
realize that you don't
He's-
work well
I
for
like
the
Nick.
that they think that count
Although,
days.
look,
I like
he's
Nick
not-
enough to give him money.
Supreme Court.
Yeah, Nick is not part of Lawtube.
So
Didn't
they-
that-
Yes.
As much
No.
although
lady have
I
a panel?
said it to him on
Didn't she have a
Twitter,
panel?
you
And
don't
then
really
he
get to
showed
make
up?
that call anymore
Somebody
because
got
you're
up
in
there and
whether you
asked
like
her
it or
about
not.
Tug
Yeah.
and
It's
shit.
like the LGBT community. You don't get a say in what communities you're part of. You can distance yourself, but you're always going to be labeled
Yeah,
as
find
part
that
of
Yeah,
that
the
community.
G's, the B's, and the L's
Yeah.
don't get to decide that the T's aren't a member anymore, which I'm sure they would love to do.
You think Nick's gonna get out on the stream
7
today, or is
minutes
he too
long.
busy hanging out with Doug Ten
Where's the-
Nipples?
where's
Yeah,
the
Doug's
meeting? I
out.
just want the clip of
Sorry,
him
Nick's
being
Nick's
thrown out.
Nick's with Doug Tenable, so
Yeah.
I don't think. I don't think
I
he's
guess
gonna. I don't think he's gonna end up doing anything. He was gonna hang out with Tug.
No, he's taking some time off just to take some time with his family as he should. The man's earned it.
For some
And
reason,
yes,
she
he
Oh,
didn't
he's
gets to
just.
hang
I
out.
don't think he took the family. I think this is. He's just.
I think he
gone
took
with
Lady Rackets.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think so.
Oh, that's sorry. That's what I meant. Is it-
Yeah.
Why would you take Lady Rackets go hang out with fucking Doug?
I think Lady Rackets knows them, like knows him.
Why
think
would
that,
she
like-
want to
Yeah.
know him? He's fucking awesome.
Real privilege.
I don't even know who he is.
He's the creator
He's
of Earthworm
awesome.
Jim.
Watch him for 10 minutes. He's so
Of what,
fucking-
sorry?
He's the creator of Earthworm Jim, but he's apparently a really,
Oh.
really far
10 people.
right red pill
Everybody
dude
remember
too.
the chat yellow flag?
Yeah, he
Who
is,
had some
but-
interesting videos about the
Not
election
Taylor
and
Lorenz.
has been banned from everything.
Yeah, not of her. She's fucking awful.
I'm
If anything, he's gonna get if the row talk and the gun talk doesn't get this channel banned, I can guarantee you that the trans talk will.
Well,
So.
Nick is and all that. Well, again, yeah, like Doug
Taylor
Doug
was
covered
there
the
herself, man.
election
It's just-
quite
Well, everybody-
thoroughly and got banned
She's
from YouTube
stunning.
over
I
it.
mean, she went
Show
after
that
it.
I'm-
flag.
And that's why
Honestly-
Nick's not allowed to
She
stream
went
with
after
him.
it, like, she
Oh,
doxed
okay.
loads of tick- And then, you
Because
know,
they
But see,
won't
that's
allow Doug
bullshit.
on- They want
Because
yeah,
YouTube
will
has
not-
said many
It's the same
times
thing. Like,
that
I
if you
had-
have someone on as a
I
guest,
had
it doesn't matter if they were
CNN
banned.
guy. God,
Unless your name is Doug
Jesus,
Tenable.
Oliver
Like even
Well, yeah,
even Uncle
because Alex Jones.
Uncle Alex can go on Friday Night Tights, which is
I'm not
CNN
sure.
media
I
guys
think that's
that
just
started
Doug
following and
I'm
taking
not
up
sure
for
that
me.
that's
There was
actually-
Yeah,
videos
I do.
all
I
the
do think it's
time
probably
that
like because
Fox
it
on
did
one
read
side
as
taking up for me,
it did
CNN
read
on
as
the
Rackets
other.
making an
And it
excuse.
wasn't about me.
Possibly.
It
Yeah.
was
Because
him
almost
showing
immediately
me, like,
after Doug
all
Tennant,
eight
like
Taylor
Doug said,
Lorenz
"Oh yeah, we're
that
gonna have
came
some
here,
cigarettes and blah blah blah. We're just
and
not
they were
feeling it."
just- they were
I'm like, yeah, we
ready
just-
for her, and it
He's
was
a fucking
amazing.
weird-
And
look,
she was
like, I
saying
don't-
that,
Like certain people
CNN
like
was
set off
part
my
of an
weirdo trigger.
alt-right
You know, like I
conspiracy trying to
have a
take
degree
her
in
down.
psychology. I know that doesn't fucking really mean anything, but the reason I went into that is because I like to read people and like I want to help people.
We need to round up the
I see weirdos and they fucking send the fucking signals off instantly, like Doug Table, instant weirdo signals. Don't like it. DUI guy, weirdo signals. Don't fucking like him. It's just like I don't know. He's a weird guy. Don't like him. Don't trust him. I've been wrong like once out of 100 times. So It's just they're weird guys.
Yeah, my wife
violent
gets like that.
act
She's
and
like, I had a
irreversible
feeling
form
about
of
that
behavior.
person.
As a
and-
journalist, I've always given information the absolute highest value because I know that once it's out,
God,
in the
he's a
world,
weird
it
dude.
changes people's
Anyway,
lives.
sorry, I got a lot of
In fact,
CG
so I know that
exposure
doxing will fuck
to
you over.
Doug
Yeah.
Staples.
Apparently,
if the
Doug
only
and
way you can challenge
Ethan Van
someone's
Skype have a
truth
bit
is
of
by
a
resorting to
beef.
doxing. It's
But
You know,
not
I don't-
I
I
don't
don't-
know much about it.
argument.
I wouldn't count that as anything because Ethan is. I like
Ethan
Ethan a
tends to
lot.
beef with many people.
That's what I was
Ethan
about to
can't
say.
be
It's like, I think
wrong.
that's an Ethan thing, but I know Ethan goes in on Doug a fair bit. But
because I'm never going to.
either way,
by the way.
Doug
Well,
Tenaple is the creator of Earthworm Jim.
Well, they're never going to stop either. So
Good. Like
I very much remember
What did they
Earthworm Jim.
get? What did they get?
It's like
Nothing.
Ethan's
They
fucking
got
beef
publicly
with
shot.
FNT
I
is
did a
just
video
like
on
I was telling him,
talking about
like,
that. It's like, this is
well, I
backfired because
super
they're
chat him and
exploding
bitch in his
from
stream.
this, and
That's
they just don't
the
realize
Yeah.
equivalent of
People
telling
that
him.
do
But
this
like,
Ethan cries about
it's
FNT,
sorry.
why they're nobodies, why. Shut up, Ethan.
Yeah, I'm like, well,
It blows
he's
up
like,
I like
well,
you as well,
how-
Ethan, but
person
it's
that they
like
try to call out ends up
no
being
one
Well,
cares,
Ethan's like,
even if they're
They
nobodies. So
complain
what?
about how much money I
Well,
make.
it's the
Well,
whole
you know
point.
what?
Ethan's
Why
like,
don't
well,
you
how
do
come
that?
Az doesn't want to hang out with me or doesn't want to talk to me anymore? It's like, I'm
Well,
like,
the
Ethan,
only
It's because you're a
money
cunt.
I'm like,
he borrowed
dude, you
from
went on there right
You're an
after,
absolute cunt.
come out of Amber's
right
mouth.
after,
Lovable cunt.
She's
But I
not making
mean,
any
like
money.
right after you, like a mainstream guy,
You know
shit
Amber
all
never
over them and
returns,
all their
okay?
friends.
Amber
You,
never returns the
high as fuck, quote unquote, on edibles,
Amber
are
never
sitting there
returns the
as a
favors. Can
mainstream
you
guy,
imagine her, like,
shitting on
being
all
ready
their
for her?
friends. Like,
I
do
think
you not
it's like Ethan
understand
goes
like
down
why
on
they
her
might not want
and
to trust you anymore?
gives
They
it all to her,
fucking
and then Amber's like,
they went to bat for you. They fucking carried your
tired
goddamn
now,
torch.
just gonna go to
You're
sleep.
sitting there being like, "Wow, these guys are all fucking losers. Oh, fuck them." And they're like, "Oh, like,"
That's it.
and you're weirded out, like why they're like pissed about it.
Yeah.
And then he goes and makes his fucking apologies to
Barlow-
me, which he doesn't send to anybody. He just does it on his own. He's like, "Well, I did this publicly, and like this is an apology." I'm like, "Dude, you don't fucking get it." And I love it. I love Ethan. I think he's funny as shit. I like him a lot. He does not really
Here's
fucking
the
play
reality.
well with others.
he doesn't mix
So-
well with
They
other people,
focus, they hyper focused
by the sounds of it.
the ACLU.
No, it's absolutely his fault. The whole shit and the whole beef, which is stupid because if you go, I'm sorry, this is going on a rant.
No, go good.
It gets fucking weird. The whole point of this is Ethan's always like, "Oh, I'm about that money. I'm about getting fans and everybody on board." But when it comes to this, where I was wrong, clearly he was wrong. He's going to double down, triple down, quadruple down, and be like, "No, it's not my fault. It's fuck them, fuck them." If he would have just like laid this shit out and went and said like really apologized, like, "Look, I'm sorry. I was just excited. I got juiced up. I'm sorry. I saw this happening. I got way too juiced up. It fucking I'm sorry. I got too much." He just goes out to Jeremy and whoever and says, "It's too much. I got juiced up." He is going to sell more frog books. Like he's going to sell so many more frog books versus like if they're against him. There's such a fucking crew and connection in there. It's just like
That's a lie, toxic. We love Nick's rants.
Same shit. I just can't.
Yeah, I mean,
it's all bullshit. It's all.
I asked. By the way, that's
stupid
not normal
trauma.
too. I asked the person at
It is.
Target
It's
when I
dumb
went
as
and bought
shit.
me some of that Amica cream. I asked them
Yeah.
if I could.
That's why I like
pledge
Cecil.
to pay, or did I actually have to donate my payment? And they
Cecil
said
doesn't
they don't
talk
accept pledges. So
unless he's doing skeletal.
That's every 3 to 5 Jack shows. We'll show up just drunker than fucking hell and stream at 2:30 in the 4:30 in the morning for 5 hours and do absolutely nothing.
Yeah, we're gonna
It's
talk
great.
about
Love
him
it.
for sure.
Authentic.
fucking lunatic, man. Here's the.
Oh shit! Is Lofty not there?
Oh yeah.
No Lofty this week.
Oh, thank Christ.
He's probably at Legal Bites' wedding. Hang on, what was this Taylor Lorenz thing?
This is all about misinformation,
So
right?
who's he
And
talking around? Tug
so
and
much coming out, and so many editor critiques and changes to some of your work lately with people.
Like I like Jay a lot, but he doesn't talk at all. I really
Yeah, he just draws.
just like RG, but now he's
lawyers, right?
I
And
like
they're
him.
covering that trial. How can we
She's
so
avoid
mad.
telling us about
I like Crow.
misinformation?
Does anyone not like Crow?
They're wearing a mask. Green-haired person in the front.
And then he got kicked out.
She said that's a really good question, so let's boot you, right?
Yeah.
Where was
I don't
that?
know why you would do a
Yeah,
panel
he said he's gonna have the
anywhere
Amber
and just be
Heard
wearing a
panels?
I
mask.
guess that's the 7-minute
clip.
No, it was
I watched some of
it was
and
Taylor
it's like
Lawrence.
her
She
talking
was
for,
at
like,
like a
the
event
VidCon
or
panel
something.
I
where
appreciate
no one
the
showed up.
Yeah, the VidCon panel with Taylor Lawrence.
tweet.
Oh,
It was about
I'll
growing
see
your
what- I wanna
audience.
see what that is.
Yes.
Yeah, I
Mm.
didn't see it. Got to make sure I get tagged in there.
It's hilarious.
Tag me into that, Crow or something. Somebody do that, please.
I
Or
put in,
like
check the private chat. I put
Just
the
send Drex the link.
All right, thank you.
Well, she ends up pulling a
That'd be a
bird,
power
so
move.
She says that's a very good
Not sure we
question.
can pull it off,
Is it
but
time
it
for
would be a
lunch?
power
And
move.
just starts looking around.
No, I'll message him.
So it's not as
No,
exciting as it seems.
Not that he pays attention, but still.
I just can't believe even 10 people would go to her.
No, he's on mobile,
go to her
so
thing. Like, first off, Taylor Lorenz and how to grow your audience. Like, what does that mean? Dox people and shit on people.
I'd have to go and get his.
then-
I'd have to go and get his
Is
clip.
that what the meeting was about?
Yeah, that was
Just
called.
give me another, like, 10 minutes.
You need the Giles theme with
They're,
KFC. Yes.
they're relics. Of course, she's
I guess
supposed
she's-
to
Why
be.
are you gay?
What the most beautiful thing about this is that she's supposed to be an expert on social media and social media.
I knew it. I knew this was just to be
So-
tug and flash talk.
You got to be a lot nicer.
That's how
to
it is
her
most
because
weeks.
Look at
Oh,
how
with that-
she
Oh,
handles
with-
her
Unless
audience.
I
With RGE jumping in every so often when he finally
That's very true.
unmutes his
Yeah, if
mic.
that was intentional.
Unless
man,
Nick or
you know, I
Anna are
didn't even
there,
have
no
to
one else
pay her
really
for
talks.
it.
Yeah,
Tug has a strange moment.
Anna's good
of
value,
clarity.
I like Anna.
Huh.
I like
especially
Anna.
when she's dunking on
Yeah.
Lofty.
Well, okay, I get
When
it.
you piss Anna off, holy Christ, her rage is legendary.
Here's
I
the-
love it.
Here's one of the
Well,
big things.
I mean,
here.
she's Portuguese, so she's basically
I know.
Puerto
I
Rican.
know. Yeah, I know.
On Tug's stream.
It's bred into her.
This is some guy.
I have a
Going
real
over
problem
all
with
of-
people who are
all of
unnecessarily
the
mean,
pro
and that's
dep
like handed to
channels.
a T. So
We are all incel.
Dude, what the
hate
hell is
groups.
depth delusion?
Now, the
Is that like
stuff he
a
says about
an
me, man,
anti
I was like,
for
what
people who
the
feel gaslighted by the
fuck,
mainstream
dude?
opinion of
Like,
a
he said, look
judged
at that, it's
abuser?
right there.
A
Footage
judged
was being
abuser.
put up
Fuck
from
off.
incel creator of the
What are
Umbrella
we talking
Guy
about?
in
Oh,
Missouri.
okay.
There, first of all, I've never been.
Oh,
I
just what they're
can't
talking
see
about on
it.
Flash.
Even if I full screen this, I can't see it quite as well
Who
as.
groomed a 16-year-old
do that, which
patient.
might
I've
make it
never.
bigger.
I've worked with kids, like little kids, and maybe I've had a couple of clients like with
Full screen?
ADHD or maybe cutters. You
How
know
are
that
we
come
incels
through.
when a lot of us are
God
married
damn it.
and have children?
Texas leaving the
I'm
U.S.
just like, what?
Oh, that's right.
I might
They,
hit-
I kind of want to
Take-
send Drex just as a
Well,
fucking
this guy thinks
have
that's
a
bad.
meme
You
or a
gotta
joke.
remember that.
Are you cool with that or
It's like
no?
you're a legend.
Yeah,
Thank you.
sure. If Drex wants, if anybody wants to come on,
do that?
Gay
Just
guys
how
who
does
were
that happen?
married before
Can I,
for
like, how do I
20
do
years
that?
before coming out. It's like,
we just send him a link.
Yeah,
You got the
I
link?
mean, I don't know where you
Like,
got
this
those
is weird. I don't know
kids,
what
but, you know,
restream is. I don't know how to do the thing.
Yep.
So-
Classic. Tug knows all
Plus-
Just
about
like
this.
you,
Supposed to be
I'll just put it in the private chat.
That's a metaphor.
Sure.
That's the link.
Closet.
Okay.
incel.
I'll
just
do
mesh
go to
that.
that link.
Drex.
I think
It's the same one I
a lot
sent
of-
you.
like,
Doesn't change.
All of us.
I don't know.
Like,
I don't know.
RG is definitely not down with relationships, and that's fine, right?
We can have
Like,
10 guests.
Most of
and
us
turn into an
I don't-
absolute shit show.
Other than
Like
one
Flash
or two of
Guys used to
us,
be.
most of us don't really. We're
10
not
guests
really
at once.
strong
All
on
the old racket
anti-relationships.
streams.
So how can we be incels?
How the fuck do I? Okay, yeah.
I think Drexel and RG would be the two that preach the most.
That would be the ultimate power move, though.
Most of us are in relationships.
That's
Like
what I'm
we're
saying.
watching Flashcast, and then Drex joins us.
That's exactly the point. That's why I'm trying to do this. That's why I'm trying to do this in the first.
like Drexel as well. Drexel has more relationships than all of us combined, I bet.
I think I groomed.
That's true.
Especially while they're talking about him.
I think the actual allegation is I groomed all of you guys into
that would be great.
covering Johnny
I
Depp.
can't tell
That's
if this
actually
is-
what the.
No,
it's
yeah,
like
it's definitely bigger. if
That
it's
umbrella
on-
guy, he's the one who.
Why it's not going
for Kate
fucking
Law,
proper
they
full
make that
screen?
Allegation. There, you know, he
I'm gonna have to
streamed
DM
me
this.
about
I
a
can't. I
year
can't just
ago.
send him this on
Sell
fucking.
me on the
Okay, I'll have to
case, you
DM him.
know?
On what?
Twitter.
Oh, do it on Discord.
Yeah, just do it on Discord. He's on Discord.
Hang on, I will.
I guess I could,
I'll
yeah.
private you
I
his.
love it too. It's like
Oh, I know what
Don't
is
even
this.
call, like,
I was
Yeah.
gonna say, yeah, in case you didn't
Like
know.
an incel is someone that like is
Probably
trying to
on the
hook up
fucker
and
right
can't
there.
hook up,
Yeah, he's
right?
on.
That's-
Well, it shows him on mobile.
He sends him a line. He's on
Is that
mobile.
what that is, right?
I don't know if he has DMs.
I don't see him on
Like,
there.
want to have sex, but they can't. because
Like I don't.
No woman will.
I don't
touch
get the only
Nobody
push
on here, that's
notifications
like
I get on mobile are
RG
DMs.
and
Like, because if
Drexel
I have
don't
mentions,
want anything to do with anybody.
Yeah,
Like,
I've
get
turned off all
fucking-
my.
Except
I've,
Drexel.
I've turned off
He-
all my
he
push
will,
notifications
definitely.
for almost everything as much as I can.
yeah, I don't get
So I think
notifications
he's
for
even
Twitter
got a
either.
life now.
No, I
Yeah.
have no. I turned off all my push notifications for Twitter.
You got to congratulate him.
I can't turn off everything for
RG
Instagram, but I
last
do.
man
I've done it as
standing
much as I
spent all
can.
that Blade
Same
Devil
with
money on
Facebook.
his.
The only
his
people on my
anime
Instagram are my
pillows.
kids and my wife. So
Yeah, my Instagram is
Yeah, he
all in
sells
my
them.
real name, so
Well,
it's
see, I
nothing
still got
branded or
plenty
anything.
of room in my house.
So that's all I do
got
for
to-
Just use it for family and
I could probably
work
get a
and
couple hundred more.
hobbies
but
and
you
shit.
Get the money first.
No, you got a lot of room for master grade Gundams.
Oh,
Yeah,
fuck.
but that take a lot of time.
Texas is
to
leaving
get.
the U.S.
I
according
gotta
to
wait until I'm
the
done
Flashcast
filming.
title.
I
Excellent.
love those
Just turn
master
into a
grade.
pile of boxes.
It's
I
just-
love those master grade Gundams.
Don't
I love
Texas
when
is
they
leaving
do,
the
US.
I think that's got.
paint
Oh, I know
on
what that. Yeah, that's
them
got to do with
and
the
make it look so
GOP platform that came out. But I
Oh
think it
yes,
might-
we didn't talk
I think
about it.
I think some of that actually is. Susan might have
But, like,
issue
it
with
takes
us
a long
talking about
time
some of that
to,
platform.
like you said, like sand them
They came out with
down and
their-
all this shit. It's like, oof.
The GOP Texas
I just wanna
GOP
slap them
platform.
together. and
Yeah.
be done.
Yeah, some of it.
And
we
also
probably-
calling
I just want
calling
Tug
Biden
to
illegitimate.
throw a big party and invite me.
Yeah,
I
that's
think I
what
said.
that's
I think I
fine.
said when it happened. Like
That
Yes.
all these
I look forward
supporters
to
are
to
saying
all the
they made,
cries of
and
people saying that this is an assault on
Can
Can I borrow
democracy
some money, Tug?
great
by
time,
calling,
you know, that's all.
calling
I
the
think one
president
guy said he made
illegitimate so that I can
6 million. I
post
don't know,
all
man.
I
the
know.
all the fucking
Yeah, really. I'd like
new
times
car.
while Trump was
I'd like
president that he was
$6
an
million
illegitimate
holy
president
crap,
according to
man. I'd like
Hillary
I'd like to
Clinton,
I'd
the
like to
like the
listen to that.
400 other
Can I borrow
liberals.
some
Like
money, Tug?
Amber's going to be asking him for money
Yeah.
soon.
Hey,
for
hey,
Pride.
hey,
Curious
hey,
about the
Flash, I
subreddit now.
pledge to allow you to borrow some money.
depth
borrow 40
delusion.
grand.
Of course.
All right, I'm
Sure.
pledging it
Fucking
right now.
And
Pledge to do
fucking-
it. I'll get right on that.
Who the fuck uses the new Reddit format? Like
You borrow
seriously.
40 grand, Tug.
Yeah, I'll pay it back once another
Yeah,
trial comes around.
I pledge it. I pledge the payback.
That really sells me on giving that money.
I'll give you an IOU.
Everyone just throwing pledges around tonight. Look at y'all fancy pants
I'm a
motherfuckers.
pledge kind of guy. That's all.
Hey,
It's like
no
an
joke.
I,
people-
it's an IOU. You see this one?
Yeah.
137 thou. That's a Lamborghini.
You
Wanna hold on to
might
that
want to hold on to that one.
Those are as good as money, sir. These are IOUs.
So great.
It's not as much hate to be mined as when Flash or when Lofty's not here.
Ferrari and just really rub
Yeah.
it in.
Well, they're
I
talking
think it's
about
funny, like,
the
you know, if I
Amber
got a
Heard
platinum
stuff, so it's
grill,
just
if it
like,
said like Tug Life across it,
there's no what's there to
reveal,
argue
you know,
about? Everybody agree. Everybody on Flashcast and everybody here, everybody in the chat agrees.
Gigantic
Oh
grill.
my God,
Yeah.
man, me, oh Jesus,
It's why we're all pretty much over it.
Yeah, exactly.
It would work.
It's
It would
like
be hilarious.
get in touch next time Amber does something
But
fucking
all of our
stupid,
channels
but-
are on here. Anyone
Yeah.
that's
This-
covered
this
thing,
case is
so-
done.
And like Tug, my channel's on here. It says celebrity gossip targeting children.
Yeah, what's up?
Targeting
That's
children?
Weird. Yeah.
Well, I guess he can't. He reads it at
What the
fourth
fuck
grade
is-
level, so
how
I
is
guess that's targeting children.
on there.
They said that about Mr.
H's
H.
reviews too.
Mhm.
Celebrity gossip targeting children.
Alt-right themes.
Of course,
Right.
Eric Hunley's on there.
of course.
That's so.
Oh, I didn't know you guys were all
on the
right.
subreddit on this list.
On that list,
You
yeah.
walked into the wrong
Look,
place.
like I got the biggest description.
umbrella
Look,
guy.
man, these people fucking hate me. I'm telling
Hey, they
you.
didn't even get my
Answers
I
to
know
Amber
about
Heard
50
videos.
Johnny Depp videos.
You
Well,
think there's any-
they're all in good company. Aslan
At
Gold's
least
there.
200.
Colonel Kurtz, Popcorn Planet.
Descriptors or anything.
I
I
know.
got
Yeah, yours is not
psychotic
even in
You
dark
called me a
black.
pedophile and an alt-right.
Mr. H reviews.
How come you're not in dark black, Yellow Flash?
I'm just gonna guess we're the
Yeah.
preeminent
targeted children,
Yellow
psychotic
Flash.
incel. I was hired by
Flashcast hate
TNT.
stream.
Oh, I'm a gremlin.
I mean,
Hey, I was.
you don't stand with
Gamergate,
Amber Heard, Flash. That means by definition you're an alt
Why
right.
didn't you get
Yeah,
That's our
credit?
role
I
of
was
us
in
apparently.
Comics Gateway.
Yeah.
And
Oh, yeah.
Anime Gate. What
If
the
there's
fuck?
ever a
You were
less-
part of that.
a
They
term
did
that has
That should be in there. This person did
the
zero
least
research.
meaning at all
Recruited
anymore. It's
incel
alt right.
YouTubers.
There's a pinned
Means
post
fucking
here called
nothing.
"Why We Believe Amber Heard."
Motherfucker, I recruited you.
It's
I know,
not because
that's
we're
actually
feminazis
real.
or huge
Damn, going on
Aquaman.
there.
Sorry, I've
Let
got to
me
put on
get
my
on
soy
that.
voice. It's not because we're feminazis or huge
That was
Aquaman fans.
disgusting. They bring it up
Neither
your-
was the
your
judge in
fucking
the Depp
wife.
versus the
I know,
Sun
well,
case,
they do that
who
all the
ruled
time. Like,
that
they-
Depp
they-
assaulted
they
Heard
do
at
it
least
all the
12
time.
times.
I'm
And I'm
like,
sorry.
dipshits.
You're
That's
fucking
not
good.
actually true.
That's really impressive.
I went
That's
back to
really
college.
good.
I ran into her while she was
That is
Channeling
soy
my inner
Americano
soy.
you were
all day.
At first, it
Channeling
was
my
you were
inner
a
soy.
guidance counselor. Like, bitch, I've never worked as a guidance
Control,
counselor
the most
ever.
important element of an
How would
abusive
anybody even
relationship.
know if she was?
Yeah, I know
Emma
Nick
lived on
was
Depp's
practicing
property,
Stupid thing.
surrounded by
I
his
remember, like,
staff, who
Kiwi
answered
Farms
mostly
was
to
saying
him.
that.
Hang on a
It's
second.
like, how would you
Mostly,
even know that?
There would actually be.
he had control over her
that
transport
would
as she
create-
traveled in his
that would actually
chauffeured.
get you on a
This is
registry
You
because
get
you would-
this is
fired 'cause it's,
certifiable
No, you
shit,
get on a
man.
registry for
The
what
woman
you're
was a
talking
C
about right there.
dating your
tier
patients
actress.
is a
She
big
could
deal.
leave any time
Yeah,
she
you would,
liked.
you would have a criminal record. And we
Heard
in
testified to
mental
being
health,
given
what
sedatives
what
or
I
other
think a
her
lot
from
of these people
responding
do
to
is they
what
try
she
to
was
play the
going
long
through.
game on,
Depp hired
"Oh,
his
you
medical
want a
staff
pregnant
to,
son?
in her
Yeah,
own words,
show us where you
in his
work.
own
Yeah,
words, keep
punch
her under
yourself
control.
in the ear.
Okay.
I'm not
She
Bullshit.
testified to that.
You
How
She
many
testified
times
to
did she
that. Whatever.
testify
Yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't
that
be able to work in mental health.
he would be
I
just
would,
passed out?
we have a
There are
background check,
photos of
every
him
3 to 6 months,
completely
typically,
exposed to her.
depending, and
She could have
we have-
done
We got
anything to
somebody that
him.
wants to
Or,
come
you
in
know,
and hold
packed
on.
the bag and left.
Hey, you haven't returned any.
gay.
I need to get that clip.
No, he clearly could have
Welcome,
beat her
Camelot.
at the time.
I get
when he
confused
was-
if that's
What's up,
Lofty's intro.
I mean,
or Camelot.
Johnny Depp is
With
not a
him.
stable person. He never has been.
It is Lofty's. It is Lofty's.
But if there was
That's
actually
sad,
any
man. He
evidence
just
of him
reused
beating her,
Lofty's
it would be
intro
plain
and
as
poured
day.
it
I'm not
on.
even good enough for an
Well,
original.
He is
No,
not.
I think he's out of control.
He's not
I
a
think
well-adjusted
he's
person.
Sword fighting an anime
He's a man who he's been in Hollywood for nearly 40 years.
Yeah.
Like we've
See, I
seen
don't have
the
that
wor-
clip
we've
flash
seen
display.
the
I have
worst
this
of
one.
him.
Your dad is gay.
I mean, honestly, Yellow Flash, let's be honest. Raylo was the coolest thing to come out of the Rise of Skywalker
What the timing? Holy crap!
after that trash. So
Uh,
yeah, mark it down. I'm a Raylo. Oh wow! I don't even remember saying
If-
that.
If you could have put him in his Canadian
But yeah,
bear
this
suit
this
while he was
this
saying that.
subreddit is
They
unhinged.
want me to wear that at the oh man, I was like,
Oh,
Reddit
yeah,
tends to
do
be
it, man.
unhinged,
Oh
but-
God.
Reddit is
That's-
really
that's-
Four of Depp's own
Yeah,
witnesses
Wear-
saw
wear it
cuts
for me,
slash
baby.
bruises on Amber Heard.
I have to have a picture of that.
Wow.
Dude,
Like just me.
Where's
and
the
you
pictures?
and-
What were they
Show us.
caused
Dude,
by?
my wife must beat the shit out of me
in Houston,
because
Missouri, if
I
you
have
bring
cuts
Missouri,
and bruises
I'll
on
bring
me,
the outfit,
and
then we can
vice
get a
versa.
photo.
My wife has random
Okay.
bruises that
Oh, I
appear.
got the shirt, man.
I know, that's what I'm saying.
I have
Hey,
bruises that
Jesus.
appear just when I wake up in the morning.
I'm a real
Yeah,
fan.
I
not-
have-
I'm single and I live alone. Like,
I have scratches on my leg from
I don't.
where
I've,
I'm bleeding
You know what's weird?
because
I was at a
in
LAN
my
party,
sleep
tweeted it
I
out,
scratch myself with
one of
my
our
foot.
friends threw a LAN party, and
Yeah.
there was like
So,
150 people
It's not
there
my
for some
wife
reason.
attacking me.
And I had 3 people.
Are we getting
on
evidence?
Twitter,
What's
and they're
going
like,
on?
Hey,
Are we
are
getting-
you
are we
at
getting
so and
anything?
so's
I mean,
house?
testimony
People I
is
have no
evidence,
idea
but it's
who
not
they
evidence
are. And
beyond
I'm
the
like,
shadow
Well,
of a doubt.
yeah,
hell,
sure,
you know where I am right now.
sure, but
My
we all want
family live
pictures.
in the same
That's
area.
right.
And they're like, I didn't know you lived
We've got
there.
pictures. Well,
I got
pictures aren't
invited to
evidence.
that too.
Thermite,
No,
show us
well, they're not
pictures.
evidence beyond shadow of a doubt.
Back all scratched
Where's
up.
your forensic analysis?
I didn't know you were going to be there.
I almost
Where's
got
the
raped,
medical examiners actually
which I
going
totally
into this
welcome.
and corroborating the fact that it
So,
was caused by
It's just
Johnny
like,
Depp?
I could
It's
use
like,
the
oh,
software,
your
use the
girlfriend
company.
has these bruises on her clavicle, of your
Dude,
finger.
we're gonna go ham.
Um,
Me and Tug were talking about it.
It's
Dude,
probably
Mark
from
Series
Eve
is
Barlow
coming
when she was
pulling
choking
time.
the shit out of
Yeah.
her James Misery.
Yeah.
Dude, we're gonna be whiskey
Like
and
Oh, yeah, it does. It's a weird place to grab somebody, though, if you're not.
Everyone's in the chat
I don't
talking
know.
about that
Weird.
freaking Canadian bear thing.
Grab him by the bottle in the pussy.
It's a great thing. You did a really
Good
great.
known fact: vaginas don't bruise.
I literally put that on for 10 seconds, and someone made an entire.
And they're as
video
deep as they
from
need
that
to be.
10
We see, we really
second
do
clip.
need Drex.
Every single
That
tweet,
is actually
someone
true.
posts the same GIF
Fuck,
of
where
their
is
strip.
Drex?
As,
I
as an
tried.
expert on
And I was like,
Everyone
vaginas
should try.
and their
Drex
Yeah.
does not
resistance.
respond to
My
Discord
roommate lived
DMs
in
or
Canada, he
pings.
was
He
also
just
very not, so
Fucking
he
drop
down
him
and
on him.
lost
He will
30
just.
pounds,
He
and they
will.
said,
He
"Oh,
looked
look
at. I
at
saw it.
that."
It was.
Like,
It
oh,
was
he probably
dead.
looked at it.
And then
like,
his
"What the fuck is
fucking
this?"
phone
He's
popped
probably
up.
out.
Yeah,
It's fine.
he's on mobile. He's
I'm
out.
not sword fighting you though.
It'd be like,
Oh,
I
you
don't want to
are.
embarrass you.
Oh,
You just gotta bombard
You
him.
may not
Give
think
him
you
the
are,
fucking
but you're
business.
gonna.
I play with ultra sabers.
I've seen the people he talks to. We're not the worst people he'd ever talk to.
He's talked to us before.
Oh, okay.
at least three Discord chat.
Yeah,
I think she's sleeping.
those are fun. It's great when
she fucking passes
when Drex
out
has a chat in the next Discord.
Oh, I love that shit. I really hate live chat Wednesdays because it's like you get there and then it's just Nick and three people screaming at Nick, and it's like I don't care. I don't
You just need to tell Neo to shut the fuck up. Because he's
Fuck,
the one
last time-
he's the one who keeps talking over everybody.
No, last time with Drex, there was like Phil came, I think, and then like it was like Phil's okay. It was like at least there was a conversation to be had versus like three autistic screeching at the top of their lungs.
Yeah,
You just got to be assertive and tell him to shut the fuck up so he can speak.
Please help.
Sure, but the screeching is just
I you shouldn't have to. You shouldn't have to tell him to shut the fuck up. But everyone wants to drop a hard R in the Discord chat.
to be fair, it's a server full of autists, so
I know that's why we're there.
If you count the Washington Post miss and stuff.
Everybody just wants to drop a JQ or a hard R.
I mean, there's
they can,
there's
and they want to hear it.
I was screenshotting the other day, and there were 3 rows of articles.
It's like the same thing. Like,
there's
it was quite a while before I got into the Discord. Like, I was like looking for places that could deal with people like me, And I was like, oh, well, Kiwi Farms. I've heard about this stuff. Oh, I like that.
That's got me in it. They're like,
and then I was like, I actually read into like a little bit more. Like, and I read on like threads where I knew who they were talking about. And I'm like, you guys are kind of retarded. And then they're like, yeah, they're full fucking autist retards.
I was just mad because.
And then I got the next fucking Discord. I'm like, oh, y'all are the same way, but not as stupid. So like, this is where I live. I love this place.
Look, here's the thing. Listen, I'm gonna be honest with you.
Love you guys. It's great. I love this place.
I'm kind of retarded.
Yes.
It was beautiful.
Yes. Yes.
I've had
no, but it's so good. Though.
Like it's like
I tried to do my Alex Jones voice this morning, but
this guy's an asshole. I'm like, yes,
bit too
Sing
gravelly.
the song. Dude, sing the song.
And it'll expand.
The globalists and the elites are coming for your guns. They want to kill your babies.
Tell me about the potbelly goblins. Sing me the song.
And the potbelly goblins.
Is that you lean in to getting cancer?
Hillary Clinton and Barack Hussein Obama are coming for your guns.
They smell like salt.
Coming for your children. They want to convert them to the LGBT.
The mainstream media.
I don't know. That sounds pretty good though. That's pretty on point.
That's a pretty good Alex.
No one cares.
That's a pretty good Alex.
I like it. It's good.
So like what Tug's proven right now.
It's very hard on the throat, though.
Political scene that
It
DeSantis
is.
has been proving.
Alex Jones gargles gravel.
No one expected him to keep.
Have you watched the videos of young Alex Jones though?
We're gonna
Buff
smear
Alex
him.
Jones with
Buff
the
young
flying locks.
Alex Jones just
And
talking like he has a
him
southern accent.
not backing down and gaining support.
Talking about Waco and how
instead
to
of
hold
using
the
it,
federal
that's what they're
government
afraid
responsible.
of, and it's the same thing with Tug.
Man, the voice has
He's
changed.
not
Holy
backing
shit.
down, and he just.
He's a fucking king, man. That man is a king.
He was just a good old boy from Texas back
shit
then.
back
and-
in the 90s. Jesus.
I like how they put raging incel.
Shame how he got. He did that.
Fucking
big
married.
fuck out.
Well, we're all apparently in.
Yes, Discord is the best group of
If he would have just like stuck on like feds are bad for like the Newsom or Newton, what was it called? Whatever it is. If he would have just stuck on, well, the feds probably had something to do with this, then it'd been fine. But then he had to go crisis actors, and I'm like, not sure, bro. I'm like, not
It
sure.
was filmed in 2004, so.
Just puts React channel
Shame.
for Asmund Gold.
Yeah, they're afraid to go after him.
Yeah, they don't talk about him, and he's the one that made the. I guarantee you, and it's no. I'm not.
Jeez, are you kidding
trying to
me?
put slack. I'm just saying, he probably made the most money out
Jesus.
of everybody.
Real money.
Sorry.
Come on, guys, move on to something
They never
else.
talk about him.
The place, actually, the place that made the most money and the most videos, everything else.
Like
Law
how
and
long?
Crime-
Like
Law
how
and
long
Crime
can you
probably
talk about
made in
Amber Heard?
8 weeks. They probably tripled
At this point.
the output of
Doug's been
videos
doing
that
it for
they
years, so
No, I
probably
get
at
it.
least another
They-
year more.
They clocked 600 and something. They've
Like,
started
I
quoting
agree
me.
you
I
can
said
talk
over
about the-
1,000 videos.
like,
I'm sure I
there's
did.
still
I'm sure I had live streams and
kinda
stuff.
new
I'm sure there was
stuff.
over 1,000 there. But that's 3 fucking
But-
years of work, and like Law and Crime. I mean,
That's
they were
true.
putting out, like,
Drex will actually
30,
control the live
40 a
chats.
day when
Like,
they
he'll
were
control it.
clipping. They were doing like clips of
Drex is
videos,
great because
clips
Drex
of
does
that.
the
They were
hey yo
doing
Nick
interviews.
Nick
And again,
Nick
more
Nick.
power to them. I just think it's
Drex,
fun.
well, here's a
They
like I want to
output
say
that.
this, and then
They
I'll
probably
just
did
be
it-
quiet
did
for a
it
while.
in
But
a
like
month,
Drex
to
is
be honest.
But
is
that's part of the
fucking
club,
he is like from a psychology
The
standpoint,
ones that,
he is so good
Angela,
at
I can't
like
think of her name,
turning
Law and
people.
Crime,
He literally could be like one of the
lady,
best
she actually
politicians
went
in the
after,
world.
Chris
Maybe not
Christie.
like front room politicians with back room deals. Drex fucking
they love to
every time. He can fucking get you on board every fucking time. That man has a way of really turning tides, and it's like it's impressive. I like it.
It's the same way he smashes pussy. It's charisma.
Yeah,
Drex is the person you put
and being
second.
6'6" and built like a fucking
yes.
Well, I
brick
none of
shit
us
house, as
know
we
that-
say here.
That doesn't affect you either on the internet.
Doesn't hurt.
It's just the way he talks, like the way he can talk to people, which is weird for a person who's that tall and that big. Normally, those people get things just by being. Like, so it's very odd that Drex has also a way of. Where the fuck is he? I'm gonna send him another message. But seriously though, like it's weird that someone like him has a way of being good with people. Normally, those
their argument is it's public
they
record.
just don't.
They say that
They get things
or in other
handed to
cases,
them
they've
all the
already
time.
Been doxxed by somebody else.
It's
Yeah.
very odd.
Drex wasn't raised like that.
They're doing.
Yep.
The intent
Drex has
is to just fucking
raised
post
by
his
sounds of it was
name
raised the
to
old-fashioned
intimidate,
way,
to keep posting
which
his
is
name
good.
so people know who he is.
Yeah, because Drex is so charismatic. I think he's the person you actually put second after a scrawny little white guy who's not convincing. You have big charismatic Drex step in, and then lay down what's real, what's
the
not,
ones that are buying bots,
and then people will
shit like
fucking
that people
listen.
too.
Yeah, actually,
So
that's
there's
right. That's right. It's fun. He can
I
pivot like a
posted
fucking champ.
discussion about them with bots, but there's
He's a
actually
good pivot.
He's
good at a lot. He's a very good natural. Very good.
Video on this, I guess tomorrow.
So I say he should be a politician or CEO or something because he's damn good at it.
Basically,
It's not
Jason
an
Momoa.
easy skill to master. He's fucking good.
No, he needs to be able to do his
saying,
Midtown stuff full time.
He has fame,
Needs
but
to be
he
like
doesn't
Nick.
want it. Blah blah blah. He has our hearts.
Needs to be an entertainer.
Compliment.
I'm gonna send him some messages about like, hey, dude, post this shit in the Discord, like in Nick's here.
That's right. Yeah,
Shit
must be very
weirdo.
awkward.
I think it took them 2 hours.
Just do that. Like it's like he was live the other day, and I didn't even know. I just happened to like click over. I'm bored as shit. There he is. Oh, Drex streaming with him. I'm like, oh,
off of one of their
didn't know about it.
off one of their websites. I mean, that's fucking crazy. Meanwhile,
I've grown to tolerate him.
the counterclaim.
Before I didn't like him very much.
Johnny Depp.
He's okay now.
He's buying bots, and none of these people are real. It's fucking insanity.
It's a projection. Like the people.
Oh, you meant
that,
producer Tim, not me.
That
Okay.
are
Yeah.
Tug's got bots or Johnny Depp's.
I figured that's what he meant.
All supporting.
Maybe he doesn't.
I was trying to pay attention. I was trying to listen to Camelot and everything. I heard my name and I'm thinking, no, hang on.
Way of social media.
Oh, you were talking about Drex
Unfortunately,
before.
I know it
Producer.
sucks, but Twitter clout has so much pull now. It has more pull than almost anything, even politically now. So they'll just get Twitter bots and they'll try to sway people's opinions with that because people are hive mind, right? So as soon as you see like the mainstream media or blue check marks accusing people of bots, it's because that's what they normally do. So they just assume everybody else is doing it too.
Yeah, that's true.
Projection.
Yeah, I mean, they use the bots to sway public opinion because most people want to be with the in crowd. So they'll get a bunch of bots to spam a topic, make it look like it's the popular opinion, and get people to follow along.
Yep.
Now, Tim,
Most
you might
people
be
are
able to
afraid
confirm that, but is it
to
true that
step
most
out
people
away
don't
from
have an inner
something
monologue?
too. That's a lot of people will
Yeah,
agree.
that's where the
with
whole
you, but
NPC
a lot of
thing comes
people
from.
they won't agree with
I just
you.
wasn't sure if it
openly.
was the
I get a lot of
majority
people that
Yeah, no,
message
it's
me and
something
say
like-
that they
something like
you know
10 to
that they want to
15% of
say
people
whatever
have an inner
about
monologue.
like all this insanity about what went on with Depp, but they're afraid to.
And it's
they're
impossible to
afraid
relate to someone who
discuss
doesn't.
it. And I don't.
Yeah, that's
actually
right. That you
blame them.
can't
Because you
really-
can't, because you
You
can't
know,
think
can't
that way, because you
connect
don't
with
think
them.
that
I
way.
remember before my
don't actually
name came
process
out.
what
You
you
know,
say.
one of the reasons. I mean, I've got
Yeah.
kids, but I have a job and stuff.
Can we bring down
you know? It's
Flashcast like
fuck, this
two notches
this
because I
could
can't
actually
hear you guys.
destroy, my life.
All right, sorry, I just
and,
brought it down.
well,
I don't know. We need to get like
back
like
then,
headphones
there are a
and
lot of
like
people, like I
thing.
said, that they keep out of the
Oh,
car.
headphones help big time.
Well,
Yeah.
we gotta get drunk 3PO out of here.
I do have some, but
Yeah,
they only
yeah,
work
yeah.
sometimes on the right ear.
He's always
know.
leaving as soon as
I know,
can.
man.
feel
I
like
think
he's
so.
Why don't
like
you
always
come,
on.
2
all right,
hours
hold on,
quickly.
Camelot. Why don't you come on time like the rest of us? Come on.
I was
I'm
drinking. I
I'm
was
always
drinking.
here on time, and I told him I was like, I'm gonna give you an hour. I have people over at the house.
I was playing
So-
Halo and shit.
I think we heard Gina talking.
You're like the only person playing Halo.
We could hear Gina
I've
talking.
never.
I was playing Halo 2 on.
I was like, Gina, get on the phone, get in here and talk to us. Talk to a real celebrity, Gina.
Hey, before you go, how was was there any redemption?
I think I've come to love Joe Paul. He doesn't do anything but draw shit, and it's great.
That's what Ethan does as well.
Had the opportunity to kill Luke.
He's
pretty
good too.
and draws on
became a
as
good guy.
well, and maybe talks from time to time
saved
and
Luke and brought Luke back to Obi-Wan at the end, and they all went their separate ways.
I don't dislike Crow. I like Camelot. Tug is boring to
Are we
me.
gonna have the Reva show, the Little Leia show?
Jay is
Kenobi
fine
2?
when he talks. Mostly he just sits there and
Little
he's
Leia
just
running
a
around
punching bag.
Alderaan, you know, like the Scooby-Doo show.
This is hilarious.
Yeah, what do you? Oh shit! Real fast.
You have to admire that great drifting there from Bronco. I like that's fantastic. Get ready for the riots.
Fuck, I love Bronco. I wish Bronco was a permanent
Bronco's
guest
great.
every night show.
It's just off the charts, and like she is just.
Well, that was too funny to not pull up.
And it's crazy. Like we're getting some of the numbers from like Chicago and Denver. And
like you thought he would have gotten onto that grift after Rittenhouse, but
so
Dude, she's genuine and she's down.
I think Nick's rubbing off on him.
Bitches like talk shit. She just says what is on her mind,
And in the good
Doesn't
way.
give a damn what people think, and that's what people want right now. They
Bronco
want
just
a
needs to
genuine-
take off the tie.
Not in the primary
I
school
can't
teacher
wait to
way.
meet her one day.
Have you all ever watched the Bronco show, like when he's not on Nick, like in one of his actual like
his actual videos are very professional and straightforward and deadpan.
Yeah, it's shit. Like I'm like, dude, you understand? Like, just take that fucking tie off and just let it go. He's like, oh, today we're doing self-defense and we're going to break down this video. I'm like,
That's right, Docs. Yes, exactly
nobody
right.
fucking. That's not how this
watch
works.
that show.
That's-
Her
nobody
movie
cares.
yet, but man, I went in.
Just
Unhinged Bronco is the
Yeah,
best Bronco.
I haven't got to watch it either. I want to
Drunk
watch it
Bronco's
on
the
my
best.
Drunk tie off Bronco is the best Bronco.
That's right.
He is funny as shit. Like he's sharp as a fucking knife. But he keeps that under wraps on his own channel. He wonders why he only has 13,000 subs or whatever.
When you
well,
when we talk about this stuff and we say we need alternatives, well, there are alternatives.
I don't know, AJ. I know he said something about suing GameStop.
So even if I haven't
So
watched something,
hopefully that turns
I need
into
to
a
put my
lol
money
suit.
where my mouth is. Go out there and support.
He's crying
these-
on
these
stream.
alternative ventures.
But
He was crying
I
on
don't-
stream.
And make sure.
I don't really what I don't think
Yeah,
I've
I
actually
like
ever
what
watched
Daily
anything
Wire's
from
doing. They're
Camelot.
one of
So
the few people, putting out high quality shit.
But
And they're trying, you know.
yeah. No, I mean, I think that was a good call out, though, Jay. Like that, like or not a call to attention. I know it was a good call out too, because there are a lot of people that
No.
say, "No, I mean, we do." Well, we were always talking about this shit. You know what? Like, put up or fuck up. Stand up or sit the fuck down because they're doing something.
Well, I had to for myself too about stuff coming out for kids, so it's like making my own book. We'll see what happens, but at least people can't. He
Drunk
doesn't ever
3PO.
complain and never wanted to change it.
That's
you
why.
know,
That's why we
so-
did our stuff because
Well, I got a book coming too.
I mean, if you look at the success that Matt Walsh had with the
companies.
Yeah.
the Walrus
What is a
book?
woman?
Johnny the Walrus.
Oh, sorry.
You want to?
Oh yes, that
funny,
book.
I
Yeah.
got-
You gotta off.
Yeah, like you.
If they're not getting
It's a good idea. There's clearly a market for it
doesn't
for
help
conservative book, like conservative kids
So,
books,
I went to the movie premiere.
or kids books that
and I
don't push
had
an
to go through
agenda.
security,
Kids books
like
that don't
the
have
metal
pictures of
detector,
10-year-olds
and
sucking
before
your
you get
dick.
to the metal detector, they were
Yeah,
giving
that's
away,
the
like,
most
free
insane shit to me.
candy
Like,
and
what the
stuff like that
fuck?
at the premiere.
Yeah.
And the
I was,
people
like, loaded up.
justifying
It's
it
a long
and
story
like,
short.
oh well, it's not.
I won't bore
No,
you
we
with
only
it.
show it to high schoolers. Wait, what?
You might have heard it already.
But I couldn't
And so,
get
like, I couldn't
pornography
make
in
it
my high
through,
school
like,
library.
and I was holding like
Yeah.
And that's what it
Jeremy's
is.
and
That's what it is. It
people's
is
Even
it is
animated.
explicit-
drink,
It is.
and it
Yeah,
was
some
my
of
turn to
it's
go through
animated.
the,
It is explicit pornography.
metal detector.
Huh.
and I had to put
It is
all this candy from my
pornography
pockets
in
and
graphic
everything. It
novel
looked like
form.
I was just a big
That shit
took
literally
way too
would be
much
classified
candy.
as child
Everyone's
pornography
staring at
here.
me.
Correct.
Freaking
That is
Rob
depiction
Because
of a
it is
child performing a sexual act.
Yeah, it is animated. It is
Is that
cartoon
all yours,
depictions
buddy?
of children performing sexual acts.
And these are not people that these are not characters that look like children. They are children.
They are
They
literally,
are
yeah.
in the story in the canon of the story. They are underage,
Shit.
and they are
sounds like a
experimenting
Gary
with
J
sexual
thing.
activity. It is
That
disgusting.
sounds like a Gary J thing to do.
Sounds like it
I
requires
saw-
a carpet
I saw the
bomber.
video he put out where he was like,
We would be
Sport
arrested
Gene
for
and shit.
distributing
He
that
seems
in
like a
Australia,
pretty-
rightfully
he
so.
had some pretty base
Good.
tweets
Send a
too.
strongly worded letter
Positive
to
over
Nancy Pelosi.
These are just a bunch
Oh,
of
people,
that are
but
just
parents go to
tired.
school and bring these
You know,
examples to the
so-
school board hearings,
Well,
and they get their microphone
the
cut
issue
off
is a
Yeah.
lot of Hollywood is actually more conservative
because
than
parents
you
aren't
would
supposed to
think, and
have the right to
terrified to
question
say so.
their
And
child's
they kinda
education.
have an outlet, like to
Apparently,
So, yeah.
yeah. If I have kids, they're gonna get homeschooled for sure.
That I have friends. Real friends. And that's something I didn't expect to happen. You know, like I said, I was like, oh, these are people in my YouTube community. And it was just unexpected. And I told you I was gonna probably get emotional, and I actually thought I was strong enough to hold it back, but I'm a big old fat bitch and I just can't help it.
I would legitimately rather eat a fucking bullet. I would eat a bullet and cry on stream. Crying on stream. I would fucking rather eat lead than cry on stream.
No. Oh no.
I feel for you, Camelot. I've been in your situation. I feel for you, buddy. I do. I love you.
my God.
Nick is right.
Well, if you feel that way, why don't you tweet
Not
something?
even
You know?
Camelot's an emotional man. He's very emotional.
I know. I can.
Slightly gay.
I can get
70%,
very emotional as well, but
48.
don't cry on stream.
I mean, a lot of them.
Love you, man.
Like a lot of them. Like went out of their way to go into her
Poor
life
gay fuck.
and just kind of cut through and just.
That was good though. That was great. Shame that we can't use Nick for that anymore because
cool.
he's
This
fucking
guy was
cock
on
these
Dexter.
days.
I was like, and here they are, like running up, and I'm just standing there like her bodyguard. So
Well, she
Arizona
what's
just
his
passed
name,
$7,000
the guy,
student
Johnny
vouchers.
from Cobra Kai.
yeah,
Whatever his
yeah.
own name
And then,
is.
and then
That's something you'll never see in
Kreese, the guy
Australia.
who played Kreese was in Dallas, and he
Damn.
wanted to spend some time with her.
Where
too.
is the team, man? I want numbers on the Woo's fucking.
Whatever his name, I can't remember his name. The guy
Is
who
that
played Kreese in Cobra Kai, the
game?
older guy.
Is that for regular
I
students?
can't
So
remember
like
his name. but I
from
know-
middle
I know
school
what you're
up,
talking
I
or
know their actor names. Like I don't know their
just
real
for college or
names.
something?
Yeah.
That's the same.
Even
The
when
worst
he
out.
makes appearances, he'll do it
Arizona
in
approves.
So it's like
I'm
I
gonna
think he
put this
prefers to
in
just
private
be
chat.
known as you know who
Uh,
he is. And
You can share your screen.
Bro, the freaking
Well, I
worst
can.
part
All right.
was she was getting
Well, I don't think I can get it open in a. Hang on, let me go archive.s. Archive.is. See if it's been captured. Bring it up. I can. Come on. I don't think this has been archived before. Alright, I'm gonna do this another way. Private window with Tor. Ad blockers. All paywall bullshit.
So, what do you guys think the chance is that the what's that critter? There's a critter. Tasmanian tiger? No.
Tasmanian devil.
No, not the devil. Oh, damn. I'm going to have to look it up. The critter from Australia land is still alive.
Yeah, the devil. Tasmanian devil. That's the one that people think are
They
extinct.
are still alive.
That's the Tasmanian tiger.
Tiger?
Yeah, the
Oh, no, sorry, because
Yeah,
the devils are
thylacine
the ones.
is
Yeah, the
the-
devils are the ones with cancer.
Yeah,
What
with
the fuck
nose
do you
cancer.
live there? What do you, like, really? Like, you're all Australian. Like, how is this?
Yeah, Tasmanian
No.
devil's the
Have you
Tasmanian
seen,
tiger's the
the
thylacine.
videos? Have you seen the videos of the purported Tasmanian tigers still like roaming in South?
I know the like Australian National University had a look at some footage, and it wasn't. It wasn't a Well, they decided they determined that it wasn't a thylacine. So.
All right.
Thylacine.
So, dude, we have panthers.
How? Where did they come from?
Because there was a circus toured and lost a pair. Like they let a pair of panthers go.
Okay. So from Newsmax, I didn't want to go to Newsmax, but this is the only one I could get without an ad blocker. Without a paywall. Arizona Governor Doug Ducey announced Tuesday a new program would give qualifying families up to $7,000 US for their child's educational needs. ArizonaGovernor.gov. Funding for the Open for Learning Recovery Benefit Program would go towards childcare, etc., 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 etc. So it sounds like this is essentially
just a childcare subsidy,
a school choice voucher, for K through 12,
or childcare.
Yes, approves voucher access for all K through 12 students. Go to the governor's office himself. Let me change my share. Boop. Bring tab. This one. So straight from ArizonaGovernor.gov. Go onto that one. So this comes straight from the governor's website itself, azgovernor.gov. Governor Ducey in person. This was back in January. He promised it.
A politician promising something and then delivering it? What the fuck?
Yes. He basically promised that they would be giving $7,000 for approved childcare, transportation, online tutoring, and school tuition. So it's not a true school voucher, but it does alleviate other costs, etc. If I go
up to $7,000.
Yes, up to $7,000.
I always find the up to is quite the middle finger.
Yes. Although tutoring, school tuition, so I mean that can potentially pay for private school fees. But it's just giving them $7,000. Essentially.
Honestly, with the way schools are funded over there, it should really be that should be how it's done.
Yeah, exactly.
And if you want to pay extra and send your kid to a charter school, or you want to pay even more extra and send your kid to a private school, go for it. Here's your money back. Like we've earmarked it for this amount. Like we've earmarked this amount for whatever. It's the only way to do it.
Exactly.
Unfortunately, AJ's right. It's to keep those poors out of good private schools.
Yes.
Because God forbid the poors get an education, they might learn how they're being abused.
That's exactly it.
They might learn about the boot that's on their neck.
It's not like Australia where
if they learned about it,
if they
learned about it, they might want to get rid of it.
That's right.
Yeah,
it's not like Australia where we have catchment areas. You can't choose your public school in Australia.
Yeah.
For those who are in the audience, if you want to go to a public school, you have to go to the assigned school that's in your area.
Yep. Or you can get out of it. You can go out of area.
Yeah.
But you need a reason. You need the principal. You need the principal of the school to basically agree.
Yeah.
To take a bribe.
That's right. Or you just go to a private school or homeschool your children.
Or
those
a Catholic
are still,
school.
Yeah,
like
those are options.
Religious schools are everywhere. I have a religious school at the end of my street.
Yep.
Ooh,
those are options as well.
Some autist is going to be able to
in my
find it
area.
now.
There's a few in my area, but as far as public education goes, you don't have a choice generally as to where your child can go. So I had that option when I was a kid, but obviously I grew up in a small town. I had one primary school, one high school. The other options were I couldn't go to the school in the neighboring town, which was only 45 minutes away.
Holy shit.
So the alternative options was to go to private school. I got accepted into private school, but I was too shy and didn't want to leave home. So
I thought you were going to say too chromosome shy. Weird.
Possibly. It was going to be a Catholic school. Would have gone to a boarding school, a few hours away.
You would have.
A few hours.
You would have gotten some loving at the Catholic school.
Oh, but I thought that was.
They're going to be able.
Yeah, I thought in the US you could choose to go out of district.
You can.
What do they?
Okay, Borbit is saying you
14
can't unless you go private.
Dude, the one
Okay.
supporting you has like 15.
I don't know. Maybe there's different laws in different states.
That weirdo, like
School choice is not a thing in Australia. I'll put it that way.
Not really, no.
In the public system, anyway.
Yeah, in the public system.
Is they're all
It's
closed.
not
The,
fair
uh,
to the American system either. There's no way to do that.
The only choice you really get is there are academic selective schools.
You can go with money.
Yeah, you
Where if you're a smart cookie, you get to
You can't be a public and
apply
just
to
go
go
and
to a
do
selective
whatever school
school.
you want. That's not how it works.
We have, I think we have athletic selective schools as well.
You have these people.
Oh, there's something like
leading
that.
charge. You have them working with the main.
Isn't that how a lot of black students get into university?
Possible, but
No, they
Through
just
scholarship.
can't
Through
apply.
I said black, but I mean underperforming
definitely
students
not
in
gonna back down
inner city areas. They
That's
You're
more
not tired of-
racist.
Yeah, they hope for
I understand why
an
some people
athletic
won't talk about
scholarship
stuff because I mean this is
to get
their
into a
life
private
and
school.
livelihood. But man, we talk about change and we say we're advocating, we're doing this and that. Man, that's all empty words if we don't try to do something. And I, like
Yeah, it sounds
I
like it's
think
basically the same
this
deal
case,
here
it was
as it is there.
important to win,
By the
and in
descriptions that you've
aftermath,
laid out.
It's important that they don't rewrite it. It's important that they don't pass legislation to keep it from
I
happening.
think the
again.
funding is the only thing
Take
that's different.
This was a huge
Here, the states
win
fund
for
80%
men. It was a
of
huge win
the.
for everyone, but
Here,
especially
public schools are
for
funded
men
80% by
male,
the states and
male
20% by the
survivors
federal
of
government.
domestic abuse, and we take that and we
And
march that shit
private
forward,
schools are
and we
funded
shove it- we shove that
80% by
shit
the
right
federal
down their
government and
throats
20%
every
by the
single
states.
time that they start
Yeah.
opening their mouth.
So
Right
our
when they
private
do it, we
schools
don't
are
get
essentially
defensive, we
just
just shove
public
it down
government
their
schools
throat.
anyway, with different
How
rules.
Yeah.
How does that make you feel? So like,
But then
how
you
does
have
it make
schools
you
like the
feel
King's School down in
if you're
Sydney,
like a southern boy like myself,
where they've got their own
and I'm
aquatic
sure you have
center.
humble upbringings like myself.
What the fuck?
And
What
you see
what
a
the fuck is that?
petition
What's an
that
aquatic
has
center?
Swimming
1,000% more
pools, like a
signatures
swimming
to
pool,
support
diving
you
pool,
than
an aquatic center.
Wow, that's not a thing. That people
Isn't
would
that
get
like
to
the
that, do they?
craziest shit
That's
ever?
100% a thing.
Unreal, man. It is humbling. Like
Look it up.
you-
That's cool.
You guys
look
get
up the
like
King's
you were
School.
talking
Hang on, I'll
about,
pull it up.
on that
Weird.
The King's School Parramatta.
The King's School of
going
Parramatta
Talk
might
about
be
Mad
the
Max
when
yet,
I
and
was
like how
a
much
kid,
is that
yeah,
like going to
There's
be?
one at Parramatta.
We had classrooms that were
Parramatta,
small. There weren't a lot of kids and a lot of.
Do any of you guys have the toe
So,
cutter
I
as
grew
like
up
a
poor.
picture
Like, I
on
was
your
the
wall?
first
Or is
person in
that
my
not?
family to go to college,
cool.
and we grew up in nothing, like the dirt. We came from nothing, and to see people support.
Don't even know.
people
Not
like
even
that,
a
man,
response.
it's
Not even a comment.
Oh, I'm thinking
so
Knox
it's
Grammar School.
surreal.
Sorry.
Sometimes it doesn't even make sense.
Sorry, you said something about a toe
It's-
cutter?
The toe cutter.
It's something
Jeez,
I
do you not know your Australian heritage?
Like I'll be streaming,
Mad Max,
and there'll be
the original.
20
Oh
super
God,
chats,
okay.
and I'm just
Bubba
like, what the
Zanetti.
shit is happening? Like, because
The toe cutter. Nothing?
moved out of the
No.
trailer
Oh,
park when I
God.
was 20 years
Oh,
old.
God.
I was still
Sorry, I'm
children
looking
when
at.
moved
Sorry,
out in that
I didn't
area.
get the
bought my
reference.
first
I
house.
don't remember much
And,
about the original Mad Max.
No, I feel like
I'm looking at. No, we don't have picture of toe cutter on our walls
streams pop
or
off
Master
and there's
Blaster.
500-600 people in
no.
there.
That's not a thing.
I just don't understand why people are
It
watching
doesn't
that.
matter. It doesn't matter. I know.
By the sounds
It's
of it, we should
unfair,
have
but
this
I had to
picture
do
on.
it anyway because
No.
God would punish me if I didn't.
Look, Mel Gibson is American,
glasses,
so
and
I
she
mean,
walked
Mad
through-
Max.
No, he's Australian.
She
100%
Oh,
Australian.
oh, we got to fight.
about it. You know, she's little,
Get after it. Let's do it. All
I
right.
don't care if he was born in the US.
and I had
Came here when he was 9.
He didn't even become an Australian citizen. He doesn't.
We get
he's
to
never
claim
even had.
it.
Yeah,
Wait
we
a
get to claim
minute.
it.
Wait a
We
minute.
get
Wait
to,
a minute.
we
Wait.
get to
Wait.
claim
Wait.
it, but I
Wait.
don't think he wants us.
How the hell is he not? The first movie he's ever in
I know.
was
It's,
like
he,
Mad
he was
Max.
moral.
He's an
Yeah.
Australian. He was an Australian person.
Half of his education happened here.
So this is Knox Grammar School
Yeah.
with its very fancy. I think one of the there you go. There's their private tennis courts. There's their facilities, and the stupid little hats they have to wear.
I almost had to wear uniforms like that. Thankfully, I didn't go to private school.
So it's
So is Mad Max?
there's their indoor arena.
No, there's no. What?
Here's the. I'll switch the fucking satellite. Where's the fucking thing to switch the satellite?
Man.
So there's
Tell me
the
about- tell
there's
me
the
about-
Knox Aquatics. There's the Knox Aquatic Center. That's part of the school. Where's the fucking satellite? You still got to switch
What's
the
that having to
satellite.
do with- Can you get me a Falcon XJB? Like, can we arrange like a shipment?
I don't. Well, Ford is an American company, so
Yes.
you have to go.
It is, but it's they don't like shipping through countries thing. So
I will clip it. And
I have an Australian connection now. If you guys didn't know,
That's what I'm
so
gonna cosplay as.
I mean, we don't make cars in Australia anymore.
Yeah.
So.
But you could ship one to me. I need to do this. Like, I need one.
Oh, you mean a second hand one?
Crying.
I got to think it's a popular car though, even in Australia, isn't it? Or no, is this like a totally fake American retardism?
No, so which model did you want? Sorry.
I don't know.
The Mad Max one, the Falcon XJ. What is it? Falcon XJB.
I never
think.
got emotional. I watched
I'm a terrible Australian.
Oh,
I don't know my Falcon models. I'm not a car head. I don't know my
It's
Commodore
the
models
it's
either.
the GT Falcon.
it's like
It's
a
XB.
XB Falcon
73
I was
XB.
never-
It's the Pursuit Special.
Yeah. That one.
It just tears me up for some weird reason.
Are they everywhere? Are they like shit police cars in America?
I don't think I've seen one in a very long time. 73 GT Coupe. I'd have to check. Let me check car sales and see if I can
So I don't know, man. It's weird.
find.
I just like the whole thing is right because what we do here. I mean, it's not.
I mean, my truck right now is
like
They
I
were
don't know how
everywhere because I do remember.
it is, and
I think
don't
my
consider
granddad
this
had an
a
XB.
celebrity, but man, we have like
74 Falcon XB GT.
and support everything we do. Like
XB
every single damn thing we do. Like people don't.
Show me
let us
5
know. When
cars.
fucking- I mean, it's crazy.
They have to be a
see
rarity.
The
50 years
actual
old.
mainstream of the Washington
fucking
Post.
go.
Fucking Washington.
70 cars are everywhere in America.
So here you go. 75 XB.
150 grand.
XB GT for 150 grand. So there's a
See,
73
they're
Ford
popular. You
Falcon XB GTXB manual for 150 grand.
How
There's
much is
another
that in real
73.
money? What's
divide by 0.66 at the moment. Jesus, look at the low Ks on that.
Fucking lot.
35,000 Ks.
It's not even made into the Mad Max version. These are just stupid ass yellow cars. No, that's not fair.
Peace, man.
I'll pay 100 grand for the Mad Max version, but this ain't it.
That's literally the Mad Max car. You just have to spray
know
paint
it
that
is.
shit black.
Exactly, but that
You can get the utility version.
Where's that? Show me.
Am I seeing a XB series? At least on my screen, I've got a blue XB Falcon 500. Basically, in a utility vehicle.
You on car sales?
You guys would call in America. You guys would call it a truck. I don't know if you see it or not.
You guys call it a Ute? Is the last
Ute?
time I heard.
Yeah,
it.
utility vehicle. Yeah.
Yeah, I have two.
We invented the
in garage
concept
right now.
Yes.
You guys call it a truck.
Hey, if you all need a El Camino shipped over to Australia land,
Oh yeah, there we go.
I got
That's essentially an El Camino.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Utes are El Caminos.
Yeah. Well, that's our version. We invented that.
You didn't.
No, we did.
We legit invented the utility vehicle.
You didn't. They were here before they were there.
Let us have it. Let us have it. No.
All right.
At least we would. Yeah, I think I was always told that the utility.
God, that
vehicle
one's
was
really
created in
terrible
Australia.
though. That's a really ugly car. That's the 76 one. Oh my God. All right, man. All I'm saying is
I am shocked that they're charging that much.
they are. You know why they are? Because they're Mad Max.
Because Mad Max, yeah.
Yeah.
Jeez. Crazy.
I'm shocked that neither of you care or know, but you know, culture's a thing, I guess.
There are a lot of gearheads who would know, but I wasn't raised as a gearhead. I was not raised on Ford. We didn't have Fords.
Ford's fucked on race day.
Yeah,
Fix
we
or
were
repair
always a
daily.
Holden family. Holden GM.
Found on
General
rubbish dump.
Motors. Yeah.
Found
Yeah.
on road dead.
Yeah, my family were big into their Commodores, but never.
Yep,
Falcons.
fuck yeah.
Yeah.
Commodore any day.
But I saw this from the.
Shame. It's no wonder you guys fucking lost to the birds, though.
Yeah.
it's a totally different movie.
If you need strategic advice in the future about against like the drop bears or
The New York
like
Post put this out.
very angry
And,
penguins
they're
from
right. Like,
Antarctica,
Hollywood,
give me a
they
call. I'll
talk
tell you how
about
to deal with it.
Lightyear flop is a sign audiences are weary of Hollywood wokeness. And
Why
said
are
the same
those
article? Like, I was surprised they actually published this.
koalas
And
so
they said the same
fucking
thing I've been
syphilitic?
saying.
Like, why?
When it comes
Like,
to this
how did
Lightyear
that happen?
movie, I know more about that fucking lesbian kissing scene than the plot
I'm
of the
not
movie.
sure.
Someone
I
like
can't remember where the chlamydia really came from.
Oh, that's what it is. Yeah,
They all have it. They all have it.
And it
Yeah.
turned people off to the movie.
I
do
don't. I
think
just.
that turned
I
people
feel
off
like
to the movie
one
because it's
horrible
just, like,
person
more of
just
the same.
decided to
Oh,
start
you wanna
banging
see this 'cause
koalas,
of
and now
that?
they all have
And then Chris
chlamydia.
Evans say if you're a
Seems
critic
wrong.
of it that he hopes you die slow, of course. And dies. Yeah, he's like, I hope you
oldest
die
Commodore
slow like a
he-
dinosaur or some shit.
How are you that?
yeah,
how
I
are
saw
you?
that post, and then it was like.
And to be clear, like I
Jurassic
don't
Park
care about this movie. I don't
crushes it.
care. I don't care that there's a kiss in it. I'm just not gonna. I'm done with Disney in general, so I'm not watching.
Yeah,
I mean,
like,
to be
but, like-
fair, if you hear what the plot is, I mean, you probably wouldn't want to go see it anyways.
I hear it's fucking awful, but it's like I do think the Tim.
So you
Allen
guys,
outfit in this
East or
movie
West
is a big
Coast,
mistake.
Australia?
I heard it too.
East
That
Coast.
was
I
a
believe we're
huge-
both
that was
East.
a
We're
huge
both East Coast, I
mistake for
believe.
this
Along
movie.
with
I
76%
do
of the
think that them
population.
turning that
Yeah,
lesbian
Australia.
thing into such a big deal.
Yeah, almost all of us
and they
actually
turned
live
it into-
in
like, here's
East
like
Coast,
20
yeah.
seconds long.
It's like
But they
98%
turned
of
it into a
Australians live on the
huge deal,
coast.
and it turned people
Yeah,
off to it. This is
and
why people
more
watch
than
like
half of us
Top
live in
Gun,
3 cities.
because Top Gun
Oh
is
my
just
god,
fun.
that movie was amazing.
Just like Canada.
Fucking great.
Holy
basically.
shit, that
Really?
scene where he's talking to the guy.
I still haven't seen
Oh
Maverick.
my
Yeah,
I'll
neither
get it
have
when
I.
it.
He's like, I don't know. how to
I'll
do
I'll
it.
get it when it
I was
comes out on
losing my
streaming.
shit.
Yeah.
And I had a
I'm
10
not going to a fucking
And
cinema.
I was
It's
having
not-
to hide
I
my
can't
face and
justify
shit.
it.
It was rough. Oh god, it was amazing.
Oh, it's still
That was
free
like
for
one of the
us
best
in New
movies I've
South
seen
Wales.
in years. Tom Cruise is the goat. I don't.
So
give
you
a
guys
fuck
really
about
don't
the
have
rest.
daily
He
interactions
He
with
makes
like
great
bugs
movies. You
that'll
can't
just
say
kill
that
you
one.
to death.
I could listen. I could just.
Um,
tell by
yeah,
somebody
my
listening
wife
to
kills
amazing
redbacks pretty
Tom
much on the
Cruise.
daily.
Yeah, he. And
I
like,
can't think of
I
many other
used
actors
to,
I could do that with, other than maybe like.
but
Arnold
not where I
Schwarzenegger.
currently
Yeah,
live.
he
Like, but I have
he
seen
casually
snakes in my garden.
Yeah, I
skydives,
got brown
A snake
snakes in the
killed our
backyard.
family dog
Formula One
eventually.
cars, like
Oh,
on
no.
test tracks on his off.
He was very old, but
That
he got
dude
bitten
is,
by a
like,
brown snake.
legitimately,
Yep.
like the world's most interesting.
Yeah.
The brown snake
And
is.
if you watch
Correct me
movies
if I'm
from the
wrong.
80s,
Pretty
but
venomous.
you'll notice he's kinda
but I think it's
goofy
the,
in
isn't
his
it the
acting.
most venomous in
Watch
Australia, the
Top
king
Gun Maverick.
brown?
That
I think
motherfucker.
the
Followed by the
Taipan's
Taipan,
the most
followed by the
venomous.
Taipan. They're both up there.
Maybe the king
but
brown, yeah.
yeah, I think, but I believe
Or
Australia
the red.
has
I
the most
know the
venomous.
most. I know
Yeah,
out
people
of
had
the
this as
out
a
of the
choice,
5
and it's
most deadly
clobbering
snakes,
everything.
4
That
live in
fucking
Australia.
Jurassic Park movie,
Yeah,
which
that's
I
what I was
hear
gonna
is
say.
awful, is killing this movie.
Yep, I watched a review.
Shameful.
Dude, I saw the Jurassic Park movie.
Yeah, I saw that. The
but
Lightyear is a flop.
in reality, in terms of the shit they do when they bring back legacy characters.
Oh, back on the chlamydia question.
they at least
Apparently,
respected them.
young koalas can catch chlamydia
They brought everybody back and
just
they
by
actually,
eating
they didn't shit
their
on them at all.
through
I
eating
was
stuff.
surprised.
So
Actually,
I'll share my
Space
screen.
cartoon or dinosaur smash.
So if a
stuff. It's all
chlamydia-ridden man's drug his penis across like a koala leaf.
Yeah, I don't understand it. Do
Maybe,
they pee?
maybe not
Pee on
maybe
tree
not-
or?
Perhaps not quite, but adult koalas can catch chlamydia just as people do through sexual transmission, so they pass it to each other. But young koalas can also become infected by eating pap, a nutritious type of feces, when it's
Ew.
excreted by infected
What?
mothers. So my guess is that young koalas got into human feces probably at some point. That's my guess.
Yeah, that'd
And
do
then
it.
contracted it from there.
Generous guess. I know
Generous
people.
guess.
That's a generous guess, but I appreciate it. I thank you.
It's a guess, but they can. Young koalas can get it through eating their mother's poop. So where did the mother get it
all
from?
about that fucking kiss.
Yeah.
Yeah,
They
we're-
didn't even talk about it.
Same way AIDS went from
No
monkeys
one
to
said
people.
anything about it.
Oh yeah,
They sell that shit.
not discounting that at all.
Just paying them back.
Gross
So,
motherfuckers
hey,
banging animals. That's what
Hey, just
happens.
to say, so since we've been trending,
What is it?
we've been
WG.
working on that. I'm starting to get
WGFD.
Targeted advertisements for bras.
The old rusty cage.
Ain't no better black pill than that, is there?
Great. Now we're all in cells.
Flat bench and my tits are getting huge.
Welcome to the club, boys.
It's just amazing. I was like, wait a minute.
I can't believe he didn't have the Mad Max vehicle. I don't know. What is culture like in Australia? Like that would be like my shining beacon.
This is interesting.
culture in Australia
This
is as much of a
entitled because-
wasteland as the
well, first
background
off, will
of
Texas actually fucking do it?
Mad Max.
Number one. Will they actually try to do this?
I've got to be honest. I didn't see
so
Mad
good.
Max
That's
until I
one of
was
the
in high
best
school.
movies ever, and it came out of Australia. You guys don't even know the car that it came out of. Like,
Are you talking about the original, or are you talking about Beyond Thunderdome?
I'm moving to Texas 100%.
Same
See,
car.
Beyond Thunderdome, I watched as a kid, but I never saw the original until I was in high school.
No, it's big enough. I can.
It's because the original was a low budget film.
Yeah, and it was fucking great. It was amazing.
Yeah, and by the time I learned about that, like Mel Gibson had already been moved on to the peak of his career.
Oh god, that was such a good fucking movie.
He's coming back.
Don't even know about the Cool Cutter.
They're gonna do they're doing Lethal Weapon.
Think of him when you look at the night sky.
Lethal Weapon 5, seriously?
I'm all
Yes.
100% let them
So
go.
good.
Hollywood's
I can
desperate.
send it to you. I'll
They
give
are
you
desperate. I don't think you're going to get Rene Russo back for that.
Oh no, all the
No.
all the,
Maybe.
the fairies.
What's she doing now?
Yeah, that'd be good.
Last I saw her, she was in Ant-Man, but
Oh
that was
yeah,
it.
no, that was Michelle Pfeiffer.
I'm not going
No,
back.
Rene Russo was Freya from she was
Says-
Thor. Yeah.
Oh
You're
yeah,
not
yeah.
going back to
She
him,
was
Bubba.
pretty good.
Not
Going
Ant-Man
back.
Endgame.
Yeah, such a good fucking movie. I'm just, I
Yeah.
just hateful.
Yeah, going back, original Mad Max was a good movie.
We had a whole
But I mean,
civil
you
war
gotta
over this
realize-
before.
Well, you gotta
Yeah,
realize how many
what
years
is Renee
passed.
up to?
You know,
It's
here's the thing about
Endgame
that.
was her last movie. Yeah, Endgame was her last movie, and that was before pandemic.
Incredibly weak compared to
The thing I really respect out of the Mad Max franchise is like there has been an attempt to continue continuity. Like, it's not like Star Wars or
I
Lord
don't
of the
see
Rings.
any other resolution.
They
for
have
all the
actually
problems that we
tried
have as a country other than
continue
people
the
leaving, like
flavor
I
of
think
the,
it's the
of the
only way to
series,
solve
of
problems.
the
Like there's
source
people in
material.
California like I
Yeah.
don't want to live with them. I don't like.
The only
sharing
problem is
I
you're
didn't
not going to
like
get a
Fury
Fury
Road.
Road
I didn't
2
like
for a
it.
very
so
long
far
time.
apart. Like
Like
these
Fury
people
Road was
in
okay,
San
but like
Francisco, like this.
I love that
Yeah.
they
Like
were
these people,
true
like
to the
they're
fucking
trying to-
idea.
I don't want shit like this.
Yes, and
these
I
people are
think
all
the
about-
creator
they-
even
they
said that
open their
Fury
fucking
Road
trunks. So
it
people
doesn't
don't
really
break
sit
their fucking
anywhere at
windows.
any
Like,
fixed point in time in
it's
the story,
insane.
so it doesn't affect any canon. It's just somewhere along the line, Max
Yeah.
has done this stuff, and
I would say it's clearly well past the Thunderdome, but
possibly, yeah.
Yep.
Well,
but
then,
still, it's
are you
like
guys
I'm
really
I'm
afraid
fine
of
with
being
it because
limp-wristed
it's
Motherfuckers,
very
though? Like, if it
in the
did
fucking
come
realm
down
of
to
the
violence,
show
Yes.
or of the
It's just
guess
another
who's
of
not
Max's
gonna have
stories
more
that doesn't
fighters?
affect the main trilogy,
You say what
and it exists in and of itself.
Yeah.
Dude, I get it, and I kind of agree, except for the
So
fact
In my
that
brain, there's only two. There's only the original and Road Warrior, and that's it.
Well,
those are the
you
people
saw
you have to
Uvalde.
Thunderdome was
Like,
okay,
even if
but
you
it's
either
like
had
it's
to
almost
sit
like a
outside for
fanfic to
2
me.
hours
I
waiting
like
for
it,
everything
but
to
it's
be
Yeah,
resolved.
they didn't want to go inside and face the shooter that was.
Yeah, Tina Turner was all over our TV screens as a kid in Australia. From when, because she,
They knew it was safer
because of the
than- yeah,
football.
They knew the parents
Yeah.
weren't going to do shit.
Yeah,
That-
Tina
that
Turner
fucking
sang the
cop,
theme
that-
song for
that,
the
chief,
rugby
that guy
league,
needs to be fired.
and she was all over the
I don't-
football
I don't
ads.
know why-
Bastard.
As the
That's
one.
their job to go
Yep.
in there and lay down their lives during shit like that. That's
I
part of the
am.
fucking job. They should have been in there taking care of
I
business.
don't think
That fucking
Texas
chief, man,
voting
that
to
guy needs be
secede.
fucking fired.
There's no legal
And-
mechanism for
I
secession,
don't know why
so
Texas voted
Yeah,
down.
there is no
I thought
mechanism
I
for
read the door
secession.
wasn't even
unless
locked.
the rest of the states say, yeah, you
the
can
back
fuck
door
off.
wasn't-
Congress
the-
has
you
to
should've
approve
went
it.
out-
Wasn't
That's
even
right, it's the only way you
locked.
could do
Like,
it.
they
Yeah,
could have
yeah.
walked right into the
Texas is bad right now.
The teacher
Bad.
went out
So-
to get something from her car. And
Texas
Oh,
is
right
not.
Unlock it.
Texas is going to
That's- you know
secede.
what? That's so insane to
Texas
me.
can
because
say they're gonna.
Doubt it.
Is it good or not?
Alabama, where there's no.
Sorry, not you guys.
Like I know Alabama, you know,
Discord
rural
retarded.
Alabama, there's no shootings. I grew up in Alabama, and the doors automatically electronically locked after 8 a.m.
All right, never mind, doesn't matter. How bad is the mic? Is it getting bad? Is the mic getting bad?
No, your mic's fine.
What the hell's going on?
Yeah, no, it's
Like,
fine.
it's so weird. In
Apparently, every time I go grab a beer or like walk away for 2 seconds, it's
bare
fucking
minimum allowed to happen.
just
Because the
just
cops
comes
do
after
so
me,
many
just
things that they
brutalizes
don't do in
me.
any other situation. I mean, their specialty
Sorry.
is busting through fucking locked
This is so
doors.
much better. I gotta
They
say,
should've
this is
clapped
so much
that.
better than
They should've
Flashcast. 'cause I
ran at the
fucking
damn
hate
shot
Flashcast.
screaming. Like I don't understand what the hell happened there.
Well,
I
the
like
plan
five
was
and
the plan
one
was to make something
Flashcast
better than
and they're never
Flashcast.
there.
Like quit and retire over what was happening over the past couple years, and the people that stayed
So what'd you say there? I didn't hear.
I said the plan was always to make something better than Flashcast.
People that were like, yes,
I think we did on accident.
I think we did all right.
And so like they're sitting there.
I don't care if nobody watches. This is way better.
We're just over 3
They're
hours.
more scared of getting canceled, Crow. That's the issue. Yeah, you're
When
right.
it's just me, there was a heap
like
of stories last week, and it was just me. Heap of stories last week.
So good.
Getting back to this,
There was a heap of stories last week, and it was just me, and I blew through all of them in 45 minutes.
I was on last week.
State shit.
No, that was after. That was in the afternoon.
Oh,
And the federal government's going to.
I did a show, like my regular, like this show was on at like 10 a.m. our time.
Oh, that's right. Yes.
So, and Wombler complained, so I moved it, and he's not here.
Like they
Texas
should be
is
allowed
fucking
to.
huge, and they output a lot of GPD.
So 11:30 works
Imagine
better.
how their economy would explode.
I think
if
there's
they
more
left,
people
too.
Yep.
around.
I think they have something in their law in Texas where
And we can finish
the
up
whole- the whole basis
pissing
of
on
being part of it is that they can leave
Flash.
anytime they want.
But
I
they
could be
tried to
wrong
do that
about
in the.
the-
They tried to do that in the civil.
But
War,
last
and
week's
they won't.
Flashcast was crazy short.
Yeah, it was weird. Like so
Not how
weird.
punctual. I don't get it.
Yeah,
God, that was weird.
which is not good for Flash. Like it's not good for his bottom line.
It's very weird. Like you're all like, oh well, it's done. I'm like,
Thanks, Costy. I think this is
it
better
was,
too.
that was like it was like
Like, share, and
11:30,
subscribe, Costy.
Done.
Like,
Yeah,
share, and
like, share, and
subscribe.
subscribe.
Because they'll actually secure their border and shit.
Like 11:30
I mean,
Flash
yes
gets
and
done.
yeah, but like,
Oh
I
well,
mean,
this
you guys
normally
just
goes to
look at
4
the
a.m.
shit
Like what the
done
fuck are you
before.
like? Oh, it's just
Like,
done.
Believe me, it will get dirty.
Weird.
and nasty. Like,
Yeah,
there's-
well,
I
Flash
like-
wasn't drunk last week,
I
so.
like the idea. I really do. It's just it's one.
I
Of those
think he
things
had
where,
something to
like,
do.
I'm realistic about it. It's going to be violent. It's going to get bloody, and you're going to see
Well, I'll
some
Did he end up
really
at-
nasty, underhanded.
Sorry, go ahead,
violence
Tim.
going on
I could drive
further
it.
this goes down the line.
I've threatened Malin with the
No,
same.
we're going to be realistic. It's,
Not
never,
like
it's
I'm
not
going
going to
to.
happen anyway.
It's just still
They
fun.
won't. They won't
Yeah.
pass it. Yeah, it probably wouldn't
Has
pass.
Flash, has Flash's wife had his
Because
kid
They
yet?
would explode if they did. I would move there in a second.
I mean, yeah.
I already want to move there.
Flash's wife
I
was
already wanna
pregnant.
Move there, but I can
Oh,
make
she's
it
up the
just
duff.
in case for family if
Did
they actually
anybody
leave
think that
government.
Roe v. Wade was
Yeah,
going to
good.
get overturned?
Good for
though?
him.
Like,
Congrats.
Trump was going to get elected in office. There's a lot of
Congrats.
shit that we thought
Yo,
wasn't
Flash.
going to happen.
Never gonna listen to
Right?
this, but
Like,
whatever.
we should
Yeah.
keep an open mind is all I'm saying. But
Yeah, that's our main gripe, Costy. Is it's
Trying to be very
Fucking
careful.
move there in a minute. If that-
Doxy, I'm
dude,
trying to
yeah.
be
United
very careful about putting my beer down.
Almost-
Fucking yell at me in
There's
Discord.
almost like a part of me that's like, if they do succeed, like there's kind of a part of me that wants to move there, just
I would
because
move there.
I won't be in the U.S. anymore.
Hello, Republic of Texas.
Yeah,
I'll move to
new
Texas.
flag. I'm gonna fly that.
Yeah.
bitch.
You know, it'd be great. All
It's
those
if I
bitches
move to the
in
U.S., it'll either
Austin
be
would move
Texas or
No,
Florida.
no,
United
no.
States, and then we could
Move to
move there
Michigan.
and
Help me
take
fight.
all of that real
Help me
estate.
fight
Why does,
leftism.
why does
Well,
the
give up.
gun come in
We got the
Leave.
purple.
Republic of Texas?
Please help.
Leave.
I can't. I have so much fucking invested. I can't.
Yeah, I'm pretty
Austin
much
is
stuck
like
in
a little
Australia for the
liberal.
next,
It's like it's so strange.
couple of
I
decades.
like Austin, but
Yeah.
man,
especially once
Austin
if the kids have
is living there.
grandkids. Like if
It's
my
so
kids have
weird
kids,
in
Oh,
Texas.
yeah.
It's like
then I'm
Austin-
then
I
I'm
don't know
stuck.
if you guys know what I'm talking about or have ever been there. Austin is like
Austin,
a little Ann Arbor.
Very.
It's one of
I
the
mean,
most,
I'm
See,
single with no
fucking
kids.
Flash
I'm, also,
knows.
I'm pushing 40,
in
so
the
it's like,
country.
and I know
It's
you're
in
older than me,
Texas.
Thermo, but I'm
Yeah.
pushing 40, and I don't know if I could.
And my wife
So
on.
all
it.
I don't.
of them
My
would
my
leave
parents are
Texas.
getting
So
older,
you'd have a lot of prime real
so I don't
estate
think I
that
can
could
actually
just
just
be
up and
there.
relocate.
Yeah, you
I'd
can.
probably maybe
Abandon them.
trade houses with people. It'd be an interesting.
Abandon
It'd be an
them like
interesting
they didn't
situation,
you.
'cause I bet you could just.
That's
know,
right.
That'd be a good opportunity.
No, I had
to
good
be like,
parents.
Hey, why don't we
I
just
had good
trade
parents.
up real estate?
My mum's going to be going
Well,
around
yeah,
the country as a grey nomad, apparently.
Well,
so-
there you go. They've already abandoned you then.
That's true. I can't live with that big house.
I'd like to go over for a year or two.
It might
But
be haunted by Nazis.
problem is finding work over there. There's a lot of people that just.
Seen
It's
one
very
just
hard to
before.
find countries that will
They're
actually
there.
sponsor you for a visa,
Yeah.
A couple
and which is
super chats.
understandable. I mean, that's kind of.
Estimate Alice
I guess
sent
it's kind of
estimate for 20.
hypocritical for me to want to
Get
go
off
to
my
another
Malcolm
country
and Rexy
and work
sexy
over there
time.
when I
It was a
tend to
fun movie
prefer,
to me.
or I tend to side with the
Talk
idea
about
that you should
Lightyear.
hire your own
I
citizens
don't know who
first.
those characters are.
Yeah.
Mission
Well, actually,
Schwaggens for
my
joining Texas can
my
split
plan is
into
to
5 or
just
6 different states.
raise
It
enough
was a
money
condition
in
of
retirement
Texas
so that I
joining
can
the US.
get an investment visa.
Yeah,
AW
it may be a condition
that?
of doing
What's
it,
an
but you know
investment
the
visa?
federal government
Investment
can resort
visa
to
is
violence to
you
stop it from happening,
can get a green card
Yeah, Crow's
for you
definitely right
and
about
your
that. There's no way the
your
federal
wife
government would allow them
and
to peacefully leave.
any of
So if
your
it does
children
happen,
under the
get
age
ready
of
for a
21.
fight.
Yeah, you
Well,
don't
think
even-
about
as
it.
long
If
as you
Texas
invest
leaves,
in
if
a
that were to happen
business
and they
or
were
start
to leave,
or
a bunch
start
of
a
other
new
states-
business
Yeah,
that
How
will
much
employ
does-
that will employ 10 Americans.
I think it's like
Florida.
30 states or so that's
Is there a
allowed
requirement
besides
for how much
Texas,
invested?
so-
All red states.
Yeah, dude.
No, as long as
You know how much
it's
tax
10
money
the
they
highest,
lose?
like as long as it employs 10 Americans.
Well, I mean,
So all you got to do is start a company in America that hires
the
10
aisle,
people.
there's
Yeah.
the division is so far that there's just really.
I don't have any of that. I got
there's
lots
no-
of shit
let's
that
sit down and talk about
Floyd
it.
really
Really,
wanted.
Exactly.
They-
There's
You
no
You don't really need a green card.
Guys, can I ask
made
you?
it
Can I
perfect
just
Being
ask
that
you
you're a
one
citizen?
question?
Or do you want to get gay married so
Can
you
I ask
come
you
to
guys one
America?
question? It's like really important.
We can get gay married here.
Yeah.
Gets the kids.
We
Well, yeah.
actually legalized it after America did.
Whoever wins
You
the
gotta
fight.
be like gay married to American.
Yeah, there's no problem.
That's a really fun thing.
That's how it works. Them's the rules.
Theoretically, that would work, but I'm not
Oh,
down
she-
with taking things in
Estimate's
the
talking
butt.
You know,
about
so,
technically,
Jurassic World
we
Dominion.
I do prefer the normal marriage.
technically
Well,
gay
a lot of
marriage
the-
has
a
been
lot of
I'm not
legal
going
since
to
Australia was born.
I know.
Just saying.
It's a loophole. It's,
gotta get out.
that's how
Well,
Milo Yiannopoulos got his
Do some
citizenship.
gay marriage. I'll let you out. I'm not
It's-
going to
it's an
require
option.
like. I'm not going to be
Totally
standing
an
there at
option.
the fucking gate at the fucking airport.
No,
Like, hey,
that's ours.
Fucking
I
Texas
mean,
Army.
over there, boy.
It's totally an option. Just
Okay.
find a guy, who will sign the papers and help me get over. Be a mail order husband.
Yeah, sure. Let's do that.
Women do it all the time.
Or just fly to Mexico.
I only require
drive north.
I don't want to,
walk
but I don't
across-
want to risk getting
Civil War right
disappeared
there.
in Mexico.
And I'm gonna be
That's the
watching
problem.
on YouTube.
No, just come to America for one blow.
Fly to Canada.
I'm gonna be in my house secure.
Yeah, just walk over.
Alabama, baby.
Just walk over into
I'm not
Michigan
leaving my house for nothing.
because no one's watching.
If that goes down.
But they're serious questions, right? Like,
No,
Yeah, dude.
And then from
It's
there
a-
say,
it's
hey,
a-
I've got,
try this with
I'm
Andrew.
Australian. I don't have to get a
I don't
visa to
know,
come to the
because
US because you have the
first
visa
of all,
waiver.
this even
Generating
happen.
taxes isn't in their favor either. No matter
Yeah.
Which is not true because they'd still have to scan my passport.
There's enough resource and people and valuable aspects to Texas that I highly doubt that.
I
Or
like
the other thing you can do.
Ironically, I
What do
would
we
do
do? I
whatever
mean,
I
but
could
that-
to help
that's a
people
serious
like
question, too,
escape their
because you have these
authoritarian
people
halls.
On
Like,
the far
America's
left,
the
only
shit,
solution
but
is they
like,
wanna live
there's
under these
nowhere else
socialist,
that you can do the
communist
things you
fucking
can. Like,
governments. I
like
don't
what
wanna
country?
live like that.
Well, there's some
No,
South
I don't want to
American
live in that world. And
that you
then
can
you
still have
know,
guns, but like
so what do
really,
you do
like
there?
where
Like,
else
there's
is there?
just
Nowhere in
this-
Europe,
it's so
nowhere in Asia.
something like that's gonna happen.
Poland,
now
Poland
because
still
there's
lets you
no-
have guns.
There's no resolution
Yeah,
here.
the Czechs will let you
Neither
as well.
side wants to talk to
Do
each other.
they?
In fact,
I
a
think
lot
so.
of
Well,
them,
maybe
like,
I don't know
are
about
afraid to talk to
non-citizens,
each
but the
other.
Czechs.
But
you
there's
can-
no
I think
resolution
the
here.
Czechs
It's
even
gonna
have
have to
concealed
end
carry.
in
But
something like this.
My whole, it's
Like,
not
they're
even
gonna
about
have
like
to throw everyone
carrying
down
guns.
They're not, nowhere is as
They're
lax
terrified of
as
losing
or
their-
as welcoming
their,
as the US on
voting
that kind of
base,
thing,
man.
but
like that's the
there are
the
places
issue is
that
like all like the majority
are
of people
starting
on the
to
left
emulate
don't
it a bit more.
approve of the extreme left, but they're
I think
terrified to
Brazil,
say
I think
so
Bolsonaro is also
because
trying to
they're
push
afraid they're
for
gonna lose
a
like,
Second
the
Amendment
motivation
style
to
thing
get
in
canceled.
Brazil because of all the fucking crime.
Far left
Yeah.
has all,
Do
the
you know
far
how
left
like
has
how
all
like
the institutional power.
it annoys me so much that people like in I don't know about Brazil.
You have the moderate leftists, and they're
They're like
afraid of
sitting
the
there
courts.
saying,
They're
in
like,
America,
yeah,
they're like,
fuck
oh
that.
well,
No,
you
they
shouldn't
just
have
wanna
guns to
associate with
protect
anyone on the
yourself. It's
right
like, are
because they
you
think
kidding
that
me?
they're evil
Like
too. They think that
criminals
someone
are going
on
to
their
do
side of
gun
bad,
stuff.
sure,
They're
but
going
they're
to
never
kill
gonna
people. They're
side
going
with
to do
evil
gun
Nazi
things.
fascists,
That's how
right?
that's
You
how
do
our
have a
country
serious problem there, and it is one-sided because there are people on
thinks
the right
regarding
who
the
associate a
entire
lot of
matter.
people on the left and
It's
people on
like,
the
no, you
left
shouldn't have weapons to defend
refuse to
yourselves
talk
because
Well,
that means
the-
criminals. That means criminals are going to take your guns and then use them on other people.
Exactly.
Yeah.
They would rather the guns just not
Gun-free
exist
zone? Well,
entirely.
Yeah, that's the
March
retarded
5th,
shit.
Peace.
The DOJ right now
Do
has
some
basically
murdering.
said that they're going to ignore.
That's
every
it's
single
the
one from
whole
the
point.
Supreme
Like
Court
criminals
because fuck
don't
them.
follow
And
the
also,
fucking laws.
they're
Like
gonna
what
refuse
like
to
fuck.
enforce
But then you
federal
also
law
shouldn't make it
to protect
easier for them to
justices
get
because,
armed. You
again,
shouldn't supply them with
them.
anything
And
more.
also, they're going to go
But that's the
Fuck.
problem, though. Any time that there is a law that restricts your rights, you're being collectively punished.
just going like,
yeah.
you know, this
Like
is
any
the
of these kind of reactive laws are just collective punishment.
It's the same thing for drugs, cars, any sort of dangerous item or vice. It's like, but what if the criminals get their hands on them?
They do. They're the ones who are controlling access in the first place.
Yeah, but you get treated as a supplier. You get treated as an enabler. If someone mistakes something, if someone misuses
so fucking
these things,
stupid.
you get blamed for it because you allowed them to get access. Because you wanted to do whatever whatever you want. You wanted to enjoy your freedom and liberty.
Oh, my fucking eyeballs out. These people are so stupid. It's the point.
They are so
People are
stupid.
saying,
Yeah.
it's like Tim Pool, Civil War.
If you're pro-gun in Australia, that means you support
You're gonna
school
get a business?
shootings.
Yep.
This could spark
Legit. I've had people tell me that to my face.
Yeah,
How
unironically.
many of you had that?
Unironically.
I remember-
I've been called a good reason for gun control. I'm like, how fucking dare you?
What?
I've been called a good reason for gun control.
How many
That
schools
makes
do
no
you
sense.
have in
Makes
Australia?
no sense.
Yeah, I think I
It's
hope,
just like,
I hope
bitch,
everyone is safe
I don't
through this,
even
'cause,
have a
like,
firearms
you had one
license.
trying
I
to go
don't
to that
own
one
any
guy's house
firearms.
and fuck him up.
I'm not that
From
big
Kavanaugh.
into it.
Yeah. Somebody was like,
But I do think that
on their
people
way
should be
to
able
his
to
home.
defend
And
themselves
the
against
media, of course,
rapists.
covered it up.
But apparently,
because
you know,
it's
supporting
because their
any sort
violent
of weapon
rhetoric that
ownership
led to this,
for self-defense, for protection of the home.
Well, look, I have two
that
daughters.
makes you a crazy militia member.
I have two daughters. Whenever they go out, I worry.
It's okay
Yeah,
when
sure.
they do it.
Because they live in Sydney and like, it's not always safe, and they go out at
Not in
night.
Western Sydney.
So,
It's okay when
but they
do
can't
it.
defend
It
themselves. They
always
can't
is.
carry anything. They can't carry collapsible baton. They can't carry taser. They can't carry pepper spray. They can't carry a sonic device. They certainly can't carry a gun.
Yeah.
Nope.
Can't
I
even
remember
carry a
this-
knife.
No, you
this
can't
is
carry.
talking
You
about,
can't even own anything for
Afghanistan.
self-defense in Australia. It's not
It's-
allowed.
there's
Yeah.
another
Anything.
factor, too, in that
I mean,
the
yes, I've got a
vast
cricket bat at
majority of
home
the
for
times
sport.
when there's
It's
any
YouTube.
sort of secession,
But
like
What?
actually, look at Ukraine.
You're not allowed to. You're not allowed to own. We were talking about the concealed carry laws for New York and how that got overturned.
Yeah. Well,
Because
they
you
are
needed to
for
give
now,
New
but
York
they're
a
gonna
reason.
lose their
No,
eastern
no,
Yeah.
regions,
you
and
can't
that's
own
intentional.
anything for
And
self-defense.
You
look,
can't have
and that's
fucking
the thing
bear
you gotta
spray or
remember,
mace.
if you
Are you
wanna
kidding me?
succeed
Not for
in
self-defense
your
purposes.
You might
You
use
don't
it
Alright,
against the
boys.
police.
I'm gay marrying both of you. Come to
Make an
America.
alliance with that country's enemies,
10,
and
15
Is
they
polygamy
join them.
recognized, or you'll have to
You'll have to
marry
move to
me?
Utah
No,
first.
You'll have to, yeah. We'll have to become
in,
Mormons.
The whole point of this is like this, like there's no out. Like it's over. Like everywhere. Like you can't
Yep.
you can't
I
defend
didn't even
yourself
think about that shit.
in
Texas
but a
would tell
handful of
them
countries
to get
anymore.
fucked, I think.
Like oh
Yeah,
well,
I agree.
You
I was
can
like, I don't think
defend
they'll-
yourself in
they'll-
Australia.
opposite
lots
of
Yeah.
of
the
the
South.
If
Well,
you're going to use a gun,
they
you better
die
have a
or
damn
give all
good
these
reason as to
people
how
away.
you had that gun and why you
Just
used that.
curious, how many Walmart
And
did
Tim,
It has
you've
happened.
got to be extra careful because
Oh,
your martial arts training could end you and could
Yeah,
have you ending in jail.
that is legitimately true. Like if I ever had to defend myself, I will
Yeah.
I will get dragged before the court,
Yeah.
and
That's
I'll be asked to explain why I did to
the
people what I
Russia-
did.
the Russia thing is
And there's a lot of
in the
things
last
that
few years
I
that I've
can't do
experienced
to
my
people.
entire life. I'm
Yeah.
It would stop them,
I've
but it
never
would
seen
actually be
so many
considered
weird
assault.
Things go
Yeah.
down just back
Yeah.
to
That's
back
that's
to back.
that's a,
Person
that's a
breaks into your
legitimate
house,
concern that I
trying
have
to
to
hurt
actually
you.
talk about with my students. Is like
the thing is,
some
too,
of this
like,
stuff
our
is
government's
not
government's
actually
done a lot of,
usable
like,
in
really
self-defense.
horrific
It'll hurt
shit,
people.
but
Like
we've never
just head
really
kicking
had
people. It's a very
access to
common
the
thing in
information
sport.
in real time.
But
We've never been
if you
able
do
to
that to
see the
someone in
outright
self-defense,
hypocrisy.
that's
For
that's
instance,
lethal
like,
force.
we said Saddam
Like,
Hussein, weapons
So what
of
the
war,
fuck?
right? So
This
we
is
go
my
and
whole
we're
point. Like, what the fuck are you supposed to do in Australia? And like, what do you do? Just
But then
die
we sit there
then?
and we say,
You
well,
just die.
Russia.
Like,
You
oh,
know,
there's a man
we have
trying to
equal
murder me.
we have equal force laws. So if someone's punching me, I can punch him back.
Yeah.
But that's
But
stupid.
if they punch me, I
So
can't shoot
fucking
them.
stupid.
Yeah.
Like, okay, so I have equal force at the moment I realize it's happening. It doesn't work. If you get hit in the fucking face, it just doesn't work.
Any
someone's
defense
punching
has
me,
to
I
be
can't pull out.
proportional to the attack.
Oh, well, now
if they're punching,
brain damage, so I think I should fight back with proportional force. No,
Well,
like
yes and no. I mean, like if it's a Trayvon Martin situation, you'd be within your rights to stab somebody.
Yeah.
But then why were you carrying a knife?
Exactly. Yeah. Why were you carrying a knife? That could be intent. Like, that's the problem.
That's not intent. Carrying a knife is not intent.
Here it can be because you aren't
self-defense
allowed
is
to
considered
carry
intent.
a knife.
Because you're not allowed to have anything for self-defense.
That's some retarded shit.
It is retarded
You have a
shit.
knife.
It is the law.
Claiming to stab somebody. That's American laws 101. Like, oh well, you have this knife on you. Yeah. Well, you're gonna hurt someone.
Yeah, I am. Yeah, exactly. You would be.
If someone attacks me, I'll stab them to literal death. I'll fucking kill them. But like, I'm not gonna kill a rando, like just a person. But that's how these laws work, and that's the fucking insidiousness of leftism. That's what they do, literally. Like I could carry a fucking cannon on my back.
Most of Germany's
Never plan on killing anybody, but just because I have it You know,
So they're really
Well,
fun.
that's
Like
our
90
not
or
saying you
80%
shouldn't
of it
shoot
comes
Gary
from
Cannon because it's stupid
No,
either way. But
They're going back to
point
that's
is, like,
very much the British. And I'll say British because I think we inherit it mostly from our British heritage. Is we Australia has been so brainwashed into a mantra of just because you can doesn't mean you should. I'm like,
rah 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 Ukraine, whatever.
no, it's not up to you to determine whether or not I should be able to fight back against somebody.
Well, it's because Russia's
It's
damn.
like I shouldn't have to improvise my own defense.
No, you're right. You're right, 100%. The whole point. Like, think about that though. Like if they really thought about the thought process behind that.
They keep asking Russia for gas.
They did think about it, absolutely, yeah. They
Don't
don't want
coming
you.
onto my property and trying to kill me, and I have to think about whether or not anything I do is proportional.
It's like, what? Where does this make?
Don't come on my fucking property. Like, why are you here trying to kill me? Like, or rob me or whatever they're doing. It doesn't matter. I hate that shit so much.
I want to jump on.
Ooh, that's the worst leftist thing. That is absolutely the worst. Like, oh, flee and abdicate your own lands that you fought, bled, and
it's just stuff.
One of the children.
It's just stuff.
Jeez, Flash, we covered this hours ago. God.
You think that would have been the first thing before Amber?
You got to start with the light stuff and go into the hard stuff, and then finish sort of light.
Smoke weed all day, and she's hoard her kids out.
I don't have to worry about reading super chats, and probably will never have to worry about reading super
Where
chats.
is the dad in this situation? Like,
She stole the kids. She stole the
They're
kids.
putting allegations.
Which sucks
on him.
because I'd
Where's
probably
the
read them
evidence
better
of that?
than
Like, I
Flash
feel
can.
bad for- Like, you imagine
Flash
this,
is
like
bad
your
for
kid's
terrorists.
living around this fucking nut, and you find out your kid's chewing on a bullet. Like, what the fuck, man? Like, seriously, like, there's a report in there that one of the children was allegedly chewing on a fucking bullet. They put a bullet in the kid's mouth.
How does this dude not get blown away? Like, I just don't understand.
How is this? How is everyone
Sorry about that.
quiet about it? Where's Warner Brothers' fucking statement on this guy?
That
Came out with a
No, Flash
statement the
isn't
day
wrong, like we
after
said.
the UK trial with Johnny Depp, but these motherfuckers stay silent on this guy. And this guy's got
He's
nasty
wrapped in
shit
that
that he's
disgusting,
done.
wrapped in that
Nasty
ugly
shit.
flag
It's because he followed through with his
They
commitment.
that
don't
they
even
make
consider it
uglier
ugly.
every fucking year.
So they have to.
They
follow
don't
through
even
with
consider it ugly.
He let him.
They
fuck his
love it.
asshole, so now they
I,
have to follow through. Is how it works.
What is it?
What have you heard on this, Tug? You got any of
Fucking
your,
Young Justice.
Hollywood people talking.
It was revived a few years ago, and it's been having more and more seasons.
It's just a lot of
And
it's common
Greg
sense. Like,
Weissman,
what the
he
fuck?
said,
Warner
"Well,
Brothers
if you're
is in
gonna,
a, what
if you
the
guys
fuck
are
do
gonna
we do
push back against the woke shit, we're just gonna push it harder."
Like, what the
to the
fuck?
point, yeah. DC is embracing the woke. If you don't like the woke, well, fuck you. We're gonna push it harder.
Yeah.
I mean, okay, you're
Well, that-
entitled to do that, but
Woke
it's
is
gonna
apparently a
it's gonna
suicide pact.
It's gonna hurt your company.
Like, look at this shit. What's the study of flags?
This is
Like, this is terrible.
to create intersex inclusion because we need to see it. No, we don't actually.
Like,
we
this is
don't.
an ugly flag. This
Almost
is an ugly
no-
flag. You couldn't. This is the best you could do. Really?
Almost nobody is intersex. Legit, almost nobody is actually intersex. Intersex being
It's a
hermaphrodite.
fraction of a fraction.
That's right. The only intersex person I know of is Casta Semenya. Now she's not trans. She is legitimately intersex. She was born with a vagina and internal testes. She's an actual intersex person.
Yeah.
But that's the only one I've ever known of.
Yeah.
I've known of
It's
transvestites
so
and
incredibly
cross-dressers.
rare as to be just
Almost
an
non-existent.
anomaly.
Statistically zero. Yeah.
It'd be like going back to the Crikey article. It'd be like saying Michael Phelps is a different species.
He's transhuman.
He's transhuman. Yeah.
He's homo superior.
Yeah,
He's a
homo
mutant.
superior. Yeah. Just because he's got big feet.
that's his X factor.
Yeah.
Magneto would love him.
Worst mutation ever.
The whole point of this whole movement is people who don't really exist.
Oh god, they were Oh god, they're
Gotta do a
reviving
lot.
the X-Men cartoon. I
Gotta
think
do
as
a
well.
lot.
Yeah, they are.
X-Men
And it's
'97.
been-
Kids
it's
chewing
been,
on bullets, not a
who's
big
the-
deal.
There's someone who's just a woke star
As
who's
long
doing
as he's,
the.
up there rooting for Biden.
Oh, Marvel and DC are all
Biden,
super
you know,
progressive.
X-Men
I think
86
we need to
is
stop.
the-
I think we need to stop using the word woke and just say progressive. Call it out for what it actually is. It's American progressivism.
Right here.
Yes.
X-Men 97.
Most people don't even know what woke is. They
It just
can't.
proves how
It's
insane
become
Joe
too broad of a
is
term.
his
Yeah, so
long
X-Men
history.
97 is due next
Actually,
year.
you know what's funny is what Camelot was saying about the casting couch. Man.
It's gonna be as bad as Young Justice season 3 and 4.
X-Men 97. So
Voice cast.
He's
Dodd.
Those.
I recognize none of these people.
I have a feeling. Hang on, was that Cal Dodd? Is this the '90s voice cast?
What is this?
Oh, it is.
Well, that's all right.
It is. Those are the voice artists.
The
from
original voice
the
artists.
original
Okay.
cartoon for the most, and the old Capcom games. Yes.
Upcoming American animated
Yes,
streaming series. So it's due in March of 2023.
Yeah.
But
Norzan.
I think
Your Weavery is so fucking advanced that I can't.
yeah, that's some AT Weebery.
I did not recognize.
Granted,
the names.
it's Western
only 'cause
Weebery.
It's only because I didn't recognize the names that I had the suspicion.
All on board about the Carol.
I don't actually know any of the work of those people. I just realized, hey, those are not the 5 American voice actors that do everything. Is that? No, but I looked it up. No, those are the voice actors from the original cartoon in the '90s.
So this is the
Which is
showrunner.
nice. Yep.
It's
Strange
whatever
new. Oh no!
I need that. I could. You know what? I tried to find it. You know that video, like the sound that goes. Womp, 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 womp. I tried to find that.
That's a price. That's a Price is Right clip. Hang on.
Oh, is it? Damn.
Yeah, it's Price is Right.
Price is
Womp,
Right.
womp, womp, womp.
Hell.
Want that?
Hang on.
Because the sad trombone is just overplayed.
Hang on. Let me private chat this one.
Do trombone stuff.
There you go.
Yeah. Okay. So he's a producer.
Strange New
So he's a
Worlds,
producer on all
Superman,
the
The
like.
Witcher.
He's one of the 700 producers on one of the iterations of Star Trek. I counted. So I've watched everything Star Trek because I'm a fucking idiot. Now that's sad trombone.
It is, yeah.
That's sad trombone, which is all right, but it's a bit overplayed.
It's not good enough. It's not. It's not.
I put the fail horn in the private
did you?
chat.
Fail horn, is it? Oh, right.
Price is Right. The fail horn.
Oh, that's brilliant. I will be.
I'm gonna play it.
Cooking that.
That's the same as. It's the same as sad trombone.
No, it isn't. That is not the same.
There.
This is not the same as sad trombone.
The format was.
That is not the same. Different. Very different. They have a trombone.
Listen, be quiet.
Yeah.
But yes, I watched Discovery, much to my dismay. And one episode, I thought, you know what? I'll count the producers. 23. There were 23 producers, from regular producer to assistant producer to supervising producer to executive producer. There were 23 producers.
Drex says he would join if he wasn't on the road right now.
I figured he was on the road.
What the fuck? He's not on the fucking road. It's one in the morning. He's not on the fucking road.
Isn't he taking Lady
He's in a
Drex
different time
somewhere?
zone, though, isn't he?
Okay, so he's at it's 12:02 a.m. He's not on the fucking
Road at midnight.
He's off to smash. It's fine.
He's had a fucking green light on the phone icon for like an hour. Like he's not on the fucking road. Well, maybe he is.
Store editor for the originals. Yeah, all right. That was all right. My wife liked it. My kids liked it. My girls liked it. So,
Give me the truth, Drexel. Don't lie to me. Tell me like, no, you guys
and a
are
writer
real
on 2 episodes of The Witcher.
busy.
Roll.
Don't.
Man, that show was a disappointment.
Yeah. So
I love Henry Cavill is the
Henry
best
Cavill's the
Geralt.
best.
That I love Henry Cavill.
And he's the
Cavill,
best
but,
Superman
man,
too.
Yes.
Should I send him a show us your tits?
Ezra Miller actually is.
Did you ever see his arrest footage?
Yeah.
That was hilarious.
Like, they're
Flash. That actually was.
misgendering
Oh
me.
yes.
Oh my God! I was.
I don't
on a-
consent.
I was
I don't
on a
consent.
show.
I'm a transgender
Oh,
non-binary.
you mean
Laughing
Ezra.
at how
Fuck,
stupid
I thought you were
he
talking
was,
about Drax. I was
and
like,
there was
really?
somebody on the
Wait,
show
Drex
that
is
was like,
arrest footage.
You shouldn't
No,
let
I
him
was
because
fuck
he's
yeah.
Drexel."
I was like, oh,
Fuck him,
yeah.
man. You know.
Drex will
you
bend the
can't
cops
use
over
that
and they can
$200
take
million
it.
movie.
Wait.
No,
Who
thanks.
said he was mentally ill?
God,
Yeah,
tight
well,
as
that's the
fuck.
thing. Like, has he sought treatment for anything? Has he done anything? No, fuck that. It's just
You
an
guys,
excuse,
are you
man. It's
either
an
you like
excuse.
actually
Maybe
sub
they were
Tug,
joking.
like watch
No,
stuff?
they weren't. They were definitely not.
No,
They
I don't
were
watch
like
anything
a-
from these
It was
people.
a lecture.
Yeah,
I was like, you
Other
know
than
what?
other than
I work
Nick
in
and
mental health,
occasionally
fuck
Anna.
that dude. Let's laugh at him.
Yeah, actually, looking at, I don't think I'm subbed to anybody here.
You're right. I should have made fun of him for
Who's
being.
Hannah?
I don't even think I'm subbed to
Anna.
Flash.
Anna, Star Wars girl. Anna.
Well, that's a mistake.
I'm not subbed to Flash.
Like
So
I said last week.
Actually, no, sorry. I am subbed to Flash.
Henry
I take that back.
Cavill
No, I am.
wants
I
I am
just
subbed to
searched.
Flash.
I
I
just
don't-
searched for it.
We're gonna
Yeah.
pass on.
I don't
him
mind. I don't mind
keep
Flash's
Ezra
normal
Miller.
content.
I actually like
I
Flash.
haven't watched it. I've
Like,
never
why the
seen
hell are
it
you
like
getting what-
anything that
Dude,
Flash
I
has
would
ever
just
done.
put
That's just
Henry
normal
Cavill
10-minute
in every
videos
role.
about
People
Just
current
have
topics
him
and
be the
stuff. but-
Flash and
I can't stand his
Exactly.
voice.
Fuck it.
I don't know what
Jesus
American accent it is, but it's
I
annoying.
actually
That
have it
guy-
on
that
good
guy,
authority that
I don't.
Henry
I don't
Cavill was
dislike
too
Tug.
busy
Like I
playing the
like him
T-Rex
as a
in Jurassic
person. He
World,
seems
so-
cool, but I don't
Yeah.
ever want to watch.
Like, just
I think it's just that
Anna.
everyone on this on
she's
Flashcast's
literally a
content
swim girl,
overlaps
man.
just a bit too
She's
much,
wet the
Yeah.
entire
which is
time
not a
and
bad
we
thing.
talk
It's just
about
like
that
it just
motherfucker.
means I don't need to
And
sub
that's
to
like
all
all
of
the
them.
women.
What do you? Well,
Just
like
cast
I
them for
know.
everything.
I'd like to know
it's
about
just,
that.
It's so crazy.
I don't
Like
care,
this guy's
actually.
so squeaky
I like that
clean.
this
Doesn't
kind
you
of
know?
stuff, like,
But
sorry.
I mean, they're all
Fans
making their
love
own
it.
videos
Nah.
about mostly the same topics,
Fuck
which is
having
fine.
that guy as
Doesn't fit
Superman.
in
Well, just
volume.
yeah.
Look, there's nothing
If
wrong
I'm
with
sub to
that.
one, I'm
Fuck having him
basically
as
sub to
super
everybody.
Superman. Let's bring
Terms
Ezra
of
Come on,
Miller and
fights
Amber
about
Heard
fucking
in.
GameStop.
Those are the ones we want to
Those-
retain from the Snyderverse. We want
Those-
those.
I'm not subbed to Cow. I don't think I've watched any of Camelot's videos other than the one we just saw.
Joe Ball's just drawing fucking skulls.
I don't count Joe because he doesn't talk.
Come on. Oh,
And
Yeah.
Tug is Tug. So like, what's the overlap there?
Well, they're all talking about
Shadow Fenner
you know,
24 for 20
DC,
Flash gas.
Marvel,
I got left
Amber
with 30
Heard,
days left in the liberal
that stuff.
paradise of Hawaii and Biden's army.
I feel better about
Interesting
it
about
if
Texas
a
is they
fucking
have
law
two
is
National
there,
Guards.
but-
One that
The Toxic's
operates
right
outside
about
the
Drex.
active duty army, and the governor.
He's with his wife. She won't let him
That's
join.
interesting. I don't know anything about that.
There's a National Guard in Alabama.
I'm sure Drex would say
It's false. No, not this time. We created it. Not this time. No, not this time. It's totally.
Fake
I said that shit to
love
him.
Jonathan
An
Frakes.
hour later, he says to me,
And
"If
he
I were
That's a
out
great
for a
clip.
year.
Are you
And he
kidding me,
came
bro?
back and like I went and hung out with him. We played some like
He's
Halo.
with
That dude
NCAA.
was like shredded. He was like he went to
Ah, man,
Egypt
he
for a
just fucked.
year. like, and
Come
was
on.
just
I'll
like
DM him.
security
I'll DM him
patrol,
on
and he
Twitter,
is,
like the
got
whip
a
crack
90
sound.
pack, and I'm like, God damn, what'd you do out there? What'd they
I
feed
can't
you?
believe we responded. I can't believe you said a
Before you
fire
go,
response.
that's some mental health stuff for you here.
Riker
What?
should have had his own show.
Man, you're not
Society
driving.
celebrates.
Now, come on. Are you driving right now?
Two stories.
Well,
One
Nick doesn't stream on Sunday, so
is
like
this
maybe on
woman
locals.
who
Oh,
is
Nick's
sexually
gay.
attracted to
But-
a fence.
So the row stuff's going to be
That fence
3
is
days
back
old
and heard the
because he
fence.
missed Friday, he's missed Saturday, won't do Sunday.
Shit, they're pointy.
I
dude.
did
Come
not
on.
So
I think Nick will just cover it briefly,
He's perfect. I mean, this is
Fair,
the shape I
whatever.
like
or maybe
so
do
much.
one
You
show
know?
to break it all down.
yeah,
I mean, I'm in the
Which will be fun because
Nothing wrong with that.
Yo.
shit.
we're all there for Nick just to do his
Stroking
own
that
thing
dude.
with it, even if it's a bit dated.
yeah,
But it doesn't need a full Lawtube.
Oh, she's
Quote unquote
Brilliant
breakdown.
to me,
yeah.
because they are so perfect.
Well, I
in their
respect that
geometry.
Drex at least responded to my comment. So
I mean, I have to say there is a lot of physical stuff
Mad
going on right
respect.
now. I mean,
See, I
and
thought being
think it
attracted to
happens
physical
between human
objects was a
relationships
Japanese
as
thing.
well, but I'm definitely
There was the
physically
guy who
attracted to
was
this fence.
in love with his car.
And I would like
on
to know this
TLC.
better.
One that
Get
was
that
fucking.
girl off instantly. With my
Yeah, he
phone.
was stupping his car.
You are sweet, baby.
What is wrong with this woman?
Physically attracted to a fence.
Oh my God.
She likes
New
it sharp.
York Post.
We celebrate
Wait,
this
wait.
though.
Fence post. I get.
Oh, damn it, Tug, you took my joke. My strange addiction. Royal Arizona. Arkansas, sorry.
Arkansas, yeah.
27 years old.
AZ's Arizona.
Serious relationship with Michael.
Ooh, get it, boy. Get it. Keep that going.
I think it's a Ford too, like
Nathaniel is in a
or a Mazda, like a Mazda
with a
Miata or
car
something.
that he's named Chase.
What is it? Oh, they're not. Oh, they're not showing the brand. It's a Ford. It's a
5
Ford.
years ago.
I reckon. Oh no, Tim's gone.
It was love at first sight. His body and then his.
He couldn't.
interior and everything just
Tim ran
didn't
away.
fit.
I
It
don't
just
blame
felt
him.
instant.
Yeah, that's a Ford. Even I can tell that's a Ford.
He didn't want to be associated.
It's okay, Sam. I don't blame you. These people are fucking weird.
Oh,
There's
absolutely.
a fucking doctor that she hired to come in there too to deliver this baby.
Oh yeah, this one. Yes.
What was this one?
She
Oh my
married
God.
her ragdoll husband, and they had a
That is
baby.
fucking mental illness right there.
Remember
the
when?
first girl could just
Remember
be, like,
when?
attention, but that is
People having
black.
these kind of strange fucking obsessions would be treated with therapy.
Is this like a
Yeah.
Not
situation?
We used
doctors
to call that shit out.
embracing that bullshit.
Yes.
Who goes through all
Look at
this?
this shit.
I
You
mean,
see
I
that?
get
Like
the
people who
dancing?
legit think that they're animals.
Did somebody work a puppet
Yeah.
into
I
that
mean, technically
slideshow?
humans are
What was
animals,
it?
but you get the point.
Does he have an attachable
I'll
penis?
turn it off a bit because I just got to step away from it.
Uh-oh.
Do you think
God,
that
look
she
at that
like
hair.
sticks a fucking dildo on this?
Look at there it is.
She's got it
Look
by
at
the-
them moves. Holy
Yeah.
shit.
Oh, she's
Oh my God.
look at all these people watching too.
Yeah, go up to her and say, "What the fuck is wrong with you?"
He was
That's
probably
her
only there for
family.
the free food.
Her family's dead inside, probably.
Her dad's like, I'm not paying for this.
That's a
horse
pretty
shit."
damn well fitted suit.
Wait,
You gotta
her
stop.
mother is.
Well, I mean,
probably
look at
just,
the
like-
wedding. It's yeah.
Oh my God! Can you just imagine being the mom? She like made her the rag doll just
What's
like as a
this-
toy when she
is
was
that a
younger, and
gender
now she's, like,
reveal?
you know, like
It is a gender reveal.
hang herself because the
Well,
daughter's fucking.
You got to think either
It's a
women
boy!
go lesbian or this is the other route they go. Oh my! See, I knew it. I knew it. It was gonna be a fake baby the whole time.
Yeah. Well, no, that's their baby. They made that baby
Oh,
together.
look. It's got dad's
beautiful.
eyebrows and hers too.
God damn.
So when the baby is supposed to
What an
grow, do they
absolute
throw
bundle of
that
joy.
one out and replace it with one that's grown?
They throw that bitch in the trash compactor.
You're not good enough. We need a bigger baby.
How the fuck? is
Yeah,
this?
people like that.
dating?
How
used
did,
to-
like
we
you
used to
said,
shame
how did
them.
we get to the point where we celebrate this?
We
kind of stuff?
celebrate it. Yeah.
You know
it's so
why?
great.
Because it's because we stopped allowing people to mock and ridicule the absurdity of this kind of shit. I mean, this is this is just way out in left.
It's encouraged.
I
mean,
thought
look
it was
at
because
every
we hooked up kids on fucking
Yeah,
hardcore drugs.
everything.
every
Flashcocks
mass
here
shooting
sings
is
about.
now like some ultra like
Absolutely.
like mentally unstable person because we encouraged the shit out of it. Up until like what 2 days ago, we didn't even know what a woman was. Suddenly, we know what one is.
Yeah, now
Yeah,
we
come
know.
on, right.
Now it's all back into play now.
Suddenly
it's
women are a thing
uterus
again.
there. You don't have a uterus, you don't get a say. Well, it's the men. I thought men had those too.
Do women who have had hysterectomies not have
What
sex?
about that guy in India that had the uterus implants? Does that count?
Ugh.
Yeah,
or,
you know
or
that-
did they not do that yet?
Well, somebody told me that the one person they did that on died. Really?
God was like,
Wait,
no,
If I had a
I
sound
wonder why
bite,
they
that would
died.
be,
Dead, he doesn't get a say.
straight up the sound
Fucking
trombone.
bigot.
The body will reject. First off, a man's frame isn't big enough to support like a baby inside. That's why women have
What?
wider hips.
Dude, no. There's
No,
I know
that's
it's
for delivery.
controversial and
Flash.
crazy,
Jesus
but
Christ! I know
there's a
you have
girl on
children.
Honey
Women's
at the
hips
gym,
get wider
and she's in
as
great
the
shape.
baby
She has a
develops.
6-pack, but she has a 42-inch like hips.
Like
And I have,
extremely
like, a
skinny women
29-inch hip
have
area.
babies.
And I'm
Their
like
body
at
changes.
11% body fat. So like,
Men
dude, there's
have the
just no,
pelvic
there's no
space to
way
do
I'm
it.
passing anything through my ass. I'm just gonna be honest, dude. I have a hard time taking.
Yeah, that's right. Like,
So,
men
I
have
don't think so.
hips
No
just
way.
as wide as women. It's just because
Yeah, it looks
like,
painful. I
we're
watched
straight.
it happen.
Like we're just we can
not
be a
too
V.
long ago, and
Yes,
I,
women's are designed to help the baby come
was
out.
Like,
Yeah, because
holy
they're
shit,
smaller.
This looks fucking painful as hell.
You know, that whole
'Cause, like,
biological
you see that
difference
thing
between a
slide
man and a
out,
woman.
it's
Oh,
like, wow.
sorry,
Dude,
YouTube.
The thing that's all doesn't
You're a
exist.
stronger man than I don't know
You
if I
want to
can
watch
it.
him?
I might pass out, dude.
Hashtag cancelled.
I want to watch. I think it's a special moment.
They're gonna be
But,
like,
man,
"Hey,
it looks
we're gonna have
looks
to cut
fucking
her."
painful, even with that thing in your spine that's like painkiller, the epidural.
Yeah,
It's not enough.
When they got to cut her and they just take a knife.
Some women don't
or
even get given epidurals.
Tim's
Well,
back.
we have kidney
Yeah,
stones.
it's all
I
right.
guess it's back.
We took away the
Just
My Strange
rips
Addiction
4
car
inches
because we were
and the baby
worried that
shoots out.
you
Dude,
might
I
have been a
might
bit
pass
too
out.
bit too aroused
we
and had to
have
depart.
kidney stones though, so those.
Well, that's exactly what happened.
That's the closest.
A lot
I
of
had one
women
year
that
ago.
get kidney
No,
stones say it's
you
worse
get
than
frozen and
pregnancy.
cancel on me.
So
I can't understand that.
I had a bad spat.
There you are.
I had to adjust my diet, but I had
Where we at now?
28
What's going
kidney
on?
stones in 24 hours once.
God,
So anytime a woman
damn.
adds,
I don't know. I
like-
went to the bathroom.
well, yeah, I had to totally adjust. Like I had to cut
I
out.
think
any,
they're
like,
talking about
sweeteners. Like anything that had.
They're
like
still talking about the woman who gave birth to a rag doll
It
after
was really
marrying her
weird. 'Cause
ragdoll
then
husband.
I was like, if a woman complained about pregnancy, I'm like, I passed the equivalent of 28 kids in 24 hours once at the peak of the worst.
Can't they use
he's talking about kidney
lasers?
stones.
Can't they use lasers
What?
to take it out?
Well,
Kidney stone?
No,
they were
Flash. They
passing,
don't
but
use
the thing
lasers.
Yeah, with those
They use
lasers,
ultrasound.
They have to do like surgery.
It's called
sometimes.
lithotripsy.
Like Infrag, I had to get straight up surgery.
And they
I
use
wanna go
concentrated
away.
sound waves
Let's-
to
Let's
crack
have
Let's
the.
get the surgery going. I do
crack
not
the,
put me to sleep. Let me
yeah,
wake up
dude.
and
Kidney
everything's
stones.
out.
I had one.
And that only
One
works on
kidney
certain
stone
types
in
of kidney
2018
stones.
that about killed me.
Who's on kidney stones? I thought we were talking about babies.
I've never had one. I
No.
don't want
Well,
one ever.
the passing a kidney stone
Well,
is
it's
said
the
to be
pain
the
down your
closest a man
sides.
can come
It's
to the
it
pain of
traveling.
childbirth.
That's
Oh,
the
it's
worst
worse.
part. So it's
It's
like
much
someone
worse.
just stuck a knife up
Vagina
the
is
top of the rib
actually
cage, and after over the course of
designed
about
for
2.5
childbirth,
or
and the
3
dick
hours,
is not
they're just
designed
slowly
to
dragging it
fire
down
out.
until
See,
it's
this is
done.
why I gave up pop.
Calcium.
I barely
Yeah,
drink
that's
any
right.
pop.
That's right,
I
Toxic. It
once
doesn't
in a
doesn't
while,
use
Childbirth
them.
is
It just
it's
breaks
you know,
them.
bad.
I go to
It's
McDonald's and
don't
gotta
get me
get
wrong,
that
it
Coke.
fucking
I
hurts,
was
but I've
thinking
seen
it's
it
like
happen
there, but-
veggies that
3
cause
times
it, though.
now.
It's really weird because it's so different
not
from
that
person
bad.
to person. Like I knew
Well,
a
right.
guy that, yeah,
have
like I
plenty
knew
of
a guy
pain.
that
Good.
ate green beans.
I see
I don't
the
eat
chicks
much
like,
of those
oh,
either.
you know,
Same.
I'm gonna
hey,
die.
can you give me
Red
a
meat's
fucking
gonna
juice
kill
cup?
my
It's like,
ass.
oh, all right, sure.
But
yes.
you know, at least I won't have passed a kidney
Weird.
stone. Fuck that.
Not saying there's very good
It's gonna
value in
kill
it.
me, but fuck, at least it's
I
wasn't
love
a
that
kidney
women can
stone.
do that, but like I'm
Okay,
not
wait.
like
What
impressed
if
anymore by it.
Well,
red
you know,
meat
it's
gave
not
you
gonna
a
happen
kidney
till like
Our
70.
middle child broke
But wait,
my
what if
my
red
wife's
meat
hip.
gave you a kidney stone? Would you still eat it?
No shit, really?
Yeah.
No,
So she
oh,
got
dude,
a
I
hip
ate
fracture
that's
from
I ate
impressive.
that
her.
yesterday, bro. You ain't
That's
stopping my ass.
I can't give up the red
wow.
meat.
Yeah, buddy had
That's
buddy
like
had to
legit,
move
like,
down so
holy
It'll
much
shit.
eventually
broke her hip.
pass. Like that's the whole catch. You know,
But
there's gonna be
I'm,
light at
I'm
the end
trying
of
to
the tunnel.
phrase
You
that
just have to be
correctly. But
delusional
She
Yeah,
weighed like
well,
on the floor.
27
Yeah.
pounds. This kid
For a
come
while,
out
That's
with
what I
a
it's
said.
fucking
so
hoss.
bad
I said
for
pop.
things for feel.
I said pop.
Was
So,
he able
yeah.
to walk
Yeah, it's
right out the
pop.
womb?
She
Like,
just climbed
Soda,
out.
I forgot about that. That's a legitimate thing, too.
Don't acknowledge
Throwing
the
up
soda.
the
It's
deuces.
pop.
We just say
Well,
Coke.
yeah, you say Coke.
There's so
Every
many
pop,
different
Coke.
brands. Just Coke.
I
Jeez.
said,
We just
I
say
said
Coke.
pop.
That's what in I get here in Tennessee. Just say Coke, like everything.
Yeah,
Hey,
the South, that's every
go get me a
pop.
Coke, and usually, you know, the person, I'm talking to knows what I want.
So Tug, I moved here when I was like 6. I moved from Illinois. So when I was growing up, my family would always say pop. So like when I was like 12, I said pop, and everybody thought I was like, retarded. So I was like, Coke. So it was really weird. It was a really confusing time for me because I never understood it.
I hate when you
because,
go
my
places that
family's
don't actually
all
serve
from the
Coke.
north.
And they give you
And,
Pepsi, or
I
worse, they
went
give
to,
you a
like,
fucking
Southern redneck
a
ass
Schweppes
school my
cola.
whole life, so.
A what?
A Schweppes
Oh.
cola. It's like an
I've
Australian cola.
I've never been given
So
Schweppes
you
cola.
explain to
It's
people
terrible.
like
I am a
it's not
Pepsi boy.
soda here.
I
It's
do
not
prefer Pepsi
pop, it's
Max
fucking
over.
I am
Coke.
drinking
That's
Pepsi Max
what I
right
say
now,
now,
but
too. I
that's
say
because
Coke
my
for
wife
I
grabbed
don't
me a
touch
case.
regular Pepsi though. Coke
Give
is
me a
better
whiskey
than
and
I like
Coke.
better
I
than
like
regular
cherry
Pepsi though. I will
Cokes, but but
can see that.
everybody
Coke.
Yeah.
But I stick to
Whiskey and
Pepsi
Coke,
Max.
Dr.
Coke
Pepper
no
and
sugar
Coke,
is
or
greater
Pepsi
than
and
all.
Coke,
Hey,
or-
look at this! Look at this bullshit.
I don't mind
Tug.
Coke No Zero. I will take
Look
Coke.
at this fucking
Coke No
bullshit
Sugar if
right
it's
here.
there.
Yeah.
Hold on, I'm about to
You
share my
think you
it's
know
my
a
number
guy
two,
or
certainly.
two. Jesus
Look at this
Christ.
fucking bullshit.
Damon Mills.
Man,
God, I'm so sick of this motherfucker.
Fuck that guy.
Predators are welcome at Anime Expo.
Oh, that's that one dude.
Of course
Yeah.
he is.
fuck Anime Expo,
Yeah,
dude.
it's.
Oh,
A
come on,
man-
guys.
That
Bullshit.
one dude that
Leave her
coerced
they
his
don't give a
accuser
fuck
into
about this
recanting
guy
their
being
story.
there, but Vic
Yeah.
Mignogna.
Remember, dude, as long as
still
as long
expecting
as
more
you're
weeks
This
to
guy's
go
a
back to
legit
stuff and
pedophile,
No,
fucking predator.
Yeah, Yellow
Legit.
Flash. Here's the difference. He was able to successfully
the
threaten
Damon
his
Mills story
accuser.
is over because
Oh,
he
that's
made his
right,
accuser
yeah.
recant. So
Exactly.
there's nothing's going to happen.
He
He
silenced
should
his
probably just
accuser.
die by
so
hammer.
All's
Dude,
He
forgiven.
probably
you
should.
have
It's
the
all
right
good.
opinions.
Not a predator.
No.
Well, he's got identity privilege, so it's different. If you have identity privilege, it's okay. You can pretty much do whatever you, as long as you don't shoot somebody in or with a
Oh, God damn
camera
it.
watching you.
God,
You can do whatever you want.
I don't know about that,
Yeah,
Flash.
you-
Identity
Maybe I'm
privilege
pretty
is
sure
a
even
real
if you
thing.
shoot somebody, you can still get protected by
Farm and get him hooked
Talk
up.
to Alien.
Bolts in the
Talk
Yeah,
to
middle.
look at
Alec
Ezra
Baldwin.
Miller. That's the privilege right there. Ezra Miller. Look
Yep.
at all the bullshit he had to do to get canceled.
Get out of here.
He's not even properly cancelled.
Yeah, and we made that point before.
I
Like,
don't know
Flash
why
is
you
right.
guys are
Like,
attacking
how much?
this young lady.
How
Yeah,
much did
he's-
Ezra Miller
exactly.
have to fucking do
It's-
to even get close to getting
you know,
cancelled?
I don't condone doing anything to stuff, but I would say that if Vic Mignogna was here, everybody would be blasting Anime Expo. So who am I to disavow anyone going to Anime Expo
Vic
and
did nothing wrong.
saying why is this predator
Yeah,
going
exactly.
Vic did nothing wrong.
to the con?
No,
I
Vic
wonder,
did
Why
one
is
thing
this
very
predator,
wrong.
attending
He
your
apologized.
convention?
Is Vic
I was
going
about to
to
say,
Monster?
he apologized.
Yeah, Vic will be at Monster.
Sorry, Monica
Oh
Royale
my God, hell yeah.
is in a relationship
Vic,
with
man, the
a
lines
within
he
a
tracks through.
convicted
Dude, I'm a hug
domestic
fun
him.
abuser.
He's
So
fun.
I have no reason to
watch
trust her
him
or her
goof off with.
allegations.
Like, that guy is crazy.
I don't know
love
the
it.
story
He's just a
in full.
genuinely nice guy.
Ancient history
I
for me.
love the dude. Like it,
But I don't trust
love
anyone
watching
who's
him with
married
people.
or
Like,
is in a
one of the
relationship
things
with a
that really
domestic
spoke
abuser.
to me about him, and you could. He had people around him telling him, "You can't do this. You can't like hug anybody if they get emotional or anything because they're canceling you."
Tim's decided to
Oh, shit.
I mean, she was telling him about all these horrible fucking things.
What
that
happened
had
there?
happened in
What are you
life.
doing?
Just
He connected
horrible
twice.
shit. And how much
It's actually
how much
sad.
he had, impacted her, and she talked for. He would give
Oi.
everybody time, first of all, to talk. Well, she talked for a few minutes.
I'm gonna switch back to
She
your other
broke
one.
down, and he got up. He was going to hug her, and the guy that's with him was like, "No, you can't do that. They're right now. They're ruining your life. Like, do not hug her." And Vic was like, "If I can't do this, well, then I can't be me." And he told her, "I appreciate you, and
What did you change?
I'm there for you, and and he had a
What did you
moment
change,
with
man?
Not being weird now.
Man, I mean, it was
Yeah, that
it was,
sounds better.
It was fucking real. It was genuine. I mean, the guy
I
genuinely gave a
literally
shit
don't
about
know.
people, and it's
Was
so
it me?
rare. And that's
Was
why
I doing that?
these fucking
You,
harpies
like,
have to cancel.
joined
Well,
again.
they hate genuine people. That's their whole
Yeah.
thing. Is they
I
hate
don't know.
that shit. because
God's
they
weird.
lack That shit.
Don't
So they
trust
get
him.
Immediately jealous and angry. Like, look at Damon. Look at that son of a bitch. I'm looking into his eyes right now on the damn screen.
I bet you
He's
look
a damn
into his
devil.
eyes, Camelot.
He's a devil.
She's a devil.
See that,
So let's talk about
did
the
you see that
Tasmanian
Ron Toy was in,
tiger.
Ron Toy was in like
The real one.
into all
Thal-
that shit
Thylacine.
with
Let's do
talking
that.
about
Thylacine?
hiring PIs to come down to where I live and stuff.
Really?
Let's
Recently?
Australian cryptids.
Oh, yeah,
what do
with
what do you
all
think
that
the
shit
chances
here. Look at
they
that
exist?
shit.
Or
So this
still
is-
exist properly?
This is the this is the thylacine here
Yep.
with its
Yeah.
with its huge fucking mouth.
He's a very slinky boy. What do you think? What do you think? Is it still? Do they still exist? Did you fail again at killing a creature in Australia?
No, well, it wasn't intentional, and it's because
It was
so-
intentional.
No, it was mostly
It
because
was. They killed chickens and shit, and they were like, oh,
yeah, look, they killed chicken. They were. It's because they were in they're Tasmanian. Tasmania is pretty small,
They were also in Australia.
so and there probably weren't that many of them to begin with.
What do you mean they weren't? All right,
Tasmania is a very tiny place.
Tasmania
they
is a really
weren't
tiny
all
place.
in Tasmania. They were in Australia mainland. They were there.
No,
too.
they were in the southeast of Australia, which is where most of the
mainland,
people
because
are.
Australia is shit. Like 90% of it's sand, and the rest is
Yeah, apparently it was also
whatever.
in New Guinea. I don't know if they mean Papua New Guinea.
Yeah, if they say New Guinea, they mean PNG.
How
yeah.
come you guys haven't taken over New Guinea yet? By the way,
We did. It used to be part of Australia.
so do it again.
We
What-
granted
why-
them. We granted them independence. They voted for independence, and we granted it to them in 1979.
I thought New Guinea. Oh, so New Guinea was a territory.
New Guinea is the whole thing at the top.
Papua. Yeah, sorry, Papua.
Yeah, so
So
it's
the
shitty
Western
island up in the
Western
north.
Papua is so The whole thing is New Guinea.
Yes, which is
Western
one half
Papua,
is
it
one half
belongs
is
to
Indonesia.
Indonesia.
Yeah.
Papua New Guinea is what
How did
remains
Indonesia get all
of,
that?
of New Guinea.
Yeah.
Which was part of Australia, which was like Christmas Island or Norfolk. It was
Territory of the
not a territory, not an official territory, but a colony or something.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
And they voted for independence. I think it was 79. It might have been 78. My memory's not the best. And yeah, we granted it to them. So now they're independent. But they're very much reliant on us for most important stuff.
Papua New Guinea has been an independent country since 75.
Oh, there you go. I was off by 4 years.
We were administrating it since World War One till 75. Yeah. Papua New Guinea is like the rape capital of the world, if I understand.
The what?
The rape.
Not Detroit.
No, the rape capital of the world, or one of them.
Like rape as in D&V rape?
As in GRAPE.
That's a fruit, though.
As in the sexual assault capital.
Oh, cool.
It is a. As I understand, it
That
is a
sounds
rape.
terrible. How
It is
much
a
would rape
very,
is
very place that is very, very
It is
prone
Delaware.
to rape and sexual assault.
Delaware over here. Then zoom in. Okay, so
I might be wrong.
there's Tasmania compared to Delaware.
Delaware's not a real place. It's as fucking fake as Australia.
Well, I'll find a more real place. Probably Arizona is probably a closer.
Just use like, I don't know, Oklahoma. What is that? What is that country?
That's Arizona. That's way too big.
Oh yeah, kind of almost.
I need a-
Sure, that's fine. You use that one. Use Pennsylvania, but then shit all over it before you do.
No, Pennsylvania's probably too big. Probably
What's
Rhode
the size
Island.
of Tasmania, 97,000.
That's not
Rhode Island's too small, yeah.
You're probably looking at
pick Michigan, bitch.
Michigan, yeah, Michigan,
Yes,
yeah,
make it
slightly smaller than Michigan.
Send me down to the river.
Oh yeah, that's about right.
Yeah, sexy ass state.
That counts the islands though.
There's no islands.
Minnesota.
Oh, there's a couple.
Go Minnesota.
That's Michigan.
Yeah, well, fuck New Zealand. That's New Zealand? That's Tasmania. Where's New Zealand? That's on the
doesn't
right.
matter.
That's they don't exist. Minnesota over Tasmania is probably closer.
So there's New Zealand.
Minnesota's the same size as Michigan, basically.
Yeah,
Yeah,
New
roughly.
Zealand is probably about the same size as Michigan with both North and South Island.
Yeah, if you pack the two
Yeah,
islands
if you
together.
stretch
If you pack them up. And there you go. There's
Shame they're
Tasmania.
run
So,
by a crazy dumb bitch.
so there you go. Tasmania's about half the size of Michigan.
That's Minnesota.
Minnesota.
Minnesota, yeah.
But sure, same thing, same difference. Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't know.
It's not a very big place. And there's only like
They don't let you pick
400,000
Australian states.
540,000 people.
They don't
Did
let
the
you
Emu-
pick fake
the Emu
places.
there as well in Tasmania. How far away is Antarctica to you? Like, how far away is that?
I don't know.
3, 4, 5, 6, 800 miles? How many miles is that?
Way more than that.
Okay, how many?
That's almost another Australia in terms of height. So that'd
Just
be
do a Google Maps like just distance thing.
I go Hobart to Antarctica.
So how do you do it? There's like a fucking special on your computer. Right click your starting point and say measure distance.
No, you
So-
just
so you go to
you just
Google
on
Maps.
Google Maps. You could right click and then say measure distance, and then go down.
So here's Tasmania. So from here, measure distance. So we'll go straight south. We'll go almost straight south. Distance to here.
Yeah.
2,562 kilometers.
Oh, that's a long ways. Yeah.
1,500
So what-
miles.
What do you guys think of Linda Kozlowski? Like, out of 10? Like what do you think?
Linda Kozlowski. Why do I know that name?
Because she's
Crocodile
Paul
Dundee?
Hogan's ex-wife.
Yeah, Kozlowski. Yeah, I knew. Because she was in Crocodile Dundee, wasn't she? Yes, she was.
She was. Yes. Very bangable back in those days. Jeez. Fucking
Yeah.
2,000 miles to the Icelands. Wow, you guys might actually be a real place. It's a long way. So when are you going to take over New Zealand?
They can join us at any time.
They were invited to be a state federalized, but they cut.
You're going to have to take them. Like they have a crazy bitch.
Oh man, I thought you came from like a wealthy family of
But they like the
But yeah, our
bureaucrats, man.
our constitution has a nice section.
No, I'm gonna make. I'm making
for-
my.
for,
I'm making. I'm
for
making
New Zealand.
my
They can join us whenever they
now,
please.
So you know,
That's
I'm,
what they hate, dude. That is exactly what they hate.
It's
They don't
only a
like
matter
the
of
fact that
time.
you
One
don't
in
like
10 of them live in
success.
Australia.
Exactly. They don't like
That's right.
success from people. They don't like old money. Or sorry, they don't like new money. If you
So
watch-
we
if you
do
watch
have freedom
Titanic,
of movement between
I know
mostly
it's a
like
movie,
you
but
can
if you watch it, they
like
look
you can like Tim or myself could go and move to
yeah, they don't like it.
to
They do not like new money. They think new
move
money is
to
plebby.
New Zealand and work without the need for
Yeah, because
for special
and
status.
That's the weirdest shit ever. Oh, my grandfather had money.
Like, there's a
Fuck
reciprocal
you.
agreement
I made
there.
my own company, bitch. Eat my ass. Like that's so
Man,
silly.
dude.
Yeah,
you
it's
don't have to feel.
the
You don't
only way
have to
that, like,
feel
fucking
disrespected for
smoke
liking
you and
Titanic,
just
Pamela.
do
I
what
like
you
that
want.
movie too.
I will buy Ron Toy 6 times.
Just
dude.
go buy New Zealand.
And
Fuck
Titanic
that
is a
place.
good movie.
Just
We
go
can't
buy
afford
it.
it.
You
I
guys
loved
should
it.
have that. That should be
Flash
yours.
and,
You need to take
Titanic's
us.
getting a 4K
Yes,
re-release
Australia
next
doesn't
year.
exist.
You know I'm going to see it.
Dude,
Me
that's
and Camelot. Me and
Oh
Camelot.
shit,
go see
Linda
it.
Kozlowski
I don't
is
know,
now
man. We're
married
gonna
to
have to
New
sit
Lady.
Oh my god, what am I hearing?
Married to who?
We're gonna have to sit in different rows.
Muslim at some point. Not sure.
Okay.
His name again.
I'm
Tried.
gonna slice a little of my money off, and I'm gonna get you two like married under fucking some Celine Dion shit or something. Maybe
No,
you're gonna
dude.
see
See
a
it.
wedding in
We're
I
gonna
guess
go
she
see it
fucking
together.
broke up with Paul Hogan. That's tough. That's tough.
Yeah, back in 2013,
The
14.
national
yeah.
hero.
I like immediately
Oh,
lose my shit.
Somebody
National hero
please
for America.
mean that fucking somebody
even
take
America.
Flash and Camelot and put them in a
Oh
state
fuck, he's 80.
like
Paul
the
Hogan
Leo
is
scene
82
from
years
Flash.
old.
Yeah,
Flying.
Oh yeah, he's an old boy.
I'm flying.
I want to see like recent pictures of Paul Hogan.
That's good. That's some sexy.
Why is it? It is a good.
Click.
It is a
Come
good
on.
movie.
39.
Why
Holy
is it
shit,
bad?
he's as old as my grandmother.
It's like
Draw me like a
operatic
French
and
girl,
soap
Flash.
opera.
Oh, my granddad.
It's
Yeah, he's the same
fantastic.
age as my grandpa. He could be my
No, I
grandfather.
was actually reading an
Yeah,
article.
Joe,
He
but
looks
you
pretty
would have liked
good.
the
He looks
drawing
pretty
her.
good for 80.
He's always looked pretty good.
He looks
for his age.
spry.
His age.
You'd have drawn her like a French girl, and you know it.
I'd feel better if he had a big knife, but you know.
Hell yeah! Please, God.
And Joe could
He looks like
actually
a
do it.
early
Oh,
2000s
good.
skater
Look at
kid,
him, beautiful.
but like old.
Yeah, they
You
would
would've given her
just
great
like
nipples.
this. There we go.
You know how sad I am to realize that like Mad Max
You'll
is
get
not
struck for
as
nipples.
big a deal to you guys as it is to me. It hurts me
drink way
bad.
too much,
It hurts.
It's understandable. Like I don't know how popular it was in Australia,
yeah,
but
Flash,
it
you need
was
to
a
Remove
massive hit
this. I will
worldwide.
not repeat
Yeah.
it. I just want
That's
everyone
oh
to
god, it
know
hurts so
that
bad.
where they
Like
can
that's
find
that's
this
such a
movie.
good movie. It's one of my like the
'Cause
originals.
maybe
I-
Anime Expo should
it's very
air
high on my
something
list.
like that.
Very, very high. You
Yeah,
guys would be like, oh yeah, like what did he do? Like who's this? Like I'm like,
Vic Mignogna again. Vic Mignogna.
No,
I
we
mean,
just
Mel
didn't know the
Gibson
bloody
has- Mel
car.
Gibson-
Jesus Christ.
Was
Mel Gibson
Redeemed
himself
again.
was massive in
And
Australia
he
when I was
actually
growing up because
you
he
don't
was
even know
still
who the toe cutter
living
is.
here and
all
all
this
that.
shit.
But
These people
like
told
Mad
him
Max
he
won
needed to be-
itself. Yeah.
He needed to basically, deal with it, to bear the brunt, and he did for the
Shame to
longest
realize
time
that's the
until
world.
finally,
That's
you
how
know,
the
it's like,
world
holy
is. I
shit,
don't blame you
he's
guys. I
I
mean,
could just be showing my age
Him,
too.
this
Like,
guy
it's,
right
you know,
here.
I was born
fucking,
in
he
'84.
went after
So
underage
I didn't
fucking
grow up on Mad
boys.
Max
He
1.
decided he
I would
would
guess
go
that we're
Starting
all
a
pretty
Billy
much
Joel
the same
song.
age.
He would use
I was
lawyers
born in '84.
to fucking shut him down right off.
I assume Thermalite's
Oh,
at
we were
least
supposed to
65
listen
though.
and
So
He spent
How did you
years
guess?
telling me that I needed to listen and believe. Told
Kinda sound
me,
old.
Flash, told us sometimes personally that we
Fuck
were
you,
fucking
you old
monsters. because we were saying,
I grew up on Lethal
Man,
Weapon.
that
though.
move guy. Get
Not
that guy
Mad
the
Max.
fuck out of here.
well, how the fuck does they're at the same time and you
Man,
live
that
in Australia?
Man,
Like how does that
I don't even know
happen?
what we're talking about, dude. I'm like,
Ah.
fucking
Man,
Well,
they
Mad
go-
Max was what, '79.
You're saying support
But I think it was more. I think it's more for
Maybe
reruns on
maybe that was
TV. I did
Road
not see
Warrior.
Mad Max 1 on TV. during reruns of
Get him the
movies
fuck
tonight.
out of here.
Lethal Weapon 1, 2, and 3. Yeah,
Ban
absolutely.
I don't usually call for it.
I
but
guess
I don't
that's
want
fair.
this dude in
Ban
here.
him.
Yeah. Yeah, that's.
I mean, I always knew of.
Mad Max 2 and 3 though. They were definitely being shown on TV.
We're just gonna ban
I always knew
Yeah,
of.
they were always
I'm gonna
rerun. But
ban
Mad Max
Michelle
1.
You don't want Amber Heard's
No, nobody ever does, and that's my favorite Mad Max.
Wasn't Mad Max
I
2
thought this
the
was a
real
troll
breakout?
account earlier.
Or am
but
I
they-
missing?
Yeah, that was the Road Warrior. No,
listen
that was
to
Road
this
Warrior, wasn't it?
crazy shit.
Yeah.
I thought
No,
this
it
was a
wasn't.
troll
Shit,
account.
fuck.
Give me 1 second. I gotta find
But
this.
it was the breakout. Mad Max 2 was the breakout. I really like Mad Max 1 because
think I
it's
don't
like
know who
it's
that
a very it's
scumbag,
not
that
perfect,
umbrella guy is?
but
Not
it's a
surprised
really
you're one
good
of his
taste of like,
minions.
what's
He
going to
abused-
happen on the
abused
breakdown.
women and
So
profited
yeah,
off
it's
of
fun. I
Amber.
like it.
Women
I like it a
like
lot.
Amber and Ghislaine Maxwell are punished as martyrs for all women. As
Was 2 the
victims,
Road
men.
Warrior? No, 2 was the Road Warrior.
2 was Road
Yeah.
Warrior. Yeah,
Yeah.
that might be why. Because I definitely remember seeing 2 and 3, but I never really saw 1.
How many
Yeah,
12-year-olds?
Yeah, one is
12-year-olds
like just passed over like it's shit, and that's the
I
best
was
one.
like,
It's
dude, I thought
got
that was
the toe
I was
cutter,
like, that's
and
gotta be
Bubba Zanetti, and it's fucking great. It's a great fucking movie.
Fuck whoever.
I could go on about it for like 12 to 14 to 16 hours, but I won't. Just to save you, because I like you guys, I'm not going to do that to you. It's fucking great. I love that fucking movie.
1,800 people so far. That's the one thing I have really enjoyed about, all
So good.
the
So
fucking people online. It's some, if anybody
So
just
you were looking
wants
for
to,
a- you were
be
looking
an
for a,
asshole and you're just in a mood to fucking, clap back. man, a lot of
XBGT
people enjoy it.
from 73.
Yeah.
That was when I
I
felt like
think.
clapping back.
Well,
too.
sure.
Like,
Whatever.
I'm looking at a 67 Impala
Ghislaine
SS
Maxwell, Amber Heard
for
are
75
heroes,
grand.
and
I'd much
fuck you,
prefer
I'm
that.
glad that you hate
I can get you one for cheaper than that. Like,
Oh,
well,
yeah, I'm
you're
sure.
gonna
Well,
work
this is
for
in
it.
Australia, so
Oh,
Every
sure.
time somebody says anything negative, like
the
I
car
just
from
want to
Supernatural,
put that
man.
old Lion intake on it. I want to put that fucking Lion supercharger on that XGBT and Falcon. Oh, I need it so much. I need it so much. It's stupid. It's so
I
dumb.
just love it.
It's the car from Supernatural. It's fucking awesome.
It makes me.
Yeah, no, Supernatural.
Did
Yeah.
you like when I first started?
I also love
YouTube,
that
I was
show,
like,
even though
I
it
would
makes me
never
feel
be
really
able to
gay, but I do
succeed
love
without
that
a
show.
Southern
It's
accent.
fucking
There is
Exactly.
there is zero chance Scott is
Well,
release
people
another
were saying
spicy
that to
opinion
me.
on
I
Monday.
still remember that. I'm not going to say who.
Till
What else
just
do they have on the
somebody's come
plate?
out of hiding.
You
Oh.
never
Yeah.
surpassed this person.
I'll still be in hiding.
And I did.
Yep.
I mean, what would they rule on though, as far as
Well,
spicy? What, I,
There's
like, I don't know
still there's
what's
still a
on, I don't know
couple
what's
of
on the
there's still
schedule.
a couple of cases left on their docket for
If
this
you watch
month.
my first probably
Because
10,
after
15 videos,
after
I
this
actually
they don't
went
sit
back
again till
because I
October,
was very self-conscious.
and that's the new
and then when it started growing,
that's the new
started
court.
saying fuck
So
it. And then
Alito
That's when
goes.
Jackson
No,
takes
not
over.
Alito.
there's actually still people.
Well,
that
yeah, no,
Brian
Alito.
retires and Jackson takes over.
Because my
Yeah.
first couple videos, I like hit it. And they
No,
think
that
I'm
doesn't
faking
change
it.
the
I'm
balance
like,
of the court.
No, the
anyway.
court
you
stays
guys
the same.
lean
Yeah.
into that shit.
Yeah, she's just
I don't
replacing
care.
a liberal justice.
Yeah.
So,
It's just a liberal justice
Don't ban
replacing a
anybody
more
else. That guy
liberal
just
justice.
annoyed me.
Mm.
Tagging my name.
Or sorry, a
and
more
shit.
we have
liberal
a black
justice
woman
replacing
on
a
the
liberal
court.
justice.
So anyway, let's
My
get into
attention,
like
so he
the,
got
the
it.
real specifics of the
No,
toe
ban,
cutter and like
ban
how that's a
Bieber,
really
so-
good fucking horror
I mean, I know
character.
she's a mod, but still ban
Like
her.
it's so good. Like
For no
it's
reason.
fucking great. Like really, do you guys not do you, like? I'm half joking, but like
Shit
do
you
really
not, I do not remember it.
anything about the show. About
I
that
do not
movie?
remember it.
Logged on, and now it's
Alright,
like 2 more, and I'm
Yeah, I don't remember the names of people from Mad Max
That's what
1,
it's all about.
Yeah.
but I did. I was
That's what
looking up toe
dude,
cutter
I
on
told a
the
guy
wiki
the other
before.
day. Or
'Cause I
actually
just-
today,
because
we
I
had a
didn't know
LAN
what the
party.
reference
So I had
was,
a
but-
LAN party, if you see my tweet. And we did a
I
Halo
barely
2
remember
LAN
Mad
party
Max
1.
at 3 o'clock today.
You're not doing
See,
it for
that's
him.
okay. I thought you were like Halo.
So fucking good.
And
God,
No one's playing.
no,
it's
no,
it's
we had
perfect.
Halo
It's
2.
really perfect. That
We did a
movie
LAN
is
party
so
all day,
fucking
and I was
perfect.
drinking.
It's stupid, but it's
And
like
dude,
you
man,
you
like,
don't realize how perfect it is
dude,
until
I
you're
was
living in the
telling
fall.
somebody at the
We're all gonna
party,
get
like,
it.
dude, I
Like
love
you're
YouTube
like at
because
one
it's
point,
weird
like when
because
everything's falling apart, you'll be
two
like, oh
guys at the
yeah,
party was like, dude,
I
love
see that
YouTube,
now.
and I was like, this is
And
weird.
then you have to like kill
I've
them
never
with a
met
can of
you
beans.
before, but
That's
I
right.
appreciate it.
Toe cutter's the one that
And
that
I
killed
was telling him
Max's
about Flashcast,
wife and
they
son.
should watch that. And I was like, like, dude, I get drunk. Like,
I'm not
it's
sure that he did.
Flashcast is me drinking whiskey.
Yeah,
I mean,
I'm
he's
going
the
by
leader
the
of the
wiki.
gang.
I'm going
I'm
by
not
the
sure that he
wiki.
ran him over.
Wiki says Toe Cutter instigated the stalking and killing of Goose, then tracked down Max's
somebody
wife Jessie
complain.
and
I
their
was
son
like,
Sprog,
I mean,
and
Goose
ran
is a
them both
bitch,
down
so,
in
yeah.
cold blood.
Yeah,
I'm not.
I-
Well, I
this
mean,
is
he
the
might.
thing. I mean,
He
I've had, like,
instigated for
3
sure. I mean,
drinks
Goose is a
tonight. I
bitch.
can't.
I'll give that all day. Goose is a fucking cunt. But yeah, I mean, they ran him over, but I don't think Toe Cutter wasn't the one that ran the kids over.
Health wise and stuff. I'm like, oh no.
But yeah,
We're getting old as fuck, man.
Sure.
Yeah, dude. I feel well. Actually, like I had the big C.
And the guy who played
it wasn't a scare. It was
Toe Cutter is Immortan Joe.
Yep.
And
Yeah,
I'm good to go now. Man, it was a wake-up
Interesting.
call in my life. I
they
was
didn't
like, you
shake
know
down
what?
Bubba Zanetti though. He was the best character. He was legit. He was the right hand man. Who was like, I don't like this, but like then they made him do it. Toe Cutter's like,
Ethan
you have
Flash,
to do
you're
this
not
thing.
serious. Come on.
I think Bubba might have been the guy who killed the kids. I need to look it up now.
Ethan Flash.
He's trying to troll me.
Ethan Flash. Yeah, but he
I know you.
Well, I actually have the video here, so I'll pull that up.
ban Ethan Flash.
So
Jesus,
fuck
Punk's
Damien
still
Mills.
here? The
This
fuck is
guy,
he doing here still?
I think Anime Expo. I mean, if it was Vic Mignogna, there sure would be a lot of tweets about this. So, just saying.
Yeah, but we're talking about male victims. So, what does it matter? Isn't it amazing, like how much these people actually do hate male
Oh, why
victims,
you
though?
do
I think
this?
that's been a wake-up call with the Vic Mignogna stuff, with the Damon Mills stuff, with the Johnny Depp stuff. Just how much these people hate men, male victims or male survivors. You know?
Oh yeah, that male survivors, male victims, they don't matter. People are saying, like, I said this in the chat. I don't think Nick's gonna come on. Tonight.
Oh, come on.
I put
Let me
baby
do
next to
this.
his name. He's at some baby shower.
Gay.
Yeah, why men don't go to baby showers? First,
Sorry,
showering
with
babies?
What? Yeah, that's important.
That's not a place for men. So what? He got kind of dragged to something kind of.
Look,
Yes.
all right, I'm gonna cancel this. I'm gonna cancel
You
this.
got
I'm
dragged
not
along
gonna
to the
drag you
baby
in.
shower. Yes.
You're gonna come to this baby.
I'm not gonna
shower.
drag you into the Toe Cutter
Oh, no.
fucking
Well,
Mad
I can
Max.
tell you is
one.
I've never been to a baby shower.
Skip.
Because
We're
you're
done.
not gay.
I'm not going to go there.
It's kind of
Nick
gay.
He likes to claim that I get emotional, but then he goes to baby showers.
Yeah, he goes to
That's
baby
pretty
showers.
gay.
Calls
Kamala
me
has
out
a point.
for a side tier in Gundam, but he goes to a baby shower.
The
Okay.
difference is you cry at baby showers, Cam. So that's bad.
Beautiful and innocent. I don't know.
Kind of breaded.
Hey man, so there are 953 people in Flash's locals account. We need to get that locals account.
Yeah,
to
let's
at
get
least
this up to 1,000.
Get it to
What's
1,000
locals?
and local. Oh, it's fucking. It's a
Best.
great site. Like, I love the site. It's like a. We needed some place to replace Patreon. You know, all these places. We could have.
You
But we can go on there. We can use it like a Twitter.
Tim couldn't
almost,
resist it.
like a
Like,
Discord.
No, I can't. I'm a
You
simple
can
man.
communicate on there.
It sounded like a Rickroll.
Yes.
But they can
Most
also
banned
become
coin.
backers. They paid back in like it's not, it's not bad. Like for mine, it's like $5.
I do have to say she's a tough
He's
girl.
going though. He just started his last week.
She takes all the ribbing.
Yeah, just a couple days ago. Not that
I've had
long.
people
no,
saying.
She
get
said
on
retired.
locals, and I don't even know what it
It's,
means.
you know, whatever.
Yeah.
Locals is great.
Oh,
So
look,
I've got
she's just as
exclusive
autistic
content.
as
I'm putting
everybody else
exclusive
in there.
videos up
Yeah,
there.
yeah.
Awesome. It's free. I mean, you can.
Fair enough.
So there's free stuff and then there's supporter stuff. It's
Oh
basically
yeah,
like
I
a
totally want to
cooler
join
Patreon. It's like a
Flash's
Twitter.
locals.
And they want us to be there.
Why?
Okay, see, like the
I don't.
the
It's called
depth stuff
sarcasm.
on Patreon.
Okay, sorry.
I have
I
an
don't know.
account there, but
Apparently,
I'm
Doug
not-
Tenaple posted a
the
video
reason is
with
because
him
I can't
and
post or do shit there.
Yeah, he
Don't
was.
do
Nick
Yeah,
and Lady
Doug
Rackets.
wanted-
post anything
Yeah,
there.
Doug
But it's
did
on
a
his
stream
locals, and I'm not
because
signing
he's
up.
he's banned on YouTube.
I was
so.
wondering. I was curious
streamed
about
on
it. I was
locals.
like, why
Yeah.
can't I do
He's so
anything?
fucking
So I
dumb.
started looking up
That man is-
their accounts on Twitter.
I don't
that
care.
In their profiles, they'll say
Nick does what he does. Nick's rich as shit. He can do whatever the fuck he wants. He can hang out with Doug Ten Nipples.
that are selected,
nipples.
you know, to
Doug
carry
T
the
is
word
in
of
the
Patreon out
in
to
Rackets'
the masses. When I looked
closing
that
song.
up,
Like, it's-
every
he's
one
named
of
in
the
the song.
fucking people was all
No way.
went under
Is
the
he?
Well, the guests are all
heard
beautiful
me,
or
them
plentiful
coming
from
after me
Doug T to
directly.
Drexel. Yes,
I couldn't
he's
use
actually
the site.
in the
So
lyrics.
locals, were
I
curious
don't
of
believe
the-
it.
He's,
Where
yeah,
is he?
yeah. Nick has known
No,
Doug for a while.
Yeah, he is, and I talked to one of the people that.
No, because he'd be an honorary guest or whatever. He's not paying.
Somebody that
You're not
would
allowed
work
to.
with
You,
to,
you
like,
can't. Doug is not. You
grow or,
can't.
you
You
know,
cannot stream
explain
with
how the
Doug
thing
on
works
YouTube
and stuff. So I'd been
That's
anymore.
'cause Doug's
But no, he's,
fucking
if you go
better.
look up the lyrics of
they're not
Nick's
gonna
closing
boot us
song,
all
Doug
off
is
here.
actually mentioned.
You know, basically,
I think that's bullshit though, because if you
they
can
seem to
stream with
think that was
C-Sport,
such a
EPS, or
foreign fucking
fucking anybody
concept,
else,
you
like
know?
there's
Yeah,
no.
you can
We're
stream
coming
with
from
Alex
there,
Jones,
we're
and Alex
bringing
Jones was
people
PNG.
in.
I know.
entire internet.
Fucking Alex
I can only go with what Nick was saying
Yeah.
as to why he couldn't stream with
Let's
Doug.
get Doug to somebody
back,
send
go
Doug
over
to
there
Apple
and
the
join
link.
Flashes.
Let's test this shit out.
Thousands of people.
All right, I did Drex. You guys
We get Nick and Doug on here.
call him a fucking douche.
I guess I'll create mine tomorrow.
Yeah,
So
for
many
sure,
people in
dude.
my chat have been like,
Send
"Dude,
Doug.
you
You
don't
go,
look this way."
I'll follow
you know what?
you.
Actually, he's not going to respond at all. He's just going to be like,
I was kidding.
Like,
Don't.
on there. Like, there's,
No, it's
there's
actually
a
in
lot
the
of people
official
on there.
no
lyrics.
kidding. Do it. Do it.
It's
Fucking send it to
38.
him.
Yeah, Flash
It
is
is actually in the
38
official
off.
lyrics.
I tried for Drex, and he fucking at least he responded to me. I mean, so you just try to get fucking
Let's get to
Doug 10
1,000,
apples.
so I can stop being on Twitter.
It's
I'll
on
spend
the
more time on
the
lyrics
See, if
from
I
my
would play
room.
this
Like,
on stream,
no,
everybody would
I
log
was just showing for reference. No,
Yeah.
Doug is
No, I
actually
mean, if
listed-
I played it,
interact
everybody would
with
just stop.
people.
Showing
So
for reference,
Yeah,
he does have
on
10 nipples.
compared to Twitch or not Twitch, Twitter.
Oh yeah,
Show
there
us,
it
Doug.
is.
It's
Oh, the
the
guests are all
pin feed, if you're looking for
plentiful
the
from
link.
Wonderful
Doug
from
T.
Doug T.
Drexel.
Drexel. I thought it originally said Dante, and I'm thinking, who the fuck is Dante?
Yeah, I thought so too. I was like,
No,
what
but it is
the fuck
actually
is that?
Doug T.
Yeah, it is right here. And
I've just been looking for like different places. Like we can go and we can actually have the platform. It's like I use Twitter, but Twitter is the reason we use it is because it's adversarial. We go over there with the express intent, you know, to shake shit
Well,
up.
yeah,
to
I
be
use Twitter because
assholes
I'm
to
not
these
welcome
people,
there.
But we're on borrowed time there. We know it. We do need places that if
That's where
it's just like we were talking
people
about
are.
with Gina Carano. If a place actually is there, it's not adversarial. It wants us to be there. We need to build up these alternatives, and they want us to be part of it. So I don't see a problem. And Nick Recatta's been there forever. So
Rick
you know,
Recatta.
it's not just some
Rick
he's
Nikkei.
got like
Freudian slip.
25,000 followers on there.
Tug is Rick Nikita
I've
confirmed.
been there for 10
I think
days.
that's what. Let me see. What's he got?
I think Anna does okay over there.
Anna's on
locals
I
needs a
think
bit more
so.
work
I could be
for
wrong,
me
but I
to
thought she
be
was.
bothered using.
I think
I am
it's
obviously.
10
It's
days
just
that
private
I
place.
joined
I
back
think I
in
was on
May,
Viva's locals as well.
2021, but I never
At one
did it.
point,
I never
right now
realized I
my
had an
locals money
account.
just goes to Nick.
Yeah, I think I
Why
got
would I
it.
Yeah,
look
I
at
was
his
the same. I
profile?
was on
don't-
Viva's locals first.
I didn't realize I would have
When he
an
ran
account.
when he ran for office.
I'm
I think I only set one up because Anna said
I thought
like,
it would be illegal for
yeah.
me to contribute to him directly. So
sitting there.
I do like the locals live stream, but it seems
Oh,
like the
981,
platform still
almost
needs a
there.
bit more quality of life.
yeah.
How many is he
Almost
at?
there. 981.
Well, now that it's part of Rumble, I'm sure they'll fuck it up.
Well, speaking of
Yeah,
that,
like I
you
said, I
know,
wanna see
Viva and
Flash
Barnes
get
helped rewrite the terms of service for Rumble.
Oh, did they?
People are,
How much longer is
yes,
streaming?
they did, but they're bitching out because there's hate speech inclusions,
I want to watch it.
which is required for Rumble to operate in Canada. You have to do
I'm
that.
serious about that. Like
People
I
are
said,
still
we
bitching.
keep talking about, you know, we complain
and
about
Viva
all
has
these
addressed
ways,
this
and
at
we
length
should
on his
keep an eye
his
on
platforms
what
and
these
stuff.
folks do. Because, you know,
I haven't
it's not
watched
just a
a
small group of
their
people.
regular show
You wake up
since
more and more people to what's going
since the
on.
war in Ukraine
But
started.
when
I can't handle
talking about
Barnes'
this,
terrible
you know, whether it's comics or
terrible
media or
anti.
whatever, we don't
like-
want people to walk away.
Like
from
Barnes's
the
issue is when it comes to like
We want them
geopolitics.
to
If
walk
neocons
so we need to give
are for something,
It's
he's
the same
against
thing.
it, even
Obviously,
though
people
it
are
might not
against social
necessarily
media, but
be wrong. Like
we complain all the
neocons
time
can
about
get
not
things
having
right.
places that we can do stuff.
When?
Sometimes intervention is required.
So this place actually does want us on there.
So
You
I've just not
they-
been able to handle
they
it.
See,
I've
they
just
see
been
the,
like, oh,
they see
man,
the
fuck
money
Barnes.
in it, they
Don't
see
make
the
me hate you.
void to
So
it.
I just
And
turned it off.
I want to encourage, like, if a business
Barnes
wants
is
to
a
have
bit
something
much, but I'd like to
to
see.
I want to encourage.
I'm not trying to call you out, but I'd like to see some spots where neocons
Yeah,
got it.
I like it. And
Because I can't
Yeah,
take it.
that's
I've done
fair.
more on here than I ever did on Patreon and
That's
subscribe.
what
to
I
it.
just
My main issue with
I
Barnes
Israel.
is just that
They're always
he
right on
thinks
his
he's
phone.
just the best
Which
lawyer,
is
and he's
nice.
like,
I
if
love
any
that
anytime
app.
any lawyer
Like, I
does
go on
something
there and
that he
just blow shit
disagrees with, it's
randomly
just like,
sometimes 'cause it's
no,
easy
they
to
were
do.
never a good lawyer to begin with, and I'm like,
And
but
I'd rather be over
not
here than
that
Twitter.
well known. You are
There's
known,
people
you know,
over here
obviously
I
you
might
have
just leave on
snipes
Twitter,
and,
to be honest.
but you
Some
still
weird
try to
shit
claim
about
attachment to the Rittenhouse team, but you weren't really part of the Rittenhouse team.
Something you said about man who just sits in a chair and smokes cigars and tries to be. I mean, like he's done shit, so I'm like, I can't
Oh,
really.
he's had a storied career.
He has.
Yeah, I can't really lay it on him, but I can.
Just went and threw up a little. I'm back.
Not an
though.
authority.
How's everybody doing?
It's like you are still just a lawyer.
I think
Like I said,
Just a little bit.
I stopped watching because I didn't want to not like
So
Barnes.
everyone, get over here.
Yeah.
Get on locals. Make an account.
Like, I still watch Viva's videos, but I haven't
I'm gonna
watched
get on
a
locals
Viva
tomorrow,
Barnes show
first thing.
in a long time.
Yeah.
Oh,
There's
we're
no
I like
getting
Viva a
close.
lot.
I can't do it tomorrow.
But
Or I
yeah,
can't do it
apparently
right
they
now,
helped
so
Rumble
there's no way.
rework their terms of service,
We'll stop
and
the
they
false
have
gas
hate speech
locals
inclusion,
commercial when we hit
hate
1,000.
speech
How far
regulations
are
in
you
there,
That's only 8 away.
but that's
992
required
now.
in order to
992.
operate in Canada. Now, Rumble is based in Florida, as I
We'll need a few
understand,
more,
but
and then we
I
can
think
move
some of their
on.
operations
Again,
may
it's breeding.
maybe
It's breeding,
happening
dude.
in
Like,
Canada.
it's
I
not-
don't know.
again,
I think if they want to
but
pay
you can
Canadians,
if you want.
i.e.,
Again,
Viva,
well, you're going over there. It's
Yeah.
you know you
would
you can,
apply to
it's
them,
like you
yeah.
can comment,
Yeah,
you can
but,
post,
yeah,
you
exactly.
can
The-
off, you know,
Yeah,
we have
but
the ability.
unfortunately,
to
the
put,
pushback is
extra
coming from the
material
free speech
on top of that,
absolutists
you know,
saying,
so
well, you
people
guys don't care about free speech.
And then we also
And
we
that's
can do streams over
fair
there. Again,
to a
you know,
point,
Data
but people forget
was
that the First
explaining
Amendment
some of
doesn't
this
exist in
stuff for
Canada.
me.
Yeah.
I was like, holy crap.
Actually, no, it was
It's
Andrew
also-
Torba.
and
Andrew
it's
Torba
easy to
fucking
use.
went
oh
in on
fuck
Viva.
Andrew Torba. He doesn't
I
get to
know.
fucking argue
yeah,
about free
and Viva,
speech.
Viva has basically said as much.
Like fuck that guy.
Yeah, Andrew Torba went in saying, "Oh, so much for free speech." This,
997.
he went and he went full anti-Semite on Viva
Of course.
and Barnes,
Christ.
and Viva called him out.
No, I like
for
Yeah,
it, but he's
famous,
just like,
famous,
understand-
famous
I like making,
Jewish
like, little
Zionist
videos to put up
fucking
on
Barnes.
Yes.
Yeah, I like.
Oh
I-
yeah,
I like
famous
the
Jewish
idea
lawyer
of trying
David
it. I've been
Freiheit
trying a
and
little
Yeah.
bit
famous Zionist Robert
of
Barnes.
short form like that.
And it's just like,
Fucking
Every
ridiculous.
single
Yeah, Viva was
stream
right,
that I
like, it's
join,
not-
It doesn't matter who it is. They always. they're always
Rumble
gonna do the
doesn't
same.
operate
Play your
according to
victory dance
rabbinical
for
law.
Johnny Depp. And I'm like, bruh, I don't have any control.
If you want to
Look at this,
operate in
this is
Canada,
exclusive to local
Straight up.
content right here. Hold
Like
on,
the
I gotta
guy's
turn
such
the
a
music on.
fucking hypocrite.
This is
Well, this is
here's
my
some
platform. If I want to ban
exclusive local
pornography,
content right here that you get. for
well,
sign
you
up.
can
Oh,
you can
okay.
do that, but
Well,
don't
you
call
can
your
do that, but you don't get to
to be
pretend to
fair,
be.
pornography is not. Yeah, to be fair, pornography is not allowed in a public
No,
square.
obscenity isn't allowed in the public
Hey,
public
you
sphere.
ruiner. This is exclusive. Minus
And you
the
can buy
boomer.
pornography on
Yes, Torby, you're retarded.
anyway. So Torba is a retard.
Yes. Thank you, Flash, for the timely clip.
I didn't expect that.
That's great.
Speaking of
Look,
Scott
I'm
Bakula,
not. I'm not the best memer. Like I'm not the best at memes, but at least cut the fucking head out.
What's her name? Who's this woman?
That's
with the note?
Oh my
Eve Barlow.
God, I didn't expect that.
Oh
at
yeah.
all.
She should do an OnlyFans.
That's hilarious. While I was plugging your locals, I picked up like 26 people.
All right, I will have to go in about 5 minutes. It's nearly 4 p.m. for me.
Where are the
Yeah.
actual fuck is Nick?
All
Like,
right,
why
man,
is he
good
like?
deal, brother.
Jesus
like
Christ.
I said, I
No,
really
Nick
do.
is
I want
out
people
with
to go over the
Doug
platform,
Tanaple
so
at
we
that
need
event,
to
so he's not coming on to
Yeah.
the Flash Up
we
today.
need to make
Like, this
places
is-
our own.
this is
Set up.
I think he said he was going
Yeah,
to possibly
yeah,
try and call in, but I don't blame him not jumping on.
Yeah, I don't think he's keen to jump in. Like,
We show these places that
It is legit more important to spend time with Lady Rackets. He has had to sacrifice a lot of that.
yeah, I do think a lot of the trouble he's been talking about has been around Lady Rackets, and
No, I don't think so.
yeah.
Let me do a
I think
couple
there's
super
some problems.
chats.
He's stuck in his vault for 20 hours a day.
Yeah,
Texas has
that
its own
takes a strain on the relationship. You got to remember he's got 5 kids as well. And when he's streaming, it's all on Lady Rackets to take care of. Yeah, but money is good because you don't have to worry about stuff. It doesn't get you your time back. It doesn't reduce the stress. I mean, yeah, they've got a nanny. Like,
shut down.
but like, no, they don't have a nanny. They've got someone to drive them to some events, and I don't even know what happened to that person. Like, Nick's not mentioned her in a while.
Probably killed her.
Like,
Anyway.
you don't have your husband around anymore. Your husband comes to bed at 5 in the morning.
And they were
That's
abusing.
Nick's fault. Like,
I know
that's
but then he's also not available during the rest of the day when he wakes up.
Yeah.
They
Like,
shut
he's-
down.
yeah.
But when
I
they shut
totally
down,
get
what was
it.
really sad is
Like, yeah,
cases
I
of
understand why Lady
accepting
Rackets would have an
patients,
issue.
the patients that didn't have
Because
anywhere
the
to
depth
go,
trial was a really long
they
trial.
kept
That
them
was a
there.
damn long
So they
trial.
let them.
Yeah,
They,
this is why
they
he's
were-
not doing
once they
the
died out.
Nicholas Cruz
then it
trial
was
because that's going to go 4 months.
But
Yeah.
it was fucked up. Like they could
Yeah,
see
but
no
he'd make
their
so much
messed
money.
up ways. We went
He-
down
he-
and
he
I
would,
don't
but
think he
he
would.
closed. We toured.
The Cruise trial, not many people are going to care
Judge,
about.
that
They
fucking
would
mommy.
leave people
Did
like
she
in
get
the beds too
recused for
long,
cancer
where
or
their
something? I thought I
bodies
heard
would
that.
seize up,
That
because
hot
of
fucking
medication
judge.
and stuff, and they would.
I think
Oh,
they're trying
yeah.
to get her to
There's
recuse
gonna be a lot of
herself.
simp chats, but
tour.
Oh yeah.
But
Like
it
on a
shows you
Thursday,
nobody's
we
doing that
ended up
trial.
coming 2 days early.
I'm not
We
even
had
sure if it's
taken
going to
some
be.
of
Well,
the
is it
stuff
is it a
that
federal?
they
Is it a
had
federal
to-
No,
trial?
it's a
'Cause they
state trial.
wouldn't-
It's a
trying to
Florida
unroll
trial.
them
Okay.
with medicine
Well,
balls.
yeah, so I'm
and
not
it was
even sure if
just,
it's televised
you
or
know,
not.
like almost
And it's
like
not
a
even
yoga
like it's
ball,
not
you
even a
know,
regular
trying to
trial.
unroll
It's
it.
just
It was the
a
most painful
should we kill
shit
this
I've ever
person or not?
seen, because they were neglecting them still. It's just
Like he's
you know,
already pled guilty.
We were like, well, fuck it, we're not
Yeah.
going to use these anymore.
So, and I'm sorry, what a
And
shit
people
deal
here,
did he?
the-
What
the
shit
few
deal did he
hundred that
take?
are still stuck here
He
fucking
pled guilty,
alive.
and fucking
It's gonna close down.
death penalty's
And now
not
we have
on the
nowhere.
table,
They
like
just
not
live
off
on
the table.
streets, or in Tennessee,
You
we
might as
have,
well put them through the trial.
housing,
You might as well put them through the effort
and
of
housing care gets
of
about-
making them prove
it's
it.
a fraction of
Yeah, it's a penalty
1%.
trial. It's
Yeah.
it's not it's
Yeah,
not even
they've
the
gone
criminal
straight to
trial.
the penalty phase,
It's a
So
sentencing
there
trial.
is paid housing,
And it's
but
going to be 4 months.
they do deliver,
Which is
good,
crazy.
service.
That's crazy.
Just-
I've,
It's
I
take
know
him out
that for
back.
a fact that some of them, I've
Oh
worked
my
with
God.
some of them, but
That's one of those situations where it should be
99
easy
It's like 7%.
because you know it was him.
Still end up on the fucking.
Like you
Yeah. Oh, no, that
100%
was-
know it was him.
Yeah, that's right. His attorneys tried to pull out of the case.
Yeah.
And
It's a real
the judge told him,
problem. I
no,
mean,
you can sit the fuck
think
down and
if
just defend your client.
Yeah.
I think if we actually had proper,
I don't know if
I don't blame
I
them for wanting to leave a case that like that, but no, you do your
I
job.
think there would,
Yeah.
would solve a
You,
lot.
you're trying to be unethical.
I
You're
mean,
trying
people,
to
like,
provide
the solution is if
ineffective
people are
assistance.
crazy, we put them in
Yeah.
prison.
Like no, you're a lawyer.
Well,
You
and
just
if they
defend
want
your client
help,
and
actually,
deal
like
with
in
it.
Georgia,
Yep.
the only place that you could go, like say one of these people before
If
they
it's televised,
they
I'll
went to
watch it
shoot
for Hardy
somebody, they
Church.
wanted
Fuck
help.
yes.
They were like, hey, I've got to go get help. I've got to go to get a mental health. I say
But yeah, like if it's televised, I don't think anybody's. I don't think any of Lawtube's going to stream it. Maybe Joe, if he's desperate. Joe will do it.
I don't think Emily would sit around.
No.
Okay, Joe, I haven't seen Joe in a
People will
while.
check in from time to
It's not
time.
Emily's thing. Emily's thing is entertainment stuff.
Georgia are the number one.
Joe might do it. Kurt might do it.
They provide so much.
Kurt
mental
will
health
just be
care
sitting around
that
like
the
us saying, just
person
kill him
over
already.
the prisons, or at least a year ago. I don't know.
There's
I don't
only
know
so much
now,
you
I
could
looked
probably
it up
milk
a
of
lot.
that.
But a year ago, the person that was over them,
There's nothing really
they
new to
didn't
talk
have
about.
a-
Dumpster defenders.
they had
Dumpster
no
defenders
health
aren't
back,
till
just to tell you,
fucking
it's
until
that
August.
prevalent.
That'll
We're
be-
not
that'll be
providing
fine.
the sources before.
Will it though?
And it's just that's a
Doubt it.
lot of people have
I'm-
to die. And
Lego,
a
that
lot
was
of
funny.
crimes that could be prevented, they're not.
I've got to work my timing because
Phantasmagorical
there's
for
about
20
2
new
seconds
shirt.
between
I'm not
me
a bot,
pressing the
I'm a
button
tug.
Yes,
and it
the,
actually
the,
playing.
the delay for it happening. Yeah.
Thug of Tug. Sorry for any type
But
of
yeah, I don't know how entertaining that's going to be.
I'm not a bot.
I think there will be
It's
moments
Thug
just
of
having
Tug.
those two sit in the
Yes.
court.
And then
I-
Ethan
I
Flash
think
for
I think
20.
you could totally
Check out
justify
Flash
if
on
they
Local to
testify in
see
their own
Ethan
defense,
Flash's
which
latest
that looks
Flash
self-defense trial. You
videos
have
he
to.
posts the most.
Yeah, you
So,
have to be
if
called
you're
up
a
to explain.
supporter,
Yeah, you have to.
If
You've
post-
got to
If
nut up
Kyle
and do
had
it.
to
Yeah.
testify,
Someone
well,
was just
Kyle
doing-
didn't
stop
have to
showing up for
testify. He
some
forced
reason.
his way on
It's
the
like-
bench.
Yeah, but look,
He
I
testified.
understand. If I'm a jury, I want to, and I've got these people
wanna
saying,
hear-
"Oh yeah, he feared for his
Keep getting
life. He
this
feared for his
fucking
life." I need to
fake
hear it
Ethan
from the
Ralph
person.
in my
Yeah.
in my chat.
Like
That's
unless
very
there's
much
footage,
good
which I
idea,
guess in
but
this
yeah.
case there is.
Types pig
Yeah.
squeal sounds.
But Like you just play the footage and say defense rests.
Like it's all it does.
Yeah.
It just pops up and.
Although they might push hard on.
Oh no, you need one witness. You need one witness to.
Yeah, they would probably push hard on the guy
the-
with the shotgun because
All right, now
there was
before
nothing
you
coming
leave,
towards him.
Yeah, but that's defensive others, and it's, you got to remember this is fucking Texas. This is it was Texas, right?
Joe, but I hate spam.
Yeah, actually, it
He wants
was.
you to,
Yeah, I mean,
shill
it is
for
Texas.
death
I mean,
penalty.
don't
There's
fucking
no
do
way.
that
Like,
shit.
why put?
There's no way.
Seriously,
it's like
that's the retarded thing.
Wants me
You're
too,
gonna,
I'm sorry.
you're gonna put these guys through a trial, but you can't even get an indictment on
Thanks for spamming, but yeah.
what's his name? Chad Caruth.
He's
Yeah,
back.
Carl Cariff.
Carl Cariff, yeah.
Yeah.
Kyle!
No,
Kyle
man,
and
that
Chad.
book
What
is actually
What the
great.
fuck is wrong with this
True.
man?
All right, you can stop spamming now, dude.
Which man?
It is good. Actually, show what he's working on, man.
Spectre's
Single
such a
A's
fucking weird guy.
What's he doing
Spectre.
now?
Oh,
I mean,
absolutely.
he's been working on that. The
I could probably
entire
get Spectre
stream.
on here.
His artwork is
Oh,
absolutely
fuck yeah,
amazing.
you would. He'd fucking all juiced about it.
Hands on it, dude. Yeah, I started
Retarded
on this
famous
one,
on the
tried to
internet?
read a ton
Yeah,
of
all
articles,
day.
But I got about 2 panels in, so that's not too shabby.
Posting pics of apparently Tug's wife, which seems
Trying to listen
accurate.
and talk
She's gonna be
and
fucking fat.
do good
Really.
work all at the same time.
Well, I believe
That's
I
cute,
believe
bitch!
that-
It's a sci-fi
Ah.
fantasy book. Kind of imagine like if you watched,
Oh,
like,
okay. So
Transformers
Spectre's going
and
crazy in the
Bible
Discord
lore
again.
and
Oh my fucking God.
Berserk and
You can say that
things
any day.
in that realm mashed
I don't
together
dislike
into
Spectre as much as a lot of people do, but he's a
not
fucking.
really like sci-fi, like
I
It's good to
I
do- it's good
I
to
don't
shit
even
on
know much
Spectre.
about him, to be
Like,
honest.
why are you doing it? Like,
That's
like
all right.
that
He's
kind
got
of stuff.
he's
If
got
you
a
like
whole page on
testosterone
Kiwi
and,
Farms.
weird creatures.
He loves that
strange
shit. He loves
places,
this, and he
war
fucking
stories.
loves
It's,
it.
Actually, I should find
Loves
it's the book
internet
for you.
weirdness.
The overarching theme is really
He's a
about
lolcow.
family trying to maintain.
He wants to be. I'm
saying
not
Tug's
sure
wife
he is.
catfished a guy. Oh my! What the
Family-based survival
Spectre,
tale, even though it
He
looks,
fucking wants to.
you know, weird and crazy. But all that's intentional. So
How many pages is that again?
it's a pager in terms of interior story. So there will be a few extras just
Post
for,
in private
you know,
chat.
like gallery.
There you go. There's
stuff,
his
things
farm
like
thread.
that. But overall, you're getting a 300-page book. Get
May
a
I never have
hardback,
Kiwi Farms.
color line art. You
Like,
can
if
get
you've got a
it
farm,
on-
if you've got a farm, you've done something wrong.
Um,
At a wrong
so
turn
it'll
somewhere.
be as manga without flipping all the pages stuff and trying to adjust all that. But
Like, I've got an
yeah,
account on the
encourage everyone to
farms.
check it out. This is
I've never made a post. I'm never going to make a post.
Hey, look, like, will you?
It
Pretty sure I don't
exists
have an
solely
account.
because
I
there was
hope I
some
don't-
gun
I sure
stuff
as hell
that
hope I
was,
don't have a
that was
thread.
spoiled.
All right, yeah, I just want to make a drink real quick.
Yeah, that's the thing about the farms. Like when I first like found it, like I was like, "Oh, these people are like interesting." And like they know stuff.
Show them what we're talking about here.
And I like looked around more. I'm like, "No, actually, they're fucking retarded."
Yeah.
And I
so here's
migrated
the
here.
book, man, is fantastic. You're actually only
No, I
three,
like all you people,
again, we're
so,
3 backers off of 6.
Things are going well.
Moving along, crack 50K finally.
Yep.
Great, glad to
Yes.
see that stuff.
yes, thank you.
I
Oh,
love
God.
it, man.
Yeah, I can't go through that thread. I can't do it.
Yeah, no, the first pages.
Look
The
at
first
this
pages.
shit.
are
Like,
enough.
I mean, this is
It's just
amazing
mostly
work.
evidence of Spectre
You know, I
post
love the fact
smoking out.
that
So
you offer it with. I like the
All
color
right,
work.
I'll have to call it there.
Honestly,
It's 4 p.m. for me. I've got to go get.
Oh shit!
ready for
all
dinner.
right, Tim.
Family shit. No worries. Thanks, guys. Actually, I will be
love the
out
fact
next
that you
week. I'm off
offer,
up
you
to
know,
the sunny
multiple
coast to see
Oh,
family.
nice.
I won't be on next week,
Well,
but
they
I'll
all
be
give you a
back
different tone, and
What's
there's
that
fine
mean?
for the
Like,
week
for
after
each
and
style.
any sort of
So
regular schedule.
I'm
I'll
trying
have to find a replacement.
Trying to, you know, kill 3 birds
Get
with
Drex.
one
Right,
stone.
Keep
no,
spamming Drex.
Just
Get
I'll
him
keep
on.
spamming
a
Drex.
more
But, hey,
Western
Drex man, next
format.
week.
Some people's eyes
Yeah.
are
Come
just
on,
used
man,
to
next
graphing
week. I'll do
on
it.
manga at this point. You know, it's so popular.
One of you keep spamming
And
Drex.
I
Stop
really
messaging me. Like, all right, fuck. Please
yeah, I
stop.
really wanted to be able to give people kind of the
All right,
All
Tim.
right. Gotcha.
the
Later,
best of
gentlemen.
everything
See you,
I have
man.
to
Have a good
offer.
one.
I'm
See ya.
writing this,
Thanks, everybody.
I'm
Bye.
drawing this,
Bye.
coloring this. I'm lettering it. I'm doing every aspect.
And then there were
even
two.
lettering. I'm
Yeah, I
drawing out
was gonna
first
say, are
and
you guys
then
on like
photoshopping
separate
it in or playing with
fucking?
placements
There's only
and
2
size
coasts,
on it.
right?
So
East and West.
Yeah, we're
you know,
both
the
on the
bulk,
East Coast.
I'd
We're in the
say
same
like
time zone, but he was
90%
saying
of
it's
it's
4
already
p.m.
done outside of the digital color.
He's got shit. He's got shit he needs to do.
It's definitely a huge project, and I had the luxury of starting
All right.
it, you know, quite a while ago. So I had a lot of work done.
I had
in
fun.
advance.
Are you taking off then? Are you done?
Yeah, I'm probably
It's
gonna
a
probably gonna
behemoth of a
call it
book.
there.
It's high
All right.
action, high octane.
So I'll
it'll
see you next
probably
week.
make Cam
We'll
cry.
try
Alright.
we'll try and wrangle someone else to fill in Tim's slot.
Yeah,
So
when Cam
Yeah,
sees
we could find
Daddy
some.
trying
I
to
might
I'm
be
sure we
able
could
to
find
whatever.
some.
wife and baby
I'll
say
send Drex a
he's gonna
DM
just start
early in the
crying
week and
because he's not gonna be able
just
to
go,
do
hey
it.
man, come on the show.
I can buy.
It is.
You know, we
It's a
should
high
coordinate that.
emotional
And we'll
book.
just.
There's only like
Multi-grand
there's only like
tale.
10 people watching
So,
at
and this is
most,
just
but
part
still.
one. You know, if
Are there even 10?
life
Like,
is
Help a brother out.
perfect, we'll get 8 or 10 of these over the course of
I
the
don't know.
next
I'd have to
8 or
check the
10 years.
analytics.
It's better than just
Yeah.
being
I'd love to
Saturday
see
night
this.
4 out of
I'd
your
love to see
fucking
this
mind.
before
So
you
sure.
Yeah.
shit. You know,
All right.
6 figures.
All right, man.
Halfway there.
It's fun. Good. We'll see you.
What I'm shooting for, man. I really want to
See you, chat.
hit that six-figure
See you next
point.
week.
I want
Same
this thing
time.
to be a hit,
Peace.
get into enough hands
I'm
where
out.
people can really